Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry Potter became the savior of Slytherin house. Here is short summary. In a war-torn magical world, Harry Potter defies prejudice and risks everything to protect Slytherin students from Voldemort and the Ministry, proving that heroism knows no house boundaries. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Neville were grouped in one of the castle's corridors. Ron seemed absent-minded and they were trying to make him speak. Neville had asked whether it was Harry's accident that troubled him and Ron nodded to confirm. Snape heard them talking and hid himself, waiting for them to leave. He was not so keen of having the whole Gryffindor tower discussing him dressed in Muggle clothing. "Oh come on Ron, Harry is going to be fine," Hermione said with a soothing voice. "Yes, but Snape is his guardian, Snape is." "Come on Mr. Weasley, spit your poison," the professor thought, piercing his lips. "Old," Ginny said, finishing her brother's sentence. "Yeah," Neville and Ron said in unison. "Old, I am not old. Snape is not old. Good Miss Granger. To your information, he is as young as my father." "Excellent Miss Granger. If the man was dressed in something else than black robes, he would have looked much younger." "Well, it's hard to believe it," Ron whispered faintly. He was about to say something more when Snape stepped forward. Everyone fell silent. He walked towards them, holding baby Harry and saying a "good morning" to them. Nodding at Hermione, who, with Ginny, was looking at him being dumbfounded, he turned around the corner and stopped. "I told you he is younger," Hermione said cheekily. That made Professor Snape smile. It was a genuine big smile that was not going to last for long, since he turned crimson red when he heard Ginny Weasley's outburst that was followed by Hermione's chorusing laughter and then their squeals. The hook-nosed professor entered Dumbledore's office and sat opposite the old wizard. Dumbledore took Harry and beamed at him. Harry cooed and then turned to see his appointed guardian. Snape looked at Dumbledore, who smiled at him with one of his infamous smiles. "Oh, here comes this sense of embarrassment again," Snape considered as he looked at the floor. The man used to get an interest at all kinds of floors when he was around his ex-headmaster. "Now Severus," Dumbledore started, making Snape's head shot up. "Here is the money from Harry's vault at Gringotts," and with those words he gave him a bag full of galleons. "We have also asked for some of the money to be exchanged with Muggle money. A carriage is waiting for you outside Hogwarts grounds. It will take you to the nearest Muggle city. From there on you will take the train to London and from there the underground to Diagon Alley. You know the rest." Snape nodded and took Harry into his arms. He was about to leave when Dumbledore's faint voice was heard. "Molly Weasley sends you this," he commented, pointing towards a red pram behind his office. The young policeman stared at the man that was pushing the red pram in puzzlement. The man was looking forward, his head proudly high, waiting for the other passengers to pass. He remembered seeing the man holding his little son as he disembarked from the train, but he could not recall him holding a pram with him or asking for help to get one out of the train. How was it possible that the man was pushing one right now? Prams do not appear instantly and they certainly do not fit into a man's pockets. "That will teach me never to drink before coming to work," he contemplated, rubbing his head. In the meantime, Snape had got out of the underground station and moved towards Diagon Alley. He had used a reducio spell to fit the pram into his pockets until he needed it. He tried to move as quickly as possible. The sooner he would set foot into Diagon Alley, the sooner the whole experience would finish. He stopped near the wall where Diagon Alley was supposed to be and looked around. Perfect. Nobody was around. Chanting a few words, he entered Diagon Alley and moved toward Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions shop. Fact number 1. Men are hunters by nature. Fact number 2. Men do not like shopping. Result. Professor Severus Snape, the epitome of masculinity in the wizarding world, the one and only hunter, was about to hit his head at the nearest wall. For him, shopping was like an Auror operation. You go in, jinx the bad wizards and get out of the place as fast as you can. However, Madame Malkin had a different opinion. Her assistants, some female shoppers and she, were dressing and undressing Harry for the past 2 hours. After so much dressing and undressing, he wondered why Potter had not got Lament. At first he thought of going for a walk, but after all, he was Potter's guardian and he was responsible for him. Therefore he sat at a chair and waited patiently. But after 2 hours his patience left him, something very uncommon. For Snape was famous for being able to compete with a saint's patience. He stood up and trying to restrain his angry words and interrupted them. Madame Malkin commented that they had decided on 8 different pajamas. 8 pajamas. It took them 2 hours to choose 8 pajamas. He started screaming inside his head. Smiling, with great effort, he paid for Harry's clothing items and moved towards the shop, cursing inside. Next place, Celesta's magical baby items, he told himself. Snape looked at the brands. Miss Bates whipping tissues. They clean your baby instantly. Snape looked at the woman's picture, being grateful, while the woman in the magical photograph nodded in understanding. Then he proceeded to diapers. Those here fit automatically and the ducklings start quacking when the baby gets dirty. Not that I won't be able to smell the air, he contemplated as he took 2 boxes of that brand. Then he moved towards the magical baby bottles, wondering why those kinds of items were sold in such a low price. Turning around, he saw a young mother with her twins. Smiling at her, he asked her, being curious. It's pretty logical, she started. You can never know that the baby bottle will produce something nourishing. I prefer baby formulas. It is like potions, you know. Potions? Snape asked, feeling interested. Yes. You mix 2 products and you create something that will quieten your baby for many hours. If this isn't magic, then what is it? Maybe I should consider going to a muggle shop after all, Snape thought while he was paying. Severus Snape entered a muggle supermarket looking for some baby formulas. The babies section was huge. It had every kind of baby items, and for the first time in his life Snape let his curiosity overcome him and he searched around. Yet while he was looking at some baby formulas, he reached out and grasped a woman's hand. The woman had green long hair, a pointed nose and brown eyes. Looking at her angrily, he talked slowly. Nymphadora Tonks, why on Merlin's sake, are you following me? The young woman looked at him in a puzzled manner and blinked twice. Snape looked at her coolly while she seemed to be thinking of something. It's no use telling me it isn't you, Nymphadora. The woman's cheeks got more and more red, and whispering in defeat she nodded. Now will you stop calling me Nymphadora? Okay, Tonks. How many of you are here? You can bet I am here too. Snape, a growl was heard near his ear, startling him. Mad-Eye Moody, Snape said, turning his head, glaring at the air. And Remus is behind the corner. Tonks commented. Remus, we have been discovered, she shouted, and Remus Lupin appeared. The man, who was dressed in a pair of black jeans and a white shirt, moved towards the pram and stroked Harry's cheek, who granted him with a toothless smile. You can guess why I am in an invisibility cloak. If we disregard the fact that your scars can scare every living being, no, why are you wearing a cloak? Snape said, grabbing 2 baby bottles and 2 boxes of baby formula and moving towards the cashier's stand. How did you manage to understand that it was Tonks that had been passing near you for so long? Moody asked while they were walking at the crammed street. Well, the first 2 times I gave her no notice. But when over 10 different women pass wearing the same outfit, I am getting suspicious. My question now, why have you been following me? Dumbledore's orders, the 3 said in unison. I see, Snape commented coolly while they entered a park, and the reason was. It seems that Albus is concerned about Harry's, and yours, safety. Moody grumbled. Anyway, you have finished your shopping. It's time to go now. Lupin and Tonks said, smiling while they apparated. Snape sensed Moody leaving with them. Horrors. They stalk you down and they don't even bother helping you with the shopping, he thought as he sat down onto the grass. Taking Harry from the pram, he took a bottle full of milk that was magically kept warm until use, and fed Harry. While he was feeding baby Harry, Snape noticed one thing. Every female inside the park was staring at him. Those that were in groups were smiling and went back to their chatter. Others who were jogging stopped and waved at him. I know that this is either because of you or else I have suddenly turned into every woman's dream husband, he whispered at baby Harry while he was putting him back to his pram and took his way to the station. Excuse me, sir. The young guard said, stopping him. "I saw you this morning. Weren't you pushing a red pram?" Snape smiled. "No, I was not pushing a pram. How did you get that idea?" "My dear man, I believe you need some rest," he concluded, and patting the man's shoulder, being friendly, he moved towards the platform, leaving the man looking at him with a puzzled expression. Severus Snape sat with an evil expression on his face. Holding baby Harry in one hand, he inserted his hand into his pockets and touched the reduced in size items. "I love teasing the Muggles. They believe everything," he thought, and looked at Harry, who yawned before drifting to sleep. The heavy wooden door creaked and squeaked while it opened. The potions master entered the castle, listening to his footsteps echo that seemed to fill the room due to the unnatural silence. Almost everyone was missing. The Hogsmeade trip was programmed for the weekend and the school was empty. He climbed up the stairs that were leading to his private chambers. Deadly silence, he pondered as he strolled at an empty corridor. The only thing I hate is deadly silence. Snape was believed to be the type of a man that loved silence. However, the truth was different. It was true, indeed, that Snape liked teaching a quiet classroom, but he enjoyed seeing his students' faces. Their faces were full of life. They breathed and tasted life to the extreme. It was their powerful energy that made the castle warm and vibrant. Without them around, the place was terribly cold. "That is what I am fighting for," a voice whispered inside his head while he felt a shiver running down his spine. "I am fighting so that the world will never become cold and empty." He looked at baby Harry that rested inside his arms. The miniature boy looked so tranquil while it slept. Snape touched the door's handle, and while he stared and let a deep sigh escape from his lungs, "I guess I am fighting for you too, Potter." He let a faint whisper escape his lips. The hook-nosed professor looked at the 8 set of pajamas that were lying onto his bed and felt the anger rising inside his chest. "I still can't believe it. It took them 2 hours to choose 8 pajamas," he thought, rubbing his head. Taking the pajamas into his hands, he examined them closely, and being as sarcastic as ever, he started commenting Harry's pajamas. "One red with a kitten chasing a ball of yarn. Typical. This one has a puppy chasing a butterfly. Hope they did not choose every farm animal pajama that the shop contained. Here is a navy blue one with the moon and the stars. Oh, and this one has the sun embroidered on it. Well, thanks for the solar system, girls. Here is a violet one with a duckling on it. You're prone to duckling, aren't you, Potter? Okay, why on earth a lion and a lamb would sit near each other and be friends? This is no real life. In real life, the lion would have turned the lamb into lamb chops. There are also 3 plain pajamas. A green one, that's an improvement, another red one, and finally, a sensible color, gray." Having commented every pajama, he arranged Harry's clothing items in his wardrobe and retreated into the bathroom to change to his much more comfortable robes. While he placed the Muggle outfit he owned into his wardrobe, he stared himself once again in the mirror. Miss Weasley was right. For the love of all that is pure, Severus, you are in enough mess already. Stop thinking of your beeps, he grumbled to himself, while he was blushing. He sat at his favorite black leather armchair, feeling exhausted. Suddenly he felt his stomach tighten, and a loud rumble was heard inside his room. Snape touched his stomach, remembering that he had eaten nothing since breakfast. He leaned towards the small wooden table that was in front of him and whispered, "Tea time." Immediately a silver plate appeared on the table. A porcelain kettle that contained hot tea inside was at the middle, along with a small porcelain jug that contained milk in his cup. He looked at the plate inside the platter. He took it, feeling his mouth watering. Chocolate chip cookies, he told himself, and bit one. Yeep, this is life. Hot tea and chocolate chip cookies. I love chocolate, he thought as he snuggled into his armchair, holding the warm cup of tea, and placed his head to a much more comforting position. Snape had almost finished his dinner when Harry started crying, asking for his bottle. Everyone's head shot up in interest while he took baby Harry into his arms and gave him the bottle that contained the baby formula. Harry took the bottle's plastic nipples and sucked it happily. Snape looked down at Harry, whose eyes shifted, looking at him, making his stare soften. In the meantime, the students at Gryffindor table whispered at one another. Snape looks different. Aren't they cute? Who would have expected it? Hermione looked at the potions, master direction, feeling a fluffy sense rising inside her chest. Taking Ron's hand, she leaned and whispered something to his ear. When her hand touched his, Ron's ears turned red. However, when she had finished her sentence, he blinked, and smiling evilly he leaned at Dennis Creevy's side. Creevy looked at Ron and Hermione in disbelief before he would turn to stare at Harry and the rest of the professors. Dumbledore beamed at him, and at his surprise he blinked. Well, if he had the headmaster on his side, why would he be afraid of Snape? Touching his magical photographic camera under the table's surface, he adjusted the lenses and its flash before he would rise it up and take a picture of Snape feeding baby Harry. Snape noticed nothing, and Dennis Creevy sighed in relief. He put his camera down and looked towards Hermione and Ron. When Harry emptied his bottle, Snape raised him to his shoulder level and started rubbing his back gently. Harry twitched, feeling a weird feeling inside his stomach. The professor heard a little burp and then some gurgling. He felt his shoulder getting moistened and he closed his eyes. Opening them, he saw everybody in the Great Hall eyeing him, expecting his reaction. Giving Harry to Dumbledore, he mumbled that he would come back soon and hurried back to his chambers. Entering his chambers, he closed the door behind him and charmed the room with a silencing spell. Then, taking a deep breath, he let every feeling out. Damn you, Potter. You had to vomit on my robes. You could not resist yourself, he started as he spasmodically undressed himself. Do you think I enjoy having you releasing anything extra you have, out of your stomach? Another set of clean robes turned into a dirty pile. How many germs do I have on my shoulders now? I will burn the robes. No, I better sterile them. Hot bath. What I need is a hot bath, his insides screamed. A piercing wail entered his ear, causing him to shut up, being startled. Closing his eyes, he tried to calm down and return his racing heartbeat to normal levels. The baby's wails intensified. I am not an expert, Snape thought, but I do understand that those kinds of shrieks are not because of a diaper. Opening his eyelids, he stared at Harry groggily. The small infant had his fists clenched at his chest and his knees drawn up to his chest. Teardrops glistened as they run down his cheeks, and his face was tomato red from the wails of agony. The hook-nosed professor touched baby Harry's cheek, who wailed in agony even louder. Fighting with his bedcovers, in order to get out of the bed, he tripped and fell. Half tripping, half walking, he found himself in front of the fireplace. Rising in full position, he grasped a handful of blue powder from a white jar. He threw the powder into the fire, which sizzled and changed to a violet color. Standing at 4, he took a deep breath and, muttering a groggy, "Hospital wing," he shoved his head into the violet blazes. Snape closed his eyes while he felt the annoying grasp by the neck. His head moved forward as if someone was pulling it to the direction he wanted. Yet he felt no pain, since his neck was now a giant piece of rubber that was extending and twisting inside Hogwarts chimneys. When his head had stopped moving, he opened his eyes and looked into the hospital wing. His nose twitched in annoyance. Hospital smell and ash combined. It was, certainly, not his favorite. Madame Pomfrey lowered to his eye level. "Severus, what is the purpose of your visit? Since I do not tend to visit people at 3 o'clock in the morning, I believe you can guess the cause of my visit." "As Harry's sick, Severus? Well, there is certainly something wrong with him. He cries in agony and he is really tensed. In what kind of position does he rest? His fists are clenched at his chest and his knees are drawn up to his chest." Poppy retreated into a room next door, and to Snape's shock she let out an evil laughter. "Something says that I am not going to like this," he thought, waiting for Madame Pomfrey to return. "As I suspected it," Madame Pomfrey said, returning back. "Ready for the good news? Go on, Poppy. I do not have all night. Harry is fine." "And is this supposed to be good news, Severus?" Madame Pomfrey said in annoyance. Okay, Poppy, I am sorry. What were you saying?" "As I was saying, Harry is fine. He is just suffering from the common baby disease named colic." The potion's master turned white. His mother had once described how he had suffered from a colic disease as a baby. And the worst part was that there is no potion to relieve the pain. "From the look on your face, I can imagine that you know all about this disease. The only thing I can do is to give you some things to do. Here's the paper," she said as she put the piece of paper into his mouth. "Be patient, okay?" she shouted as his head disappeared. Snape towered himself over baby Harry, who was still crying, being lament. He studied the paper and cursed. I am supposed to get all cuddly and wiggly for you to get better. Well, no way, he thought, looking at baby Harry. Baby Harry wailed loudly, half gasping for air. Snape's eyes closed and he thought for a moment or two. Then he sat on the bed and he put the small body on his laps. Turning the baby so that it would lie on its stomach, he placed his hand at its back. He moved his hand in a circle-like way, something that seemed to comfort Harry. Harry's wails turned from being irritated to just lament. The hook-nosed professor blinked. This cuddly thingy really had an effect on Potter. But how do I become nice to him? He thought. Harry let a wail. Okay, Potter, you are not so bad, I guess. He started while a part of his brain was shouting at him, what are you doing there, you idiot? Don't get into such deep waters. He continued rubbing Harry's back, while Harry cried and cried. Well, you know, I am not good at words. You may be a little menace, Potter, but, well, you look. How do I say this? You look, well, you know, cute, he said, shrugging a little. Harry turned his head and looked at him with the olive green eyes of his. However, he started wailing as he felt a new spasm. It's okay, Potter. Almost every baby goes through this phase. Try to think of something okay. Like, I don't know, kittens or something. 2 hours later, Harry started calming down. Snape took him into his arms and paced up and down his room. He felt like every one of his joints would dissemble, turning him into a pile of ashes. Harry sobbed, being irritated. The professor touched the little baby's cheek. Okay, Potter, we will make an agreement. I will take you for a ride, but you are not going to tell anyone, because if you do, I will have to kill you before Poppy will haunt me for my skin. Harry blinked and then cooed. Snape nodded and unlocked a door that was behind his office. Taking out a firebolt, he sat and kicked upwards. Holding the broomstick's handle in one hand and baby Harry at the other, he flew outside the bedroom's window. The sky was coal black and the stars were shining like diamonds. Snape breathed the fresh air and felt the breeze petting his hair. He passed over the lake and saw the moon mirroring on the clear water. Seeing that Harry was sleeping deeply, he returned to his chambers and tucked the infant inside his bed. He lied inside his bed and looked at the luminous magic clock. 2 hours till sunrise, he thought while he yawned and drifted to sleep. When Madame Pomfrey turned to welcome her guest, she stopped dead at her tracks. Her smile faded and she stared at the living creature that stood before her. The 2 dark circles around his beetle-black eyes seemed darker due to the face's extremely pale color, and the marks of pure exhaustion that were drawn on his face made the man look like he was suffering from an incurable sickness. That day, the shoulders that held Professor Severus Snape's head proudly high were bent, making him seem a bit shorter and weaker. Inside his arms, a worn-out baby was sleeping peacefully. Her healer's instincts took over. After all, you were born a healer, not made one. Taking baby Harry from his hands, she grabbed him tightly by the wrist and, with quite some effort, she pulled him from her office into the hospital wing. Looking at him sternly, she pointed at him to sit on the nearest bed's edge and then retreated to the next room, muttering something under her breath, holding baby Harry into her arms. Snape felt the comfort of the bed and enjoyed the silence of the room. The smell of the hospital wing was, still, disturbing his sensitive nose, but he was too tired to complain about it even to himself. The only thing he wanted to do that morning was to lay back, close his eyes and drift off to sleep until the second coming. However, Snape had a policy. He never missed one of his own lessons. He dreaded to the mere idea of a potions class with not the rightful potions master inside, especially when it come to the current year's 6th graders. He tried to imagine that kind of situation. Oh, all of his students waiting quietly in front of their, already heated, cauldrons for him to arrive. A new substitute teacher enters the classroom, while every student eyes him in pure puzzlement. The new substitute teacher eyes the class and a smile forms. Some of his students get the message and smile to one another. Unfortunately, Professor Snape will not attend today's lesson, the substitute teacher's voice is heard. Snape is sick. We are going to have fun. They whisper. Their whisper turns louder and louder until it becomes a roar. Crumbled pieces of paper and small paper airplanes start flying around the room. Oh no, I am not going to give you this kind of satisfaction. he thought when Madame Pomfrey entered the room. The woman looked at his direction and spoke slowly. "Severus, you look awful," she commented as she leaned towards her medical cupboard. "Well, tell me something I don't know, Poppy. I am not used to stay up all night, you know. It is natural to look like that when a little threat screams his head off all night," he thought as he let out a grumble. "I think, quote, don't ever think of it, Poppy. That you should, quote. Don't let it out, Poppy," he warned her once again inside his head. "Get a day off to sleep." "Darn, Poppy, you had to say that. Well, show time." "Absolutely not. I am not letting the students running amok into my classroom. Though I do need a nice rest." A small voice jumped inside his head. "Severus, you are acting in a childish manner. Go and get some sleep." "No," he answered laconically and yet stubbornly. "Humph, I can tell you, Severus. You do try a saint's patience. You want to stay awake. Fine, stay awake, but you know what comes next. A stimulating potion. I am not going to let you leave this place until you drink a whole goblet of the most powerful one. Did I make myself clear? Darn, it knew she was going to give me one of those," he thought, being disgusted. "All right, Poppy, I will drink your stupid potion," he muttered grumpily. "Harry looks worn out too," she commented while she kneeled and started searching for a potion vial. "Yes, Potter calmed down at 5 o'clock in the morning," he spoke softly and then hurried to answer her not asked yet question, "and yes, I did, woke up at 7 o'clock as usual." "Severus, I will never understand this thing you have with your classroom. What are house elves for? I will never permit a house elf to do my job. For Merlin's grace, Severus. Why shouldn't a house elf light up the cauldrons, fires?" "Poppy," Snape started silkily, "the fires must be lighted up in an exact temperature with the correct amount of wood. A few may think of the whole incident as something entertaining, but I do not think that destroying my pickled ingredients collection is amusing. And no, I am not going to let anyone else do it for me," he finished his sentence with a tone that indicated that nothing could change his mind. "Okay, Severus, do whatever you want," she touted as she gave him a goblet full of a blood-red liquid. "Thickhead idiot." The raven-haired professor looked at the goblet that contained the red blood liquid intensively and then at Madame Pomfrey. She was eyeing him with a, "drink it if you dare," challenging look. He looked at the goblet and then brought to his mind the potions, class without him. With no hesitation he brought the goblet to his lips and let the liquid run inside his mouth. "Darn, this thing tastes horrible. Memo to myself. Find a way so that this potion's flavor becomes more tolerable. Better idea. Make it taste like chocolate," he thought as he emptied the golden goblet with quick gulps. Placing the goblet at the nearest table, he tried to prepare himself for the upcoming side effects. However, he was not prepared for what was going to happen next. He sat at the nearest chair while he felt something hot spreading from his stomach to his whole body. He started feeling uncomfortable, as if every cell inside his body had eaten from a handful of red small hot chili peppers. He turned to look at the mirror to ensure himself that smoke was not escaping from his ears. "Now I do understand how food feels when it is cooked," he thought as he felt the burning sensation subduing to a more pleasant tingling one. And then the sensation faded while a wave of pure power started running through his veins and blood, making him powerful and ready to continue. Professor Severus Snape entered the classroom and sat behind his mahogany desk, as he welcomed his students with a grumble that would have made a gorilla jealous. The stimulating potion was giving him energy, all right, but it could not improve his foul mood that was a product of not having a proper sleep. Taking his wand out of his robes, he chanted a series of words and a long list of ingredients appeared in front of each student. "You must brew this potion by the end of the double lessons period. The instructions are written down on the parchment. Do not disturb me unless you are dying. I do not want to hear any speaking, whispering or coughing. Even better, if you can survive the double period without breathing, do it so. What are you looking dunderheads? Start doing your potions," he pronounced seriously. Not giving them a second glance, he opened his desk's drawer. Taking a miniature book from inside, he placed it on the wooden desk and transformed it back to its gigantic size. The book was thick and covered most of his torso. Looking at its context, he licked his index unconsciously and muttering, "Potion's flavor," under his breath he started turning the pages quickly. In the meantime his students getting his clear, "bother me and you will die," statement, started to chop their ingredients. Ron, who was, as always, being bored during potions, turned to look at Hermione. She was powdering her dragon fangs, being extremely careful. Feeling his ears turning red, he looked down and started chopping his salamander eyes. "My own," he whispered quickly, "my own." "Yeah, Ron," said Hermione without looking at him. Are supposed to chop the eyes into cubes or something?" "No, Ron." Silence fell between them for a moment and then Ron talked again. "My own." "What?" she snapped. "Can we talk for a while?" Hermione did not answer immediately, but when she did, her voice was sympathetic. "You do miss Harry, don't you?" "Well, he is my best friend and well. Yeah." "Quiet," Snape said laconically while his eyes were fixed on the book's pages. They stopped talking for a few moments and to Ron's amazement it was Hermione who spoke first. Ron, quote, "He is in a foul mood today, isn't he?" Ron commented. "I think it is due to total sleep absence. Yeep, he looks like shish." "Ron," she snapped, trying not to shout. Okay, my own. He looks awful." "Well, I still liked his speech today." My own, quote, "Not that it could compete with the introductory speech during our first year." My own, you have a serious problem. Are you jealous, Ronnie? "What, me? No." "Yes you are." "No, I am not." "Well, you don't have to be, Ronnie." "I know," he answered back sardonically, making her cheeks turn slightly pink. "Teenagers," the hook-nosed professor thought, raising his eyes unconsciously. He looked at the luminous watch at the end of the dungeon. 1 period gone, 1 left. The 2 following days passed into the same pattern. Snape, despite Madame Pomfrey's advices, would wake after 2 hours of heavy sleep to light up the dungeon's fires, and then he would take his stimulating potion. In a bad mood he would assign papers and schoolwork, and then at the end of the day he would get baby Harry from the hospital wing and look after him. By sunset he would curse himself for deciding of taking care of a little menace, and he would sadly comment that another set of clean robes was destroyed. However, on Wednesday morning Snape started realizing that something strange was happening to him. He caught himself wondering about Potter's welfare. The baby's fragile body was constantly inside his head. He once caught himself looking at the clock every once in a while in order to see the time left to pick Potter. He shook his head and kept repeating to himself that he was simply doing what he did out of duty to the school. Dismissing the last class for the day, he headed to the hospital wing. Darn, he thought when he saw who was waiting for him along with Madame Pomfrey. The headmaster of Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, owner of a Merlin's first act, the one and only Albus Dumbledore, was sitting on a chair munching drops while he held Harry into his arms. Well, if Snape knew that there was something certain in his whole life, well, that was the fact that Albus Dumbledore inside the certain hospital wing meant troubles coming ahead. To be precise, that meant troubles that had to do with a particular olive green-eyed teenager, recently de-aged into an infant boy. "Please sit, Severus." Dumbledore welcomed him with his infamous twinkle. "Madame Pomfrey has called me here. Apparently she has some interesting news about Harry." Yeep, just as I suspected. Another Potter issue, he thought while he sat opposite Dumbledore and turned to face Madame Pomfrey, who started talking with her matter-of-fact manner. "Severus," she started looking at him seriously, "have you noticed that Harry is not acting his age?" "My dear Poppy, I have noticed that since he set foot at Hogwarts." "I cannot believe it took you so long to understand it." "Severus, I am not joking," she answered back sternly. "Well, Poppy, he is an infant. I am feeding him, I change his diapers, and he has not talked to me yet. Since he has not yet started transfiguring anything, I do think that he is acting like a proper baby." "Well, unfortunately, Severus, he is not. He coos and goos and seems to recognize some of us. And I can assure you that this is not something a month-old will do. I also took the liberty to take some drops of blood to have his ammunition system checked. To my surprise, I received an answer that he would not need a shot until he becomes 1 year old." "All these are nice, Poppy, but what do they have to do with me?" he asked curiously, while he tried to dismiss his fears for the thing to come. Unfortunately, the de-aging potion Harry had drunk returned him to his infant age, but had not erased all of his memories or his body's past. This causes something like a rivalry inside his brain, and I fear of brain damage. To make sure that he is going to be fine, I have decided that Harry will receive very mild doses of the aging potion and that he would not receive more until I would observe that everything proceeds fine with him." "And that means?" Snape asked, being confused. "That means that Harry will not be himself by Christmas. He will probably be back to himself by the summer holidays." Madame Pomfrey and Professor Dumbledore turned to see him, waiting for his outburst. To their amazement, Snape seemed to be in deep thinking. Looking at Harry and then at them, he whispered in defeat. "Okay, Headmaster. It is fine with me. After all," he said coolly, "I do not think I have any other choice." With those words he stood up and taking Harry with him he got out of the hospital wing. Dumbledore looked at Madame Pomfrey, who was more than dumbfounded, and blinked while he gave her a mysterious smile. Then standing up, he walked towards his office. "As I suspected it, the boy has started destroying the wall around Severus' heart," he thought happily while he put a drop into his mouth. On Friday afternoon the hook-nosed professor entered the hospital wing, holding baby Harry. Madame Pomfrey mixed a teaspoon of the potion with Harry's milk and gave it to Snape. Snape fed Harry and waited for the potion to start working. A golden aura formed around the baby's body and Snape felt it getting heavier and enlarging a little. When the aura disappeared, Snape stared down at a small baby with emerald green eyes that gifted him with a toothless smile. That caught Snape by surprise and blinked for a moment or two as he felt a fuzzy sensation spreading inside his chest. Realizing that Madame Pomfrey was outside the room, he let a hint of a smile. "Well, I am happy to see you too, Potter," he whispered softly. "Congratulations, Severus," Poppy said, making him to turn to look at her with a scowl. "You are now in charge of a 4-month-old. A mild breeze entered the room, passed through the bed's satin curtains and gently touched the man's face. His eyelids flickered slightly and opened slowly for a second or two before they would close once again. The raven-haired male let out a sigh of pure satisfaction. Finally, after a week of limited sleep, he had been able to rest for a whole of 8 hours without any crying or annoying baby sound from a certain teenager recently turned to an infant. Reaching the age of 4 months marked the end for Potter's colic period. The night before, Snape charmed his bed, for Potter's safety, and drifted off to dreamland with no other care in his mind. An irritated squeal was heard and Snape's eyes shot open. "Now why on earth I did that? It's not like I care about Potter, right?" "Right," he asked himself, and then he whispered obediently, "Right." Harry squealed once again and Snape stared him, being a bit puzzled. "Now what is wrong with you, Potter? If you want something, cry for Merlin's sake, don't squeal at me." "Gaw," Potter replied, being irritated. "Yeah, Potter, gaw and goo and gi. Now what's the problem?" "Diaper." Harry stared at him, and to Snape's disbelief he let out, "Goo." Of confirmation. "You will never stop to amaze me, Potter," he thought, and got out of the bed. Baby Harry looked at him, raising his eyebrow in a question matter. Well, if it isn't the typical Potter reaction, Snape thought as he realized what had made Harry stare at him with amazement. It was his clothes. The raven-haired professor was wearing a pair of green boxers and a white t-shirt that had the phrase, "Got Potions," magically stamped on it. The letters were silvery and seemed to sparkle every once in a while, changing to a different color. "Hope you like the clothes, Potter. Oh, and I will advise you to never, ever speak of them to anyone," Snape stated coolly as he stood in front of Harry with a magical diaper and Miss Bates whipping tissues. "APRT," Harry let out happily as his diaper was removed. Then a thin string of liquid rose up from him and landed on Severus Snape's magical t-shirt. The hook-nosed professor stared at the baby, being horror-struck as the warm liquid sprayed on his t-shirt. When everything had finished, he closed his eyes and started counting in order to calm himself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 35, 36. Damn, this thing does not work, he thought while he was about to hit his head in the nearest wall. Looking at Harry, who seemed to enjoy being naked, he let out an irritated whisper. "Damn you, Potter. I loved that t-shirt." With those words he chanted the bed once again and retreated to the bathroom. Taking out his t-shirt, he put it into the laundry basket and ordered, "I want my t-shirt sterile and clean by tonight. I need a bath," he thought as he returned back to his room. Snape raised his head from the test papers, feeling amazed that nothing was heard inside his room for the past couple of minutes. Potter could not have drifted off to sleep without his help, could he? He looked towards his bed and watched the infant carefully. The small baby stared at his hands and then joined his palms together, letting out a squeal of satisfaction. He, then, moved them apart and raising his right foot up, he let another squeal. A hint of a smile formed to the potion's master face that he dismissed with a scowl as soon as he realized what he was doing. "This is not the time to turn all mushy, Severus," he scolded himself as he rose from his chair. The potion's master sat near Potter, who with quite some effort rolled to his tummy and smiled at him. Snape took him into his arms, as a reward, and gave Harry his index. Grasping the long index, he squeezed it and put it into his mouth. "I should have got used to it by now," Snape thought, feeling disgusted. Harry chewed the finger and let out a wail of desperation. Small irritated whimpers escaped from the boy's lips and it started kicking inside Snape's arms. The raven-haired man let the baby down. Harry grasped a medium plastic circle, put it into his mouth and started chewing it with irritating squeak. Snape took the message. "Oh great, that was exactly what I needed." Harry started teething again, he thought as he placed Harry into a cradle that was near his desk. "Another gift from Molly Weasley. You know, Potter, you are lucky I am not suffering with my nerves," the potion's master snapped as he looked at baby Harry viciously. The boy was getting crankier as time passed by. Snape found himself being attacked by every toy the cradle contained. He gave Harry a pacifier that he threw back at him, hitting him on the head. "How on earth does he manage to always aim and hit me in the head?" the hook-nosed professor thought as a vein pulsed at his temple and his left eye started twitching. He leaned back and closed his eyes, hearing Harry's irritated squeals and crying. He hummed and tapped his foot to the floor, and to his amazement Harry stopped crying. He stopped, and after a few seconds Harry started crying again. "It's unbelievable. Potter has a musical ear. Next thing I am going to learn is that the Weasley brothers know how to dance ballet," Snape commented, being amazed, as he stood up and unlocked the, always, locked door that was behind his office. He entered the dim-lit room and paced towards a woman's portrait. The woman had Severus Snape's big onyx pearl eyes, his coal-black hair and pale complexion. Her nose was pointed and she was smiling sadly. She looked at Severus and she gifted him with a smile that reached to her eyes and made something flatter inside his chest. Waving to him she let a faint whisper. "Hello, my little Severus." Snape knew that if she was alive, she was going to try to touch his hair. Feeling the excitement he was feeling back then, when him was not around, when he was absent and they were just the both of them, Severus Snape let out a sigh and peeped. "Hello, Mum." The hook-nosed professor closed the door behind him and placed the small suitcase on his desk. Baby Harry let a cranky squeal and threw a toy that hit him on the head once again. Trying to ignore him, Snape opened the small black case and smiled with what he saw. An old wooden Stradivarius rested inside. Snape's oldest friend was about to come back to life again. Examining it and making sure the violin was in a good condition, the man started tuning it and placed it on his right elbow. Taking the bow, he started playing. The music escaped from the violin chords, bringing back nostalgic memories. Those memories had nothing to do with him and his torments. Snape closed his eyes and smiled with pleasure as his fingers petted the chords. The song became passionate and the tune intensified, spreading around the room. Snape stopped playing and turned to look at Harry. The baby was staring at his direction with his emerald eyes shining with pleasure. The potion's master put the old Stradivarius into its suitcase, rocked baby Harry to sleep and placed him into the cradle. When he looked up, he returned back to his secret room, being unaware that his eyes had started shining once again. The next day Snape decided to follow one of Madame Pomfrey's advices. He, the one and only hunter, had actually decided to follow her advice to start feeding Harry with a few spoons of sterile food. Now, Severus Snape, the epitome of masculinity in the wizarding world, was wondering how on earth he was supposed to feed a baby. Everything started when Madame Pomfrey mentioned that, according to Remus Lupin's words, Harry's mother, Lily, had started feeding her son a few spoonfuls of that mushy liquidized food the moment he had reached his 4 months of age. Now it was Snape's turn to give Potter his meal. The potion's master prepared a small ball of farine late, and sat opposite baby Harry. Then picking a small amount of mush with the pick of his silver spoon, he put it in front of Harry's mouth. Baby Harry eyed him with a, heaven forbid, sarcastic stare that seemed to shout clearly, "You are joking, right?" "No, Mr. Potter, I am not joking." Severus Snape answered back and placed the food at the tip of Harry's tongue. The small baby's nose wrinkled in disgust and he spit the food on the professor's sleeve, and from that moment he refused to open his mouth whatsoever. At first Snape decided to use the direct approach. He placed the spoon in front of baby Harry's mouth and simply waited for him to open his mouth. After a while, the potion's master discovered that there was another human being in the world that could rival his own thick-headedness. He decided to quit using that method. After all, his arm was starting to become stiff. His next decision was to try the good old persuasive method. Taking some mush again, and hoping that this incident would never escape his chamber's walls, he moved the spoon around Harry's mouth. Open your mouth for the firebolt," he uttered, feeling his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Apparently this made no real impression to baby Harry, who kept staring him with a look that seemed to state, "I am not that stupid, you know." "Well, I can't blame you, you know. This thing does not look attractive at all," Snape commented. "But you have to eat at least a spoonful, Potter." Harry looked at the mush being disgusted, and Snape thought that it had to do something fast. For his own sanity and Potter's safety, that is. But the only person who knew about babies was. "I must really like you, Potter," he thought as he took some powder from a small blue vase and threw it into the fire. Molly Weasley was cooking at the kitchen when she heard some noise in her living room. She entered it immediately, with her wand on hand, but she saw nobody. A whisper was heard from her fireplace and she looked into the flames. Severus Snape's head was there and he looked as if he was about to kill somebody. The chubby woman lowered her head towards the fire. "Is it something wrong with Harry, Severus?" she asked, being apprehensive. "No, Molly, there is something wrong with me. If I was sane I would have never agreed to look after him," Snape commented, growling. "Oh, Severus, it can't be that bad," she stated, trying to be sympathetic and not laugh at his face. The man sounded so helpless that it was laughable. "Yes, it is, Molly. I can't convince him to eat." And Lupin told Poppy that Harry was eating at that age. "Well, he did, Severus. I remember that Lily was feeding him when she was in the order. I used to give my Ron some spoonfuls of food too," Molly said, being nostalgic. "Well, he is not eating now. That's for sure. Let me think. Yes, I do remember that Lily had mentioned something about Harry's eating habits," Mrs. Weasley said, thinking. "Any suggestion is welcome." "Oh yes, now I remember. Harry used to eat only a brand of mush made of biscuit grain. He detested anything else. And where am I going to find such a thing?" "Oh, don't worry, Severus, the first will send you some with the owl post tomorrow morning. You can start feeding him from tomorrow," Molly said happily. Severus thanked her and returned to his room. Snape gave Harry his formula and sat by the fire. Looking at Harry snoozing peacefully, Snape took a book from his library and before opening it he commented wearily. "Kids." It was sunset. The sun had turned red and had transformed the sky's color from light blue to a mixture of orange, blood red and black blue. Inside the room the liquid in the small glass vases changed to the color of the amber. The ingredients inside the liquid glistened and twirled, causing a mysterious effect to everyone that laid his eyes on them. Silence was spread inside the room. The only sounds that could be heard, every once in a while, was the faint scribble in the parchment and the cracking from a piece of wood being eaten by the blazes. A squeal of annoyance was heard, breaking the silence of the room. The man's raven-haired head shot up and looked at the baby that rested inside the small cradle. Baby Harry granted him with a toothless smile. "Oh, and they tell me you belong to Gryffindor, Potter. You annoy me during my work and then you look at me with a look that could melt butter. This is a Slytherin's quality for Merlin's sake," Snape thought, shaking his head and returning back to marking. A few moments later another squeal of annoyance was heard and Snape looked at the miniature baby with a venomous glare that could make any student run amok to save his life. Baby Harry let out a giggle. "It seems that I am losing my touch," the hook-nosed professor thought, being concerned, and then returned back to the piece of parchment he was reading. The little baby boy stared at him for a few moments before he would throw a toy that would hit him on the head. "Hey, cut that out," Snape stated, being extremely annoyed with Harry. "What is wrong with the little monster today?" he thought, looking at Harry, who seemed to stare at him with his huge emerald green eyes. Potter did not want to play with the toys inside his cradle, and he did not want him to do any work either. Madame Pomfrey had warned him about this. Apparently the infant wanted to monopolize his life. What could he do? He could not spend the entire time engaging with Potter. He had a lot of work to do. He had assignments to mark. After all, he was behind schedule. He looked away and tried to concentrate. Harry, who was not going to let his new guardian escape so easily, used the ultimate weapon. He started whimpering. "Darn, the boy knows me too well," Snape thought while he turned to face the baby boy. "Can I work just for a few moments, please?" the raven-haired man asked, being desperate. The baby giggled once again. Snape went into deep thinking. There must be a way to do my job and interact with Potter at the same time. Snape raised his eyes and kept thinking, when an idea struck him. "Oh, but this is so stupid," he thought, debating with himself. "Well, do you have a better idea?" he answered back. "After all, this might help Potter understand some things better. When you are a child, you do understand some things more easily." He took a parchment from the pile. "Potions that contain mandragora roots can cause a drowsy side effect," Snape read from the essay, ticked it and turned to baby Harry. "Yes, Potter," he started, making his voice squeaky, "the mandragora root can cause the user to go all sleepy and groggy." Baby talking about potions is okay, I guess, he thought. "Yes. And then Mr. Sandman comes and pours sand to your eyes so you can sleep, and that is why we must put only an itsy amount of." "Professor Snape, sir!" A shout was heard, startling him and causing him to jump 2 meters high. He turned around and saw an apprehensive-looking Draco Malfoy staring at him. Draco's hair was messed up and he was wet from head to toe. What is it, Mr. Malfoy?" the hook-nosed professor inquired, feeling uneasy. "Oh, this is great. A Slytherin prefect had heard me baby talking Potter about potions. Can things get worse?" "Peeves, sir." He took advantage of Bloody Baron's absence to the Slaughtered Ghosts Symposium, and he attacked the dungeons. "He is heading for the potions ingredients supply storeroom. We cannot control him." "What? The bloody poltergeist? Wait till I get him," mumbled Snape, being infuriated and arise from his seat. Turning to look at Malfoy with a glare that clearly stated that someone was going to get hurt, and that someone was certainly not him, he uttered, "Draco, please be a good sport and take care of Potter for me, will you?" And with those words he closed the door behind him. Draco Malfoy kept staring at the closed door, moments after it was closed, being horror-struck. His head of the house could not be serious. How was he supposed to look after a baby? And especially when that baby was Potter. A toy flew up high and hit him on the head. Malfoy turned around, glaring, and faced Harry. Baby Harry scowled and started crying. The blonde boy rubbed his head, feeling uneasy, and hoped that the potion's master would return soon. "Will you stop crying?" the blonde boy asked, being frustrated. "Wah!" cried the miniature baby at the top of his lungs. "Please?" Malfoy asked Harry, who stopped and then began once again. "Potter, you are driving me insane," Malfoy shouted. Harry whimpered but continued crying. The blonde prefect sighed in desperation and took baby Harry into his arms. He stared at the small baby with his cold blue eyes, feeling uneasy. Holding his nemesis into his arms was not something he dreamed doing, and to make things simple, Draco still wondered why the potion's master had agreed to look after Potter in the first place. Baby Harry kicked inside Malfoy's arms and let out a squeal of annoyance. "I guess you still don't like me, do you, Potter?" Draco asked, sighing. "Well, I still feel the same about you. However, you are a baby now, and since I cannot hex you to oblivion, can you stop irritating me, please?" Harry started crying and screaming. The blonde prefect closed his eyes and wondered whether it was allowed to commit suicide in front of a baby. The small baby's head turned towards the cradle. He kept staring at it longingly, and Draco found himself incapable of not leaning forward and taking a stuffed unicorn toy that was inside the cradle. Harry giggled as he saw the toy in front of him and then turned to look Draco. Malfoy gazed at him and whispered, "That isn't so bad, is it?" In the meantime, Professor Severus Snape found himself in havoc. Some of the Slytherin prefects were still trying to control the poltergeist, who attacked them with water balloons and stink pellets, and kept moving towards the potions, ingredients storeroom. The potions master stepped forward and stood in one of his infamous poses. "Peeves," he started, glaring the poltergeist venomously, "fly another inch towards my private storeroom and I won't be responsible for the consequences." The poltergeist threw a water balloon at Snape, who ducked in time. Another one flew high and landed on the raven-haired man's back. The potions master felt his back getting soaked as another water balloon landed, and broke, on his head. His hair soaked and turned even blacker. The man felt his face burning from fury. Peeves started laughing hysterically, and grimacing he started chanting, "Oh Snappy, you foolish git. You think I live in a pit? Take your grease away, and take a notice to what I say. To your storeroom I'll find a way." Severus Snape blinked and rubbed his head. Well, if that wasn't out of tune, he thought, feeling a shiver down his spine. "Well, now I do understand why the king ordered for you to be executed. Your chanting stinks." Peeves threw a water balloon and stuck his tongue out. Then, letting a hysterical laughter, he flew towards the storeroom. "Peeves, this is the last warning." Snape threatened him. "Well, what can you do to me, Snappy? I am already dead. You can damage me not." He squeaked and twirled, making the small bells around his belt jingle. The potions master stared at the poltergeist, and his eyes half closed dangerously. Granting Peeves with a dangerous smirk, he took his wand out of his robe's pocket. "Oh Potter, look at me," Draco squeaked, trying to catch baby Harry's attention by making funny faces. The door opened at that point, revealing a very wet, puzzled, and yet satisfied Severus Snape. "It seems that you have been entertaining Potter by making faces," Snape said, smirking, forgetting the primary rule of never, ever dare a Slytherin by commenting about his or her actions. Malfoy, who always followed the Slytherins' primary rule of never leave anything unanswered, smirked back and answered, being cheeky, "Well, excuse me if I am mistaken, sir, but when I entered your office you were baby-talking Potter about potions." The raven-haired man and the blonde boy looked one another intensively for a couple of moments. Snape's eyes closed into slits and he spoke slowly. "Mr. Malfoy, this conversation never took place." "I totally agree, Professor," Malfoy whispered and moved towards the wooden door. He opened the door slightly before he would turn back and ask, What happened to Peeves, sir?" Snape smirked evilly and took a miniature jar from the inside of his robe. Turning it back to his original size, he showed Malfoy a very irritated and squashed Peeves. The poltergeist cursed loudly and the hook-nosed man shook the jar violently. Then he turned to face the Slytherin prefect. "As you can see, Draco, Peeves will consider to ever coming near the dungeons ever again. I want that essay on my desk, first thing Monday morning." Class dismissed. The man's voice echoed inside the dim-lit room. A couple of students grumbled as they left the dungeons. A 3-foot essay about the discovery and development of use of the draft potion meant a whole weekend of hard studying in the library and, certainly, not a relaxed Hogsmeade trip. Well, Snape may have agreed to look after baby Harry, and to their amazement he had not killed the baby yet, but that did not mean that he was getting softer. On the contrary, he seemed to have grown vicious in terms of homework. Yet none of the students could help himself from not laughing, as they passed in front of a jar that contained a very irritated and magically mute poltergeist. When the potions classroom was empty, Severus Snape smirked evilly and waved his wand in front of the jar. "Let me out, you greasy son-on!" Peeves screamed angrily. My language, Peeves. What will the bloody Baron say of this behavior?" the hook-nosed professor said while he kept smirking with a smirk that meant danger. Peeves replied with something really inappropriate that made Snape glare and grit his teeth. Taking a deep breath, he let the air slowly while he replied with an icy cold voice. "I was in the inch of deciding to let you go, but guess what, Peeves, you are staying here until Bloody Baron returns on Sunday." He turned to his heels while Peeves kept swearing in the most hideous manner. While the potions master touched the doorknob, he turned to see the trapped poltergeist and commented cheekily, "Well, I wish you a nice weekend too, Peeves." Madame Pomfrey checked the small baby inside the cradle. Baby Harry, engaged, himself by playing with his hands and feet, leaving a squeal of satisfaction every once in a while. Smiling, she returned back to checking the hospital supplies. She kept muttering under her breath while she ticked for the potions she had to request to be made, when someone opened the door abruptly. The woman let her quilt jump high, being startled, and she turned to face the creature that had entered in her quiet and dignified hospital wing. Her eyes close in slits before she would let out an irritated, yet cool, "Severus Snape. My goodness, Bobby, why bo's the hospital wing has to spell like dat?" the raven-haired professor stated while he clutched his nose, wishing he could wipe it off and never smell the hospital wing's air. Madame Pomfrey felt the urge to giggle hysterically. Snape's decision to always clutch his nose the first couple of moments he entered the hospital wing had developed at the beginning of the week. No one could blame her if the potions master's reactions seemed laughable to her. "Well, Severus, I have to sterile the hospital wing every day. Wizards or not, we will never be able to eliminate bacteria, you know," she replied, not being able to hide a smile. "Yes, but we could all live better with an air freshener, Poppy," Snape thought as he looked into the cradle. "I am taking Potter now. I am going to bring him back this evening for his dose," he uttered. However, Madame Pomfrey stopped him and pointed him to sit at the nearest chair. "Oh great, what am I going to hear today?" the hook-nosed professor thought while he sat down. "First of all, I want to talk to you about Harry's potion dose. I have noticed some 5-month and 6-month activities the last 3 days, and I was about to ask you whether to turn Harry back to his 7-month-old self this week." 7-month means Potter leaves from my back more easily. "Yes, you can do it, Poppy," said Snape immediately. Yet, something inside his chest stung slightly as soon as he replied. Snape dismissed that feeling. "Babies have to grow up. And you do want Potter away from you, right?" he questioned himself hardly. He then nodded twice and looked at Harry, who kept staring at him. "However, Severus," Madame Pomfrey continued, "this period of time is very important for the infant. It is that time of his life who wants to play and be talked to. Think you can manage him, Severus?" "Well, I am doing well so far, aren't I, Poppy? I have survived Potter's colic period, and after that I think I can take everything," the man replied. Madame Pomfrey looked at the man with the look that seemed to state, "You don't know where you are getting to," but Snape decided to overlook it. Looking at the healer for another time, he tried to stand up. However, she let her hand out once again. Severus Snape looked up from the plate to the crowd of students that seemed to be interested in his actions. "How does the woman manage to convince me? Severus, you are repeating yourself lately," he thought as looked back to the plate and stirred the food with the spoon that he held. He looked up again and glimpsed towards his fellow professors' direction. Hell, they were staring at him too. Well, except Dumbledore, that seemed to have got interested in his soup. But, nevertheless, he had that insufferable twinkle in his eyes. An annoyed squeal was heard and the raven-haired professor raised the spoon and put it into the baby's mouth. Then he turned round and glared at the students, who all turned instantly back to their plates. "Will you stop staring, please? It is not like you have never seen a potions master feeding an infant with a spoon," he thought, grating at his teeth while he looked baby Harry opening his mouth for the next spoonful. Blinking for a moment, he thought, "This baby care will turn me insane. It must be the 3rd time I have seen a flash since I have started taking care of Potter." In the meantime, Dennis Creevy sighed in relief. Recklessness was not of his best qualities, especially when it came to Professor Snape. He looked at his magical photographic camera and hoped that if he was ever found out, his camera would be spared from damage. The first time he took the photograph, he did it as a joke. Yet minutes after the dinner, the headmaster had asked him to get some photos of Harry and Snape as frequently as he could. He had photographed Snape 5 times so far, and he wondered where this was going to lead to. Near sunset, the hook-nosed professor entered the hospital wing and waited for Madame Pomfrey to mix the aging potion with Harry's baby formula. He looked at baby Harry, who smiled at him. Snape saw the tip of Harry's first tooth and petted the boy's head. Madame Pomfrey entered the room and gave him the bottle that contained the potion and the formula. When he had stopped feeding Harry, a golden aura surrounded the baby's fragile body, and the potion's master felt it getting bigger and heavier. A couple of moments later, Snape found himself holding a baby with huge olive green eyes that smiled at him, revealing 5 pearly white teeth. Madame Pomfrey took Harry into her arms and weighed him, marking the results. Then she unlocked one of her cupboards, took a small bag from inside and gave it to Snape, who eyed her being puzzled. "These are storybooks, Severus. Something tells me you are going to need them from now on," she commented with her matter-of-fact tone as she shooed the hook-nosed man out of the hospital wing. Professor Severus Snape discovered that the 7-month-old baby Harry had difficulty in going to sleep. Rocking Potter to sleep, as usual, had no positive result and the raven-haired man was running out of patience. When he stopped rocking Harry for a moment, the infant got extremely annoyed and started squeaking and kicking inside his arms. "Excuse for stopping rocking you, Master and Commander," Snape thought irritably while looking at baby Harry. He continued rocking the little baby for a couple of minutes before he would mockingly ask, "Potter, do you mind going to sleep? I do need my beauty sleep too, you know." Finishing his sentence, he turned to look at the luminous clock at the wall. 10:30 and something tells me he is not going to drift off to sleep unless I act fast. Sighing deeply, he reached for the bag that he had tossed on the floor some hours ago. Opening it, he took out a small book and sitting on his bed, he put baby Harry in his laps and held the magical story book in front of Harry. The infant cooed in delight as it saw the pictures moving on the book's cover. Stifling a yawn, Snape stared at the book. "Sylvie the Little Unicorn Goes for a Walk." He read the story's titles and then let out a snort. "Merlin help me, I can't believe that someone was insane enough to publish a series of this," he thought while Harry giggled seeing the small golden unicorn pacing up and down the page. Turning to the next page, he started the story. Sylvie the Little Unicorn lived with her mother, father and friends in the Enchanted Prairie. "Yeah, whatever," he started while baby Harry snuggled comfortably and touched the picture. "You see, Potter, that small thing must be Sylvie and this is her dada and that is her mama. Merlin, I am losing it. Anyway, let's continue. One day Sylvie was bored. She did not want to play with her friends or her mother. Kids, they are never, ever satisfied with what they have," he commented and turned the page. Sylvie decided to go for a walk. Well, this is typical. I mean, this is what the story is about. So she went to ask her mother to let her do so. "See, boy, always ask an adult before you act," the raven-haired man commented and turned the page. Sylvie's mother allowed her to go for a walk up to the river. "Look, Potter, there is the river." She also said Sylvie to never leave the footpath because she could end up in the forest. "See the dark trees, Potter? That's the forest. Seems like the forest of doom to me. I can bet 5 galleons that this is where Sylvie will end." Turning the page and stifling another yawn, Professor Severus Snape continued, "Sylvie walked, being careful never to leave the path. Suddenly a pink butterfly landed on her nose. Sylvie stared at the butterfly, greeted her, 'Good morning, Miss Butterfly. How are you today?' 'Okay, kid, I know you have manners, but do you seriously expect the butterfly to answer back?' 'Okay, Potter, I will continue the story.' 'My, is it a yawn I just received from you? Severus, shall I worry that you talk to Potter and comment on a children's storybook plot?" he asked himself sarcastically while he turned the page. The pink butterfly rose up high and flew around. Sylvie chased her, feeling happy. But Sylvie did not notice that she had left the track and had entered the forest. "Ha, I knew it. Didn't I tell you that she was going to end up in the forest?" Snape said and turned the pages. Sylvie suddenly realized that she was not in the path. Sylvie was lost. Well, as I always say, it's show time. Single quote. Sylvie was scared. Of course she was. She asked for her mother. However, Sylvie was a clever little unicorn. She did not move from her place so that it would not get more lost. After a while her father and mother found her. Of course they did. The heroine never dies, or gets lost, for more than a page. Sylvie was happy. She promised never to leave the path again. You know what is the moral of that story, Potter? Never chase butterflies, Potter. Snape asked and then looked at the boy that was snoozing peacefully inside his arms. Gifting the boy with a hint of a smile, Severus Snape placed the infant into the cradle and looked at the luminous clock. 11:15. It was amazing what 10 minutes of storytelling could do to a child. Baby Harry's eyes flickered and opened slowly. The room was dark and only the moon's light seemed to provide some comfort from it. The infant stared at the ceiling being transfixed. However, moments later he turned his head right and heard the calm snoozing of the man that occupied the big bed. Harry wanted to see the man now. Initially he knew that when that man was not around him for a while, that meant that something bad was about to happen. He let a squeal and then stopped. Snoozing was still heard. APRT. Baby Harry let out and then squealed twice. The man mumbled under his breath and sighed. Being frustrated, the infant started whimpering. "Oh Potter, give me a break," Snape muttered as he tried to open his eyes. The wails intensified and the raven-haired man felt the urge to curse. "Well, it is clear that Potter needs me," he thought, trying to convince himself to get out of the bed. "I hate my life," Severus Snape grumbled while he got out of the bed and half walking, half tripping he moved towards the cradle. Towering himself over the cradle he groggily looked at the baby boy, who was whimpering. Baby Harry, seeing that Snape was looking at him, calmed down and stared back, clutching the stuffed unicorn he had with him. Taking the baby into his arms, the pale-looking professor sat on his bed and rocked Harry. The infant yawned and started drifting off to sleep, and the man put him back to his cradle. To Severus Snape's disappointment, baby Harry started wailing again as soon as he attempted to move away from the cradle. "Merlin have mercy," he thought, recalling Madame Pomfrey's words about separation anxiety. Apparently trying to go back to sleep and ignoring the baby was not going to help at all. Scooping the infant from the cradle, he sat on the four-poster bed and taking his wand he chanted it once again. He then led baby Harry to lie on the mattress, lied down to and covered himself, and the baby, with the sheet and blanket. "Okay Potter," he coolly stated, turning to look at Harry that was yawning. "This part of the bed is mine," he commented, drawing an invincible line with his long finger. "Don't you even dare cross the line or I will not be responsible for the consequence," he finished and turned his back at the boy. It was a nice Saturday morning at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Outside the castle the birds were twittering madly, while inside a certain chamber two big green eyes, in a round face, opened. Blinking for a couple of moments, the little creature clasped the stuffed unicorn toy and then let it down. Rolling on his stomach, baby Harry pushed up on his arms and got into a sitting position. Taking the small toy once again, he squeezed it and then turned to look at the man to his right. The hook-nosed man had his eyes shut and was snoozing, being tranquil. His left arm was under the pillow, raising his head into a much more comfortable position, while his right one was resting near his face. The infant looked at the man and then at his toy, then back to the man and at the unicorn toy once again. Holding the stuffed unicorn tightly, he raised his hands and a couple of seconds later he landed it on the man's face with all the strength his small hands had. Severus Snape shot up, being startled. His heart was pounding and his pulse was racing faster than a firebolt. Panting from shock and lack of breath, he turned his head and glared menacingly. Baby Harry was staring at him holding the toy. "Potter, you are insufferable. How could you do this to me?" he stated harshly, closing his eyes into slits. He was about to say something more, but he stopped, seeing the impact his voice's tone had on the small boy. Baby Harry's lips quivered slightly, his green eyes started moistening, and then the little boy let the most heart-shuddering wail of desperation a person had ever had. "Great. Just great," Snape mumbled groggily, feeling frustrated. He did not mean to snap at the small boy. It was an accident. He was just startled. He took baby Harry into his arms, feeling the small infant go stiff while he was touched. The infant stared into his black eyes, sobbing slightly. The raven-haired professor wanted to kick himself unconscious. Morning's May wasn't his best time of the day, but this was no reason to startle a baby boy in such a manner, even if that baby boy was the recently de-aged Potter. "Darn, I am not good at doing these things," he thought while he was wondering on what to do next. "Apologize is the best option, I guess." A small voice peeped inside his head. "No way," he started it. His ego debated back. "For Merlin's sake, it is for a baby boy we are talking about." The voice squeaked back and then everything fell silent inside his head. Severus Snape petted baby Harry's head and looked at him straight into the eyes. Black eyes met the large moist green ones. "Okay Potter, I am sorry." He started, taking a deep breath. "I shouldn't have acted so harsh and I hope you will forget it soon." Finishing his last word, and feeling slightly lighter, he gave Harry his unicorn toy. Harry smiled at the view of the toy and Snape let him down feeling relieved. At least this had passed. The black-robed professor raised his head up and looked outside the window, being unable to resist. The lake was gleaming in tranquility and the grass at Hogwarts grounds looked greener than ever. The castle was quiet. Almost everyone was away at the Hogsmeade trip. Well, except him, Potter, and the first and second graders. But students did prefer the comfort of their common rooms. It had been quite some time since he had left his chambers for a walk. He kneeled near baby Harry, who was playing at the floor for quite some time, and enchanted his robes and Harry's gray pajamas to adapt according to the weather. Then, taking a clean blanket, he scooped the baby into his arms and moved to the door. Snape was about to open the door when baby Harry turned his head towards the door and squealed. "Beebe, Beebe," the professor thought. "Who or what is Beebe?" "Beebe," Harry insisted, staring at the floor. Snape looked at the floor. But what was he supposed to be looking at? "Severus, this is ridiculous," he thought and shook his head. "Beebe, Beebe," baby Harry exclaimed, kicking inside Snape's hands. Okay, Potter, I am trying to understand what you are asking for." Snape answered back as calm as he could. "If I was a baby, what would I consider Beebe to be?" he asked himself, thinking logically. "One thing is sure, thank Merlin, that Beebe is not I," he thought, snickering inside. "Okay, Beebe, Beebe, Beebe." What was on the floor? A piece of parchment. No, it couldn't be Beebe. A pacifier. But no ordinary baby would have given its pacifier a name. But Potter was not an ordinary boy. He was the one that made his life miserable. But again, the pacifier could not be Beebe. Aha! A stuffed unicorn toy. Taking the stuffed toy from the floor, he offered it to Harry, who let a "Beebe" of excitement. Then, turning to look at the potions master with grateful eyes, he wrapped his miniature hands around Snape's head. The raven-haired man's eyes enlarged from shock, mostly because a small part of him enjoyed this representation of affection. Potter, it was no big deal," he stated uncomfortably, getting outside the room. Severus Snape stood near the lake. To his surprise, it was not as cold as he had expected it to be. Waving his wand with his right hand, he charmed the blanket to spread on the grass, and then he put baby Harry on the ground. The infant kept quiet as the potions master knelt down and gave him Beebe. Seating himself on the blanket, Snape smelled the cool atmosphere and enjoyed the changing of colors in the endless horizon. In the meantime, the infant had engaged himself in a conversation with Beebe. "Ba ma ga dappered," he stated, looking at the toy seriously for a couple of moments. The raven-haired man felt his face twitching uncontrollably while he tried to control his urge to chuckle. The boy was a real bubbler indeed. Baby Harry turned and, staring at his guardian with his olive-green eyes, he stated, "Gi ma ba da." Snape's left eyebrow arched in question. Gi ma ba da. How was he supposed to respond to that? The little boy stared at him again and seriously stated, "Am I by ga?" The raven-haired man's eyes closed into slits and he kept distant for a couple of moments. Then, as if he had understood everything baby Harry had just said, he nodded and answered back. "Of course, Potter. Am I by ga to you too?" The infant gazed at him with delight and started babbling rapidly once again. To his amazement, Professor Severus Snape found himself enjoying babbling back. The infant kept babbling happily, let him touch the unicorn toy that had named Beebe, and kept bouncing in excitement. The hook-nosed professor, noticing Harry's new activity of bouncing, decided to engage him into a little activity. He placed Beebe on the ground, just a few centimeters away from Harry's reach. The infant tried to reach the toy, but he could not quite do it. Squealing in frustration, he turned to look at the professor. Snape sat near baby Harry and stared as the boy leaned forward once again. "Come on, Potter. You can reach Beebe. Just lean a bit forward. You have passed a Hungarian horntail. This is far easier than that." Harry reached for his toy once again, but he could, still, not grasp it. He squealed in annoyance and turned to look at Snape, who motioned with his hands to continue. The infant looked at the toy, being determined, leaned forward and finally grasped the toy and squeezed it with affection. Snape stared at the boy, feeling a bit proud, but then his face fell when he saw who was standing a few meters away from where he was resting. The old wizard paced slowly towards him in Harry's direction. Snape felt the usual embarrassment rising to his face and tried to dismiss it with a scowl. Staring at the horizon, he wished he could turn invincible. Oh yes, Severus, how many black-robed wizards do you know that they could be passed for invincible by that man? His logic interrupted. The old wizard sat near him on the grass. Looking at him with his blue twinkling eyes, Dumbledore inserted his hand into his star-patterned robes and taking it out he stated smiling. "Ah, Severus, it's so good to see you. Drop." And then he offered one of them to him. "I'd rather not, Headmaster. I don't want to spoil my appetite," the potions master said, declining his offer, being civilized. "And how is Mr. Potter this weekend?" Dumbledore asked Harry, who kept playing with his unicorn too. The infant looked at the old bearded wizard happily, and raising the toy up he babbled happily, "Bb ba bu." "I am pleased to meet Bb Harry," the star-robed wizard stated happily. Seeing that Harry started paying attention to his toy once again, he turned to look at Snape, who was staring at the lake, being absent-minded. "The lake is nice, isn't it, young man?" Dumbledore stated, chuckling at Snape's expression when he called him young man. The potions master blushed for a couple of seconds and then turned to look at him. "What do you want, Headmaster?" Snape asked coolly. "Severus," Dumbledore stated seriously, "I do not come near you because I want something from you. How many times must I tell you these things? Believe it or not, you are still a young boy to me, and I find it pleasurable enjoying the lake with you and baby Harry." "Thank you, Headmaster," Snape said, smiling a little. Albus Dumbledore was the only person that had inspired a bit of trust in Snape's heart. He remained silent for a couple of moments and listened to the upcoming voices of the students that returned back from Hogsmeade. "It seems that they are coming back," Snape stated, and taking baby Harry into his arms he charmed the blanket and offered a hand to Dumbledore. "No thank you, Severus. I think that I am going to enjoy the lake for a couple of minutes," Dumbledore stated with his twinkling eyes shining. Snape had started walking when old wizard's voice caused him to halt. "I have noticed that you have given Harry a gray pajama to wear. I think a bit of color suits him better," and chuckling mischievously Dumbledore commented, "I think both of you need a different color." "Headmaster," Severus Snape stated, smirking, "it will be a cold day in hell when I start wearing robes of a different color." And with those words the black-robed wizard started pacing towards the castle. Baby Harry's eyes flickered and opened slowly. The room was dark and only the moon's light seemed to provide some comfort from it. The infant stared at the ceiling, being transfixed. However, moments later he turned his head right and heard the calm snoozing of the man that occupied the big bed. Harry wanted to see the man now. Initially he knew that when that man was not around him for a while, that meant that something bad was about to happen. He let a squeal and then stopped. Snoozing was still heard. "APRT. Baby Harry let out and then squealed twice. The man mumbled under his breath and sighed. Being frustrated, the infant started whimpering. "Oh Potter, give me a break," Snape muttered as he tried to open his eyes. The wails intensified and the raven-haired man felt the urge to curse. "Well, it is clear that Potter needs me," he thought, trying to convince himself to get out of the bed. "I hate my life," Severus Snape grumbled while he got out of the bed and, half walking, half tripping, he moved towards the cradle. Towering himself over the cradle he groggily looked at the baby boy, who was whimpering. Baby Harry, seeing that Snape was looking at him, calmed down and stared back, clutching the stuffed unicorn he had with him. Taking the baby into his arms, the pale-looking professor sat on his bed and rocked Harry. The infant yawned and started drifting off to sleep, and the man put him back to his cradle. To Severus Snape's disappointment, baby Harry started wailing again as soon as he attempted to move away from the cradle. "Merlin have mercy," he thought, recalling Madame Pomfrey's words about separation anxiety. Apparently trying to go back to sleep and ignoring the baby was not going to help at all. Scooping the infant from the cradle, he sat on the four-poster bed and taking his wand he chanted it once again. He then led baby Harry to lie on the mattress, lied down to and covered himself, and the baby, with the sheet and blanket. "Okay Potter," he coolly stated, turning to look at Harry that was yawning. "This part of the bed is mine," he commented, drawing an invincible line with his long finger. "Don't you even dare cross the line or I will not be responsible for the consequence," he finished and turned his back at the boy. It was a nice Saturday morning at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Outside the castle the birds were twittering madly, while inside a certain chamber two big green eyes, in a round face, opened. Blinking for a couple of moments the little creature clasped the stuffed unicorn toy and then let it down. Rolling on his stomach baby Harry pushed up on his arms and got into a sitting position. Taking the small toy once again he squeezed it and then turned to look at the man to his right. The hook-nosed man had his eyes shut and was snoozing being tranquil. His left arm was under the pillow raising his head into a much more comfortable position, while his right one was resting near his face. The infant looked at the man and then at his toy. Then back to the man and at the unicorn toy once again. Holding the stuffed unicorn tightly, he raised his hands and a couple of seconds later he landed it on the man's face with all the strength his small hands had. Severus Snape shot up being startled. His heart was pounding and his pulse was racing faster than a firebolt. Panting from shock and lack of breath, he turned his head and glared menacingly. Baby Harry was staring at him holding the toy. "Potter, you are insufferable. How could you do this to me?" he stated harshly, closing his eyes into slits. He was about to say something more but he stopped, seeing the impact his voice's tone had on the small boy. Baby Harry's lips quivered slightly, his green eyes started moistening, and then the little boy let the most heart-shuddering wail of desperation a person had ever had. "Great. Just great," Snape mumbled groggily, feeling frustrated. He did not mean to snap at the small boy. It was an accident. He was just startled. He took baby Harry into his arms, feeling the small infant go stiff while he was touched. The infant stared into his black eyes, sobbing slightly. The raven-haired professor wanted to kick himself unconscious. Morning's May wasn't his best time of the day, but this was no reason to startle a baby boy in such a manner, even if that baby boy was the recently de-aged Potter. "Darn, I am not good at doing these things," he thought while he was wondering on what to do next. "Apologize is the best option, I guess." A small voice peeped inside his head. "No way," he started it. His ego debated back. "For Merlin's sake, it is for a baby boy we are talking about." The voice squeaked back and then everything fell silent inside his head. Severus Snape petted baby Harry's head and looked at him straight into the eyes. Black eyes met the large moist green ones. "Okay, Potter, I am sorry." He started, taking a deep breath. "I shouldn't have acted so harsh and I hope you will forget it soon." Finishing his last word, and feeling slightly lighter, he gave Harry his unicorn toy. Harry smiled at the view of the toy and Snape let him down, feeling relieved. At least this had passed. The black-robed professor raised his head up and looked outside the window, being unable to resist. The lake was gleaming in tranquility and the grass at Hogwarts grounds looked greener than ever. The castle was quiet. Almost everyone was away at the Hogsmeade trip. Well, except him, Potter, and the first and second graders. But students did prefer the comfort of their common rooms. It had been quite some time since he had left his chambers for a walk. He kneeled near baby Harry, who was playing at the floor for quite some time, and enchanted his robes and Harry's gray pajamas to adapt according to the weather. Then, taking a clean blanket, he scooped the baby into his arms and moved to the door. Snape was about to open the door when baby Harry turned his head towards the door and squealed. "Beebe, Beebe," the professor thought. "Who or what is Beebe?" "Beebe," Harry insisted, staring at the floor. Snape looked at the floor. But what was he supposed to be looking at? "Severus, this is ridiculous," he thought and shook his head. "Beebe, Beebe," baby Harry exclaimed, kicking inside Snape's hands. Okay, Potter, I am trying to understand what you are asking for." Snape answered back as calm as he could. "If I was a baby, what would I consider Beebe to be?" he asked himself, thinking logically. "One thing is sure, thank Merlin, that Beebe is not I," he thought, snickering inside. Okay, Beebe, Beebe, Beebe. What was on the floor? A piece of parchment. No, it couldn't be Beebe. A pacifier. But no ordinary baby would have given its pacifier a name. But Potter was not an ordinary boy. He was the one that made his life miserable. But again, the pacifier could not be Beebe. Aha! A stuffed unicorn toy. Taking the stuffed toy from the floor, he offered it to Harry, who let a "Beebe" of excitement. Then, turning to look at the potion's master with grateful eyes, he wrapped his miniature hands around Snape's head. The raven-haired man's eyes enlarged from shock, mostly because a small part of him enjoyed this representation of affection. Potter, it was no big deal, he stated uncomfortably, getting outside the room. Severus Snape stood near the lake. To his surprise, it was not as cold as he had expected it to be. Waving his wand with his right hand, he charmed the blanket to spread on the grass, and then he put baby Harry on the ground. The infant kept quiet as the potion's master knelt down and gave him BB. Seating himself on the blanket, Snape smelled the cool atmosphere and enjoyed the changing of colors in the endless horizon. In the meantime, the infant had engaged himself in a conversation with BB. "Ba ma ga dappered," he stated, looking at the toy seriously for a couple of moments. The raven-haired man felt his face twitching uncontrollably while he tried to control his urge to chuckle. The boy was a real bubbler indeed. Baby Harry turned and staring at his guardian, with his olive-green eyes, he stated, "Gi ma ba da." Snape's left eyebrow arched in question. Gi ma ba da. How was he supposed to respond to that? The little boy stared at him again and seriously stated, "Mi by ga." The raven-haired man's eyes closed into slits and he kept distant for a couple of moments. Then, as if he had understood everything baby Harry had just said, he nodded and answered back. "Of course, Potter. Mi by ga to you too." The infant gazed at him with delight and started babbling rapidly once again. To his amazement, Professor Severus Snape found himself enjoying babbling back. The infant kept babbling happily. Let him touch the unicorn toy that had named BB and kept bouncing in excitement. The hook-nosed professor, noticing Harry's new activity of bouncing, decided to engage him into a little activity. He placed BB on the ground, just a few centimeters away from Harry's reach. The infant tried to reach the toy, but he could not quite do it. Squealing in frustration, he turned to look at the professor. Snape sat near baby Harry and stared as the boy leaned forward once again. "Come on, Potter. You can reach BB. Just lean a bit forward. You have passed a Hungarian horntail. This is far easier than that." Harry reached for his toy once again, but he could, still, not grasp it. He squealed in annoyance and turned to look at Snape, who motioned with his hands to continue. The infant looked at the toy, being determined, leaned forward and finally grasped the toy and squeezed it with affection. Snape stared at the boy, feeling a bit proud, but then his face fell when he saw who was standing a few meters away from where he was resting. The old wizard paced slowly towards him in Harry's direction. Snape felt the usual embarrassment rising to his face and tried to dismiss it with a scowl. Staring at the horizon, he wished he could turn invincible. "Oh yes, Severus. How many black-robed wizards do you know that they could be passed for invincible by that man?" His logic interrupted. The old wizard sat near him on the grass. Looking at him with his blue twinkling eyes, Dumbledore inserted his hand into his star-patterned robes and taking it out, he stated, smiling, "Ah, Severus, it's so good to see you. Drop." And then he offered one of them to him. "I'd rather not, Headmaster. I don't want to spoil my appetite," the potion's master said, declining his offer, being civilized. "And how is Mr. Potter this weekend?" Dumbledore asked Harry, who kept playing with his unicorn too. The infant looked at the old bearded wizard happily, and raising the toy up, he babbled happily, "BB ba bu. I am pleased to meet BB Harry," the star-robed wizard stated happily. Seeing that Harry started paying attention to his toy once again, he turned to look at Snape, who was staring at the lake, being absent-minded. "The lake is nice, isn't it, young man?" Dumbledore stated, chuckling at Snape's expression when he called him young man. The potion's master blushed for a couple of seconds and then turned to look at him. "What do you want, Headmaster?" Snape asked coolly. "Severus," Dumbledore stated seriously, "I do not come near you because I want something from you. How many times must I tell you these things? Believe it or not, you are still a young boy to me, and I find it pleasurable enjoying the lake with you and baby Harry." "Thank you, Headmaster," Snape said, smiling a little. Albus Dumbledore was the only person that had inspired a bit of trust in Snape's heart. He remained silent for a couple of moments and listened to the upcoming voices of the students that returned back from Hogsmeade. "It seems that they are coming back," Snape stated, and taking baby Harry into his arms, he charmed the blanket and offered a hand to Dumbledore. "No thank you, Severus. I think that I am going to enjoy the lake for a couple of minutes." Dumbledore stated with his twinkling eyes shining. Snape had started walking when Old Wizard's voice caused him to halt. I have noticed that you have given Harry a grey pajama to wear. I think a bit of color suits him better, and chuckling mischievously Dumbledore commented, I think both of you need a different color. Headmaster, Severus Snape stated smirking, it will be a cold day in hell when I start wearing robes of a different color. And with those words the black-robed wizard started pacing towards the castle. Severus Snape sighed in frustration, while he looked at baby Harry seriously. He had a lot of work to do. He had a work that required a cauldron, a huge amount of ingredients, and most importantly, peace and quiet. A work that needed no distractions. A work that needed no infants around. Madame Pomfrey had required several different potions the hospital wing for Monday morning. He had managed to brew some of the required potions while he was teaching in class. But still he had 6 more left to be done, and the worst part was that he had no place to leave Potter. Madame Pomfrey was busy, since the first Quidditch match of the season was approaching. It was amazing what a little match could do to some of Hogwarts' hyperactive teenagers, especially when those teenagers came from Gryffindor and Slytherin, whose house teams would play against one another. 5 attacks had taken place during the past week. 10 students, 5 Gryffindors and 5 Slytherins, had ended in the hospital wing with serious hexes on them. Madame Pomfrey, being enraged, had called for both Professor McGonagall and himself to her office and threatened that if that kind of behavior was to continue, she was not going to take care of any other student. Snape had, of course, done his duty and talked to the Slytherin students, hoping that he had knocked some sense into their little heads. Yet, deep inside, he feared that his words were going to last for only a couple of days. Thus it was important to finish the potions on time. That was going to please Poppy and, he hoped, would make her tolerate the upcoming attacks. Now, where can I leave Potter for today? He asked himself. Madame Pomfrey was busy taking care of hexed teenagers. The headmaster, being a busy man, had the advantage of not taking care of unpleasant activities. What about Argus Filch? I am not that desperate, he commented, shaking his head, and then kept transfixed at the wall. I should have signed a contract of a babysitting aid when I agreed to do this, he thought sarcastically. Initially the potions master knew who were the most appropriate people in the castle to take care of baby Harry. However, there was one issue preventing him from asking them to help him. Those people were students and, worst of all, Gryffindors. And Severus Snape had a policy. Never ask your students a favor, since this will, definitely, get you into trouble. Not only you will have to award them with extra points for their services, you will also owe them a lot for spending their time doing extra work for you. What if they offered themselves for that extra work? Asked the cunning Slytherin spirit that inhabited inside his chest. You will, indeed, give them a few extra points, being nice, but you will not owe them for their services. After all, you could have done it on your own, couldn't you? The black-robed professor smirked evilly as a plan formed inside his head. Hermione Granger looked at her wristwatch. 5 minutes until the end of her patrol. Then she could go into the Gryffindor Tower and meet Ginny for a good chat. If things went well, she could even convince Ron to study a bit of Transfiguration. Or maybe she could play a bit of a wizard chess with him. She looked outside the castle's window. Her patrol had been quite peaceful. Poor Ron's wasn't. He had to stop 2 fights in 2 days. And all of these fights happened because of a stupid Quidditch match. She giggled, thinking Ron's reaction to her thoughts. She could almost hear his words now. Blimey. A stupid Quidditch match. No, it is in matches like that one that we get to prove our spirit to the team. We get to honor Gryffindor House and, most importantly, we get into stupid Malfoy's nose. Suddenly she heard footsteps approaching. Coughing twice, to give herself a much more serious expression, she turned her head towards the direction the footsteps were heard. A tall black-robed man appeared from the corner. He was holding a pale-looking baby with emerald green eyes on his right hand, while he was trying to carry several small bottles that contained potion ingredients with his left hand. Passing near her, a small bottle slipped from the professor's hand and falling on the floor, it rolled in front of her feet. Snape, being absent-minded, noticed nothing and continued his way. Professor Snape, sir. Hermione peeped as she kneeled down and lifted the small bottle. What is it, Miss Granger? Quickly, I don't have all day, he said, turning to look at her with a scowl. You dropped a bottle, Professor, she answered quickly, giving him the bottle back. The potions master nodded as he took the small bottle carefully. Then turning on his heels, Hermione heard him murmur to himself, "Thank Merlin the Sacratus bottle did not break." It was as if something had snapped inside Hermione's head. Professor, Sacratus is the herb that when boiled emits a smoke that can cause dizziness and terrible headaches if inhaled, she said rapidly in her matter-of-fact tone. I am fully aware of that, Miss Granger. After all, I am the potions master of this school. Your point is? He asked impatiently once again. What about Harry, sir? What about Potter? I mean, isn't Sacratus smoke dangerous for a baby? What if inhales some of it? Don't worry, Miss Granger, he won't. I will cover his nose and there will be only a small chance of breathing the smoke. Snape answered back and started walking while he started counting inside. 1, 2, and, Professor, said the young girl as she rushed behind him. 3. Why don't you let Ron and I take care of Harry for today? She asked, blocking his way. It is not necessary, Miss Granger. I think that I can manage Potter for today, he answered back coolly and tried to move. Oh, but I insist, sir, Hermione stated firmly, blocking his way. Taking a deep breath, as if he was trying to control himself, he talked slowly and carefully. Since I do understand that you are not going to let me pass if I refuse, you can take care of Potter with Mr. Weasley for today. Be at my office in approximately 5 minutes. I will have some things for you. The curl-haired girl nodded and walked to the other direction. Seeing her disappearing at the corner, Snape smirked in satisfaction. Hell, I am good, he thought as he paced towards his office. Ron Weasley was in deep thought. Every movement of his had to be calculated and very careful, or else chaos would ensue. Moving that thing over there was too risky, and moving that one over here was too expected. There was probably a trap. AHA. Finally he'd got it. He grasped the queen from his old, wooden, a bit battered, and yet trusted wizard chess set. Then he placed it, or better tapped it on the black square, receiving an annoyed, "I am a lady and you must handle me with care" squeal in the process. Then he turned to look at his sister, who was now looking at the chess set being transfixed. Ron, Ginny, come here now. Hermione's loud voice echoed in the common room, startling them. Brother and sister stood up and rushed towards the gap in the wall that led outside the Gryffindor tower. Hermione, Ginny shouted, being annoyed, you scared the willies out of us. Oh, sorry. Ron, do me a favor and please place your hands inside the portrait hole. Place my hands inside the portrait hole? What for? Ron asked, puzzled. Just do it, Ron. Trust me, you're going to love this. The redhead placed his hands inside the gap, and after a couple of seconds something soft and heavy was placed on them. To his amazement, that something moved slightly. Hermione, what exactly is this? He asked in uncertainty. You will never find out unless you get your hands out. And do be careful not to drop him. Oh, this is just the time to become secretive, Hermione. Wait a minute, did she just say, him? Ron thought as he extracted his hands out of the gap, as carefully as he could. A few moments later a squeal of delight escaped Ginny's lips, since Ron had found himself gazing into a small baby boy's green eyes. 5 minutes later baby Harry found himself being seated on a blanket on Gryffindor's common room's floor, surrounded by 3 teenagers. Instinctively he knew that he could trust them, so he kept staring at them. The 3 teenagers kept looking at the infant, who was clutching a unicorn toy protectively. A couple of silent moments passed before Ron would break the silence. Man, this is weird. Tell me about it, Ginny said while the 3 of them were still transfixed on the boy's movements. The infant chewed the unicorn toy's horn and, turning to look at Ron, he granted him with a smile. The 2 girls near the redhead boy let out a, "How cute" squeal, and Hermione leaned forward and seated Harry on her laps. Harry stared at her, and then showing her the unicorn he started babbling. "Bibi ma ge dappert." Hermione looked at the infant, startled. Baby Harry turned to look at Ron and babbled more intensively, "Bibi ma ge dappert." After a couple of more babbling and seeing that neither Ron nor Hermione were responding back, he started wailing, being unhappy. Heck, what just happened? What did we do wrong? Darn. Ron asked, his voice loud from panic. Ron, don't curse in front of a baby. WAAAAAHHHHH. SSSHH Harry, I wasn't shouting at you. Yes, apparently Hermione cares about your feeling only. Ron, will you stop shouting? I am trying to make him relax. I am not shouting. You are shouting. I am just panicked. WAAAAAHHHHH. Oh brother, Ginny whispered, shaking her head. Ron and Hermione had decided to have a fight at that particular moment, while Harry was crying more loudly than Beeping Myrtle. Covering both Hermione's and Ron's mouth with her hands, she spoke slowly and with a tone that did not take no for an answer. I am going to leave your mouths now, and you have to count to 30 before you will speak again. Did I make myself clear? The other two nodded and she let them go slowly. Then taking baby Harry into her arms, she started talking. Hello little one, who is your little friend? Bibi ma G Dappert. The baby replied, sniffing. Oh, this is Bibi, right? Ginny asked, interested. Bibi. Bibi de ga. Baby Harry responded enthusiastically. Well, I am happy to meet Bibi too, Harry. Ga da peepee art. Yes, and the others are happy to meet Bibi. Aren't you guys? The other two nodded and smiled to the infant that had started babbling to the unicorn toy once again. Leaving Harry on the floor, Ginny turned to look at her brother and her friend. Hermione had turned her back to Ron and seemed to be having a silent conversation with herself. Ron glared and turned to look at Ginny's face. Where did you learn all those things about babies? Ron asked his sister curiously. Ginny chuckled. Oh, this is so embarrassing to remember. During your first year here, Mrs. Matthews, you know one of Dad's coworkers had to go for an important seminar with her husband. So she let her baby daughter, Annabelle, at the burrow for the weekend. So on Saturday afternoon, while Mum was out feeding the chickens, little Annabelle started babbling to me, and when I kept staring her like she was an alien, she went lament. I freaked out and rushed to Mum, who solved everything, that is. I just remembered it when Harry started crying. It is good to have Ginny with us, I guess. Hermione spoke at last, and then thinking for a few moments she asked Ron, are you for a game of wizard chess? Ron grinned at her and said evilly, are you ready to lose, my own? In your dreams, carrot boy. My own, I hate it when you call me that. Finally, one more and I am done for today, the black-robed professor thought as he cleaned the cauldron with the tip of his wand. 5 potion vials were aligned on the table nearby, being full with potion. Placing a mandragora root on the table, he started slicing it, quickly humming in the process. Suddenly the humming faded coldly, since Snape realized that he was humming the "Twinkle, Twinkle Little Star" tune. Darn, I am spending too much time with Potter, he growled, continuing his work. I have to admit that I am getting weirder and weirder every day. Last night I let him sleep in my bed again, he talked to himself while he was adding a spoonful of unicorn horns powder into the cauldron and stirred. I am bathing the boy, read him stories, and I even comment on their plots. One of those days I will start singing lullabies, he commented sarcastically, adding the roots in the potion, and reached for a bottle containing dragon tears. The moment his fingers touched the bottle, Severus Snape felt a sharp hot burn on his left forearm. Yelping in pain, he withdrew his hand from the table and instinctively pressed his forearm with his right palm. Cursing loudly, he leaned down, removed the carpet under his office, and opened a trap door. Taking out a silver cloak and a mask, he charmed them to fit his pockets. Then turning around, he took a small amount of powder out of a small jar and throwing it in the flames, he shouted, "Headmaster, I am leaving now." He rushed to the door and he was about to leave the room, when he remembered something. Turning around, he instantly cleaned the cauldron and put out the fire. The mark burned hotter once again, making him grit his teeth. I'm coming. Don't be so impatient. Wearing the silver cloak and the mask, the potions master apparated inside an old manor. The place was dimly lit with a few candles and caused a shiver to run down his spine. The other Death Eaters and he were in a circle, and in the middle of that circle was the Dark Lord. Lord Voldemort stood up, smirking evilly. My loyal servants, after so many months in Azkaban, I have decided to release you from there. To anyone that wonders why I didn't do it before, well, the answer is easy. I want you to feel how I felt when I was weak and waiting for you to come and find me. You are lucky I am good-hearted. Behind the mask Snape's face contorted in disgust. However, he tried to keep his head clean of thoughts. The Dark Lord was known for being able to read the mind easily, and he was not to risk being caught. But something troubles me, Voldemort continued, hissing venomously. I cannot sense the boy anymore. At first I thought he was dead, but now something tells me he is not. Something tells me that the boy is alive and I can't sense him. And this frustrates me. And you know what happens when I get frustrated. Snape. Yes, my lord, Snape said, bowing slightly and being calm as ever. What happened to the boy? My lord, the boy spends most of his times in the headmaster's office. No teacher is allowed there during their sessions, but I do suspect that the boy receives occlumency lessons. Damn be the old fool. Voldemort spat, glaring. Then eyeing Snape with hatred, as if he was Dumbledore himself, he pointed his wand at him and shouted, Crucio. Snape felt as if every cell inside his body was pierced by hot needles. He wanted to fall to his knees and scream. Yet he was a proud man that was not going to lose his dignity in front of a sadistic lunatic. He kept still, clutching his fists together so hard that his nails pierced the skin. When the pain subdued, he took a deep breath and looked at the Dark Lord. This, Snape, is to remind you that I have not forgotten your incapability of turning in the ministry. You can go now. Voldemort spoke softly and then shooed him with his hands. Ron, you are insufferable, and you are a know-it-all. What, you slimy git, I knew you would do that. You always act the same way. You are calling me a git because I do not speak ill to ladies. Oh, what a knight you are. Hermione shouted sarcastically. Hey, hey, hey. Ginny shouted, entering the common room holding a small ball of pureed food. What is happening here? She tried to cheat. Ron shouted. Did not. Did to. Did not. Did to. Guys. Chill out, people. Ginny interrupted them, still holding the bowl in her hands. Suddenly her eyes closed. Something was missing. Something that had to be there. Her eyes opened and widened in shock. Where is Harry? She asked Hermione and Ron. The other two looked at the floor. Harry had disappeared, taking Bibi with him. Harry! They shouted in unison and started searching the room. In the meantime, Harry, who could not stay immobile for long, had rolled under the bookcase and had fallen asleep there. The three teenagers searched the common room, being frantic with worry, but no one thought of looking under the library. Snape is going to kill us, Hermione cried, her voice full of panic. Or he might reward us for service to the school, Ron commented while looking under a high chair. It's not funny, Ron. Where could he be? Neville Longbottom entered the room holding his Mimbulus Mimbletonia. He put the plant on the table and asked the others what had happened. Receiving the answer that baby Harry was lost, he started looking around in the room. He kneeled to look under the library, and a few moments later he took out a snoozing baby that was holding a unicorn toy. Neville, you are a lifesaver, Ginny and Hermione said in unison, taking the baby from his hands and giving him a peck on the cheek. Neville blushed, and taking his plant with him he retreated to the dormitory. A few minutes later he had joined the three of them in the common room. The others were trying to feed baby Harry. Open wide for the Hogwarts Express, Ron said loudly, moving the spoon around. For a moment or two the three teenagers could have sworn that baby Harry's eyes had raised in desperation. Yet the infant opened his mouth for the spoon. The potions master was sitting inside Dumbledore's office, being worn out. He had just spent the last hour describing the day's incidents. So Voldemort cannot sense baby Harry, Dumbledore spoke slowly. That's good. It was clever of you to tell him I was teaching him occlumency Severus. Well done. Snape grumbled and stood up to leave. Every cell of his body was aching from the Cruciatus curse. Dumbledore took the man's arms and made him sit on an armchair. Taking a potion vial out of his cupboard, he poured some potion into a goblet and offered it to the sitting man. Snape's eyes widened from puzzlement as he took the goblet. How did you know? He whispered, sipping some of the potion and feeling the aching subduing. That he exposed you to the Cruciatus curse. I have seen many things, my boy, and it is amazing how worn out you look when you were exposed to a spell that requires such a hatred to be summoned. Sipping the last drop from the goblet, Snape nodded and rushed out of the room. He had a potion to finish and, though he felt reluctant to admit it, a baby boy to look after. The Gryffindor common room echoed with the girls' chorusing laughter. He did what? Hermione asked aloud while she kept laughing her head off. No, Ginny, he didn't. Snape is too serious to do such a thing. Oh, but he did, Ginny answered back cheekily. And I have the parchment to prove it. She rose from her seat and climbed from the spiral staircase into her dormitory. She opened her trunk and took out a file that was labeled with a potions inscription. Opening it, she ran through her essays and took out the one she wanted. Putting the file back into her trunk, she rushed down the stairs into the common room and handed the parchment to Hermione. The curly-haired girl started reading Snape's comments on the essay. What the essay lacked was listed in 7 different points. However, when Hermione read point number 7, a smile formed. It became bigger and bigger until she started rolling on the floor laughing hysterically. She read point number 7 aloud, still gasping for air. 7. Professor Snape's advice for this week is, flattery will get you anywhere, but please refrain from talking about my ass in public. Ron and Neville looked at each other, their eyebrows rose in amazement, and then they started chuckling uncontrollably. They could imagine their professor grading Ginny's paper, writing down the points carefully and, smirking to himself, adding that extra point about his bum. It was definite now, Snape had gone insane. A small cough was heard. The teenagers stopped laughing and turned to the direction it was heard. Fat Lady was waiting impatiently inside a canvas that was hanging above the common room's fireplace. It's about time. I'd been trying to catch your attention for quite some time now. Professor Snape has kindly asked me to come here and inform you that he is waiting for baby Harry, and you outside. Fat Lady spoke sternly and then disappeared from the canvas. The portrait moved aside as Ron, Hermione and Ginny crawled outside the portrait hole. Neville had decided to be the one who would pass Harry to them through the gap. Neville had gotten over his fear of his ex-potions master. However, he still felt uncomfortable around him and had decided to keep his distance. Receiving baby Harry from him, Hermione turned to look at Snape. We enjoyed having baby Harry with us today, sir, she spoke, looking at him. I hope he was not much trouble, Professor Snape stated flatly. Oh no, sir. Not at all. Ron and Hermione spoke in unison. I have to admit, Miss Granger, that you were right. I worked in a more relaxed manner without having Mr. Potter around me. 20 points to Gryffindor for Mr. and Miss Weasley's, Mr. Longbottom's and your help. Come along, Potter. Time to go back to our room, the raven-haired man uttered, taking baby Harry from Hermione's hands. The infant looked into his guardian's beetle black eyes. Feeling happy, he wrapped his hands around the pale man's face. The man went stiff and 2 red blotches appeared on his cheeks. Coughing slightly, he turned around and left the 3 dumbfounded students gazing at the point where he stood. Oh my God, the 3 of them gasped in unison. Was it just me, or did I just see Harry hugging Snape? Hermione spoke in puzzlement. Yes, you did, my own, Ron answered faintly while he kept staring at the door. Ginny's eyes bulged and her mouth hung open. Then she let out a high-pitched scream as she started repeating, Snape gave 20 points to Gryffindor. Oh Merlin, Snape gave 20 points to Gryffindor. Heck, he just admitted that Hermione was more right than he is. Ron said, hugging Hermione, who turned crimson red and giggled. Professor Snape entered the room, fuming. He paced up and down the room, stopped, and kicked one of the desk's wooden legs. Seconds later he realized that this action had caused him much discomfort. He cursed and hopped around until the pain subdued. Looking at the mahogany desk accusingly, he gritted his teeth and grumbled menacingly. Blasted Gryffindor teenager. Blaster Slytherin teenager. The day had started so well. He woke up early and took baby Harry to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey was pleased. For the first time, after 30 years of being a healer, the Gryffindor vs. Slytherin Quidditch match resulted to only a broken elbow and a broken nose. Nothing a good potion could not fix. There were no fights from the outcome of the match and no students to stay overnight. Perfect. He had no interruptions or troubles in class. Except from a petite first-grade girl, who squealed in fear when he had addressed her to answer a question. That rumor about him being a vampire had, most probably, revived once again. But anyways, the day had passed with nothing to irritate him. Until half hour ago, that is. Flashback. The hook-nosed professor put off the cauldron fires and, like every second Wednesday, checked the cauldrons for any cracks or other sort of damage. He had read in Potion Making Today Search magazine that a portion of defected cauldrons had been found in one of Diagon Alley's best shops. Since then he wanted to search every cauldron in the castle. After having Potter turning into an infant, he hated the mere idea of a cauldron leaking, and turning a student into something that had 7 legs and antennas. Having finished checking the cauldrons, Snape walked outside the dungeons to find himself in havoc. Mr. Malfoy, a Slytherin prefect, and Mr. Weasley, a Gryffindor prefect, were lying on the floor, beating the hell out of each other. Gritting his teeth, Snape leaned down and pulled them apart. Holding them by the ear, he dragged them into the dungeons once again. He made them sit down in the nearest chair and then locked the door behind him. Chanting a silencing charm, he turned around and stared them. "And may I know what was the purpose of such a behavior?" he asked, a dangerous tone in his voice. "He talked bad about my father," Malfoy shouted. "He talked ill about my family and my mother." "I never said a lie about it, Weasel." "Neither did I, Ferret Boy." Silence. Snape barked and the 2 teenagers stopped. "If those 2 are the hope of tomorrow, I don't want to live in tomorrow's society," he thought, rubbing his temples. "The point is," the professor started with a venomous voice, "that you 2 misbehaved in the school's corridors. A prefect does not wander around, using another prefect like punch bag. You were in the prefect position because the headmaster found you suitable of giving your smaller fellow classmates a good example. And I can bet my life that everything started because of yesterday's Quidditch match. You know what? I don't care about it. I want you to learn how to act in a civil way, and your age. Now let me think about your punishment. 20 points from your house each. And a week detention for both of you. Mr. Weasley, be at my office at 6. Mr. Malfoy, I have warned you at the Slytherin meeting. You earned detention with Filch. And be warned, if this kind of behavior continues, I will make sure to achieve your removal from the prefect board. Now get out of my sight." Not wanting to stay with an exceptionally angry Snape, the 2 boys stood up immediately and moved towards the door. The potions master kept staring forward, fuming, minutes after they left. End of flashback. Blasted teenagers, he murmured under his breath, while he kept pacing. You leave them alone for 2 minutes and they start fighting like 3-year-olds. And worst of all, we are talking about the prefects here. Yeah boys, let's start a war inside the school. No one will mind. Sometimes I do believe they will never grow up. Hell never. Potter will. Potter. Oh hell, I forgot Potter in the hospital wing. He thought and rushed outside his office. Insufferable greasy git, Ron Weasley thought as he paced inside the empty corridor that led to Snape's office. I knew he would do a thing like that. 20 points from Gryffindor, huh? I knew that he would take the points he added on Sunday. I bet he added the points to his house right away. And I have to spend my time in detention for a whole week. Stupid Malfoy. He started it all. He deserved that black eye. Even thought it lasted only for a couple of moments. I enjoyed it. The redhead thought, smiling as he approached Snape's office. Well, at least I'll get to see Harry for a while Stinky Malfoy will clean trophies without magic. He stood opposite the wooden door and he was about to knock when he heard something coming from inside the room. He blinked twice and wondered if his ears had deceived him. No, it could not be happening. This was unrealistic. He was probably on crack or something. He leaned towards the door and pressed his left ear on the hard wood. Now Potter, repeat after me. The sheep says, bah. Snape's voice was heard. Ron's face contorted while he tried to control his laughter. The sheep says, bah. Okay Potter, what does the sheep say? The sheep says, bah. Baby Harry's voice followed enthusiastically. Very good Potter. Now after me. The goat says, ma. See the goat on the picture? Yes, that thing says, ma. Snape's voice continued. Oh wait. Till I tell it to the others. Ron thought, chuckling inside. Now Potter, are you ready? The goat says, quote, ma. The small voice answered and then continued, ma. BB, ma. See Potter. BB knows too. Ron looked at the door. He stood up and knocked it. Loud coughs were heard and the boy laughed as he heard his professor grumbling a panicked, "Merlin's beard, I had forgotten all about Weasley." The freckled boy entered the office trying to look as ignorant as he could. Snape was sitting at his black armchair, holding baby Harry on his laps. A small colorful book was on his desk. He dismissed the book into one of his desk's drawers, but Ron could bet that it had the title, Farm Animals, labeled on it. "Mr. Weasley, I have been expecting you," the pale-looking professor pronounced coolly. "Now sit down. You are 2 minutes late, and you are already wasting my valuable time." Okay. Merlin, we are not in a good mood today, are we?" Ron mentally asked his professor, while he sat opposite him. "Mr. Weasley, you have not heard any weird noises coming out of my office when you arrived here, have you?" Snape asked dangerously. "Apart from you talking to Harry, pretending to be an animal." "Nah, where did you get that idea?" Ron thought immediately, before he would answer. "No sir, I heard nothing at all. But I will make sure, people will learn everything," he thought evilly. Ron powdered 5 black beetles in fine powder. Professor Snape had decided that he would spend the week's detention, helping him to brew some potions. He gave the bowl to his professor and watched him adding the powder, pinch by pinch, into the potion that changed from sickly yellow to a fizzing orange one. Snape motioned for him to start chopping the dragon's tongue, while he was carefully measuring the armadillo bile into a small cup. A loud scream echoed in the room and then ear-splitting crying followed. Ron shot up being startled. His left hand knocked a small bottle that rolled down the table, and it would have broken if he did not reach out and grasp it in time. He thanked Merlin that his reflexes were still working and turned to apologize. To his amazement, Professor Snape was not standing near him anymore. The cup was lying on the floor, and Snape had rushed to baby Harry's cradle. Ron kept staring amazed. The black-robed professor scooped the infant up and looked at him being worried. The baby kept wailing loudly, his face red from intense crying. The man rocked the boy slowly. Baby Harry stopped wailing hardly, but he kept sobbing, asking for comfort. Raising the boy to his eye level, Snape looked at the boy, before he would let it rest its head at his shoulder. "SSHH, Potter. Was it a bad dream? Now, everything is all right. I am here now, okay?" He whispered slightly into the boy's ear, while his insides screamed, "I can't believe I am doing this right now. I can't believe I see Snape doing this right now," Ron thought while he kept staring his professor patting Harry's back and whispering comforting words into his ear. He heard a hissing sound and he saw the potion turning faint blue, before it would start emitting a disgusting odor. "Leapin' salamanders," the redhead shouted, holding his breath. He put off the cauldron's fire, while Snape rushed to open the windows, still holding baby Harry with one hand. He, then, took his wand and waved it in a circular way. The disgusting smell faded slightly. However, it seemed to linger in the room like the effects of a recently thrown dung bomb. "Mr. Weasley," the professor asked harshly, "I left you alone for a couple of moments, and you managed to ruin the potion we had been brewing for the past half an hour. What were you thinking?" He finished his words, while he kept petting the infant's back. "I kept staring you, holding and petting Harry, sir," Ron answered inside sarcastically. I am sorry, sir. Harry's wailing startled me, and I lost my concentration," the teenager verbalized. "Oh, get out of my office. There is nothing more we can do now," the potion's master said in desperation. The young man turned around quickly, but he was stopped before his hand could touch the doorknob. "And Mr. Weasley, the past 10 minutes never occurred. Am I clear?" The voice was heard, a tone of danger inside it. Ron nodded and left the room, closing the door behind him. "How could you do this to me? I did nothing. You are acting like a madman." "I am not, woman. You tricked me. No one tricks me. Children, relax now." Dumbledore's aging voice was heard as the door opened and the headmaster's head appeared. "Now, Severus, Poppy, why are you acting like 3-year-olds? Look at baby Harry, see how well-mannered he is behaving." "But headmaster, she cheated," Snape furiously insisted. "I did not. Severus, you are acting like a baby." "Yes you did. You made me agree to let Potter age a bit faster. and now you come and tell me that for the next 2 weeks you will age him only by 1 month each week. Severus, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed impatiently, the period of being an 8-month-old and 9-month-old is extremely important for an infant. I refuse to let young Harry age more quickly and turn his brain into a pile of goo, for your enjoyment only. Madame Pomfrey stopped speaking and stared Severus as if he was an annoying 4-year-old. Immature brat, calling me, woman, in such a manner. I was a healer before he could crawl, she thought, piercing her lips. Oh, do you whatever you want. It is not like I have another option to avoid it. Snape snapped and Madame Pomfrey entered her office. By Merlin, she will pay for this. He thought and turned to look at Dumbledore, who had sat down and was playing with baby Harry. Ah, children, Dumbledore exclaimed, looking at Snape with twinkling eyes, they grow up so quickly, don't they, young man? Snape blushed when he heard Dumbledore's last words. Oh, stop doing that, he reminded himself and answered coolly. On the contrary, headmaster, I do believe that they grow up very slowly. Snape answered back and turned to look at Madame Pomfrey, who entered the hospital wing. If looks could kill, Madame Pomfrey would have been dead. However, they couldn't, and the only thing the pale-looking man could do was to accept the baby bottle that contained the potion. Professor Severus Snape marched down the corridor that led to his private chambers, holding a sleeping baby boy. The 8-month-old boy who lived had dozed off moments after the aging potion was given to him, despite the fact that 3 new, small pearly white teeth had been added to his mouth. It was fortunate that he had given him something to eat before they would go into Poppy's hospital wing. Snape's eyes flushed dangerously when he remembered the healer's trick. Only that woman could have decided to take such an action to his expense. I'll show her. She is, so, going to pay for this, he thought while he turned the doorknob. The potion's master stopped dead and blinked. He retreated 2 steps back and turned his head to the right. Door number 1, door number 2, door number 3, he counted inside. He was indeed outside the correct chamber. But what the hell happened to my room? He murmured while he kept staring in shock. His private, most glorious, chamber had been completely redecorated. His large 4-poster bed, that used to be in the middle of the room, was now placed at the bedroom's left corner. The small living room had vanished to thin air, and the huge Persian carpet that covered the whole room had been replaced with a soft, mattress-like substance that was decorated with magical pictures of kittens, puppies, clouds and bunnies. Harry's toys were neatly sorted by size and shape near the library, which had been transferred near the 4-poster. The only thing that had left untouched was his mahogany desk, his private storeroom and his cauldron. The raven-haired man was transfixed. He kept staring at his chamber with mixed emotions. One part of him felt pure surprise. He had never realized that his bedroom could be so big. The other part was purely angered. He cautiously stepped inside the room, as if he was afraid that the new mattress-like carpet would suck his foot. To his surprise, he was right. That thing, whatever it was so soft that it caused his foot sink inside it. Snape tried to move his right leg, only to discover that the unstable surface caused him to trip slightly. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his balance and not fall. He looked at baby Harry that kept sleeping, unaware of the severity of his professor's problem. Walking as if the room's floor was a huge minefield, Snape managed to place the infant on the big 4-poster. He then tried to turn to his tracks, only to discover that the monstrous carpet was preventing him to do so, since his shoes were now stuck. Sighing in desperation, Snape removed his shoes. His feet touched the soft substance, creating a sense of comfort, and for a moment he felt his anger to subside, slightly. He paced towards his office and taking a small bell, he tinkled it twice. A small pop was heard and Dobby the house elf appeared in front of him. The tall man felt his eyes stinging slightly at the multicolor of the elf's clothes. Dobby's tea cozy was decorated with small stamp-like badges that gleamed furiously. He wore a maroon jumper, the most hideous electric blue with vertical luminous green stripes tie a person had laid eyes on, and a pair of violet shorts. But the elf's socks, or rather stockings, were the ones that caused the most surprise to him. The right stocking was a pink with black dots one, while the left one was a mustard yellow plain one. Of all the free house elves in the world, Dumbledore had to hire the one with such a bad taste in clothes, the potions master thought instantly. Dobby bowed, his bat-flap-like ears moving furiously. "How can Dobby help, Master Professor Snape, sir?" he asked with his squeaky high-pitched voice. "And may I ask," Snape asked quietly and stopped mysteriously for a couple of moments, "what the hell happened to my room?" he shouted. Then remembering that baby Harry was sleeping, he turned towards the bed apprehensively. He let a sigh of relief. Luckily the boy had not woken up. Dobby's ears flapped in fear and he started quivering slightly. He looked at the malicious-looking man that stood opposite him. Professor Snape was known for his cool calmness, but this time things had gone too far. Even humble poor Dobby could understand that. "Dobby is sorry, Master Professor Snape, sir. Master Professor Dumbledore is asking for Dobby and the rest of the elves to prepare Master Professor Snape's rooms, sir." The house elf squeaked quickly, while he watched the professor's eyes flare in anger. "And Dobby as always listens to Master Professor Dumbledore's orders. Even if Master Professor Snape—" Okay, Dobby. I got the message," Snape snapped impatiently, a vein pulsing dangerously at his temple. Not only he had heard the longest, and most irritating, Master Professor speech of all times, but now he had the urge to kill a certain damn twinkling eyes old man. He breathed heavily and looked down at the elf that shook violently with fear. Dobby closed his eyes, expecting Snape's rage to land on his head. He had given Professor Snape bad news, and back at his old master's, bad news was always rewarded with punishment, while good news was rewarded with nothing at all. He felt the towering man opposite him examining him. He expected a violent outcome like a stinging hex, but as moments passed he could do nothing but open his tennis ball eyes and blink slightly. The tall professor was standing opposite him, his eyes closed. He looked like a man who was trying to calm himself by counting, only to find out that that kind of attempt helped a headache to develop and provided no comfort at all. Dobby waited patiently until the man would open his eyes. "Dobby," Professor Snape started, with his voice being a weird mixture of anger, restraint and high-pitched squeak, "stay here, and look after Potter for me, for a while. I have something to discuss with Professor Dumbledore." Finishing his words he wore his shoes and walked carefully towards the door. "Master," Dobby squeaked worriedly, but stopped when he realized the severity of what he had just done. Trying to question your master's decision was outrageous, and he knew that the consequences would be harsh on him. But Professor Snape turned around and waited, his mouth forming a scowl of impatience. "Yes, Dobby?" he questioned, while his eyes narrowed into slits. "Master Professor Snape will not." The house elf started apprehensively and then stopped, as if even thinking of such a thing was worse than the incest taboo. Snape did not understand what Dobby was implying. However, something inside him blinked, and smirking slightly he answered back, while he exited the room. "Don't worry, I will not hurt him much," he thought as he closed the door behind him and marched towards Dumbledore's office. "Now remember," Snape reminded himself seriously, as if his self had split to a mature one and a younger one. "He will use words and his be-damned twinkling eyes to disorient you. Be careful of not being distracted by them, okay? Or you'll be lost in seconds. Got that? It's not like I am facing a basilisk. I am just seeing the school's headmaster. You know, that kind old wizard that would never hurt a fly." The younger voice replied back in confidence, while Snape murmured the new password, "Tung Toffee," and without paying attention to the older voice's defeated remark. "Boy, you are doomed. Ah, Severus, so good to see you so soon. Drop." The old wizard spoke calmly, while the menacing potion master entered his office, ready to explode. "Oh, leave the drops hingy Witsby stuff and tell me what you have done to my room," Snape cried out. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, remained as cool as Peach, despite the younger man's shouting. He granted Snape one of his mysterious smiles and pointed at the red velvet chair that was placed opposite his own desk. "Severus, do sit down," Dumbledore said calmly. Snape harumphed slightly and sat down. He crossed his arms together and kept looking at the older man impatiently. Dumbledore was holding something inside his hands and his long fingers were playing with it. The raven-haired man's eyes darkened and narrowed. Why was the old man trying his patience? Why did he always have to try to enrage him? The answer was simple. It was because he was too good with the man. If he had shouted and refused, the many times Dumbledore said something, he wouldn't be sitting there, being in such a position. And I wouldn't have to take care of the boy. I mean Potter. It's not that he isn't cute. Stop doing that. Potter is not cute. You don't like Potter. Okay. Good. I wonder if he is okay. Can Dobby take care of him? He gets so sloppy sometimes. Stop doing that. Think of Dumbledore. Think of anger. Don't think about Potter. He turned his attention to Dumbledore, who had placed a drop in front of him. Feeling some of his previous anger returning, he looked at Dumbledore and, then unwrapping the drop and placed it inside his mouth. See, I ate your stupid drop. Now will you tell me what you have done to my room? He asked impatiently, as he sucked the sweet thing in his mouth. Young man, I did nothing that will not prove me correct later on, the headmaster of Hogwarts answered back enigmatically. Snape's cheeks reddened for a couple of moments. That's supposed to be answer. He hated that kind of explanations. He hated that Dumbledore was toying with his limited amounts of tolerance. Merlin, give me the strength not to kill him, he thought, while he kept staring at the older man that was seated opposite him. But why is my whole bedroom decorated like a giant playground? And most importantly, why does my bedroom contains a mattress-like carpet of doom? He continued, stressing one word after another, as if violating the words would prevent him from attacking Dumbledore, and then crunch the drop. My dear boy, Dumbledore said softly, you will soon find out that the little bundle of joy you take care of is going to need a lot of space and comfort. Yeah, little bundle of joy. Snape commented inside sarcastically, a little bundle of trouble is much more appropriate. You should have asked me first, headmaster, the hook-nosed professor said, feeling extremely irritated. You don't just order all the house elves in the castle to come and redecorate my room. This is a violation of my rights as a professor here. To make things clear, I only used 20 house elves to redecorate your room. If I had used every one the castle contains, we would have left without dinner. Your room is not that big. But now, Severus, if I had asked for your permission to redecorate your room, would you have allowed it? Certainly not. See my point. I told you that this was a lost battle, the older voice commented into Severus Snape's head, as he was strolling downward the corridor, towards his room. Snape ignored the comment and continued his pace, feeling angry and exhausted. Just a few steps outside his room, he heard an ear-splitting scream, followed by a few anxious wails. He felt a strange flip-flap in his chest and he had to regain all of his logic so that he would not rush into his room. He had caught himself doing it a few days before, when the last of the Weasley brothers was having a detention. Just a simple cry from Potter and he found himself dropping the cup containing the armadillo bile and running to check out for him. By Merlin's wondrous magic, he had never dropped anything as important as a potion ingredient in his life. This baby thing was affecting him more and more. He turned his chamber's door and entered the room, trying hard to keep his face neutral. Baby Harry was wailing frantically inside Dobby's little, skinny arms. His little face was deep red, as he kicked and tried to escape Dobby's grasp. Poor Dobby was trying hard to calm the infant by making little shaking movements. Oh please Harry Potter, stop cry. Dobby is unhappy when Harry Potter is sad. Dobby squeaked unhappily, in the verge of start crying himself. Snape felt the urge to start laughing. Dobby seemed so helpless, trying to calm down baby Harry, he was almost laughable. Snape removed his shoes and paced on the mattress-like carpet. Scooping baby Harry into his arms, he started moving around the room, rubbing the boy's tiny back. Feeling the strong arms wrapping around him, the infant started to calm down. His wail transformed to small sobs and finally to hiccups. See Potter, that wasn't so bad, was it? Snape whispered, trying to control his voice to not become a soothing one. The boy calmed down and started snoozing. Snape placed baby Harry into the cradle and turned to see Dobby, who stood near the chamber's wooden door. The house elf seemed a bit disappointed and kept staring at his maroon jumper. The potion master guessed that Dobby felt that way because of his incapability to look after Potter properly. A house elf was not allowed to fail in the work that was assigned to him. However, he could suspect that Dobby had never looked after an infant before in his entire life. For the Malfoys were paranoid when it came to the point of purebloods and muggleborns, yet they cherished and loved Draco to the point they were spoiling him rotten. Snape sighed as he remembered about. But he shook his head and gritted his teeth immediately, trying to block out the memories. There was no space into his heart and soul for those kinds of things. Not anymore. He turned his attention to the house elf once again, his sight, mixed with bitterness and appreciation. Nodding his head downwards, as he always did to thank someone, he dismissed Dobby and looked at the luminous clock at the wall. It was 9:30. Opening his wooden wardrobe, he took out a pair of blue-white striped boxers and a long-sleeved t-shirt that had the magic picture of a babbling cauldron. Doing so, he retreated into the bathroom. She said I couldn't make it. Snape thought, looking at baby Harry. She thought I wouldn't last an hour from now on. How damn true she was. No, Potter. Don't throw the goblet, the professor said as the infant threw the goblet of water that was placed at the small table near his bed. Harry giggled as he saw the water spilling into the mattress-like carpet and forming a puddle. Snape sighed and knelt down holding his wand. He was about to charm the carpet with a warming charm when a stuffed toy hit him at the top of his head. I am going to kill that boy. He though gritting his teeth. No, I have to be calm. No reason to get angry. He is just a baby boy. He stood up and scooped the baby boy into his arms. He placed him on the new carpet with all of his toys. Harry let out a happy squeal and stared at his guardian, who retreated behind his desk and started scratching his quill on a piece of parchment. Baby Harry babbled happily and fell back on his back. He started touching his legs and then rolled on his tummy. He put his little hands down and tried to raise himself. Slowly he found himself standing in 4. He tried to move forward, only to discover that he was a bit weak. He stumbled and fell on the carpet. He looked up at his guardian, who was not paying attention to him. He sat up and looked at his toys once again. He took a soft ball and threw it towards the old man, hitting him. Severus Snape stared at the parchment he was marking in pure horror. A red line was now crossing the whole parchment, as if it was all a pure mistake. And the irony was that it belonged to Hermione Granger. She was going to have a fit when she was going to lay her eyes on it. As a purely next Minerva McGonagall wannabe and insufferable Gryffindor student, that girl was a perfectionist. And he was a perfectionist too. And as a perfectionist to perfectionist, he knew she was going to have a fit. At least that was what he was going to do now. He stood up and sat down the floor, opposite the little green-eyed monster, known as the boy who lived by many in the wizarding world, but the insufferable baby of doom to him, Harry Potter. You know, boy, Snape started with his dangerous silky voice. You used to be afraid of me, some years ago. But now, you throw things at me and you think that I like it. Well, I don't. I am not cuddly or good. I am your worst nightmare. I read stories to you, but you ought to be afraid of me. To make things short, you must never, ever throw stuffed balls or unicorns or any other weird stuffed with feathers thing. You know why. Because I am Professor Severus Snape, your potion master. And believe me, you are obliged to feel afraid of me. The small baby boy stared at the man with his olive green eyes without making any movement. Good shot, Severus. The professor congratulated himself. You scared the hell out of him. Now he will never act mischievously ever again. Baby Harry, however, giggled lightly and moving forward he hugged his professor's cheeks and kissed the tip of his nose. Professor Snape backed, while 2 red blotches painted his cheeks. Touching the tip of his nose, where the sloppy kiss had landed, he sighed and said in defeat. Potter, I will never understand you. It was a sunny Sunday morning at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Severus Snape gritted his teeth and measured the thick liquid, before adding it into the warm water. He stirred the mixture twice, smiling slightly to the nice smell and the bubbles that appeared. He tested the temperature of the liquid and feeling satisfied he looked down. To his amazement the last, and most important, ingredient required was missing. He looked around, his gaze searching for it, hoping to find it before the warm water would get cold. Now, if I was a naked baby boy, where would I hide? He thought half seriously, half playfully. Potter had proved to be worthy of his amazing abilities and started crawling. Snape, though he would never admit it openly, was surprised by how quickly the infant had mastered the new art of crawling. At first he was a bit wobbly, but in quite some time, Potter was able to cruise himself anywhere. Unfortunately, however, that enabled Snape to understand even better why that boy was sorted to Gryffindor. For baby Harry was determined to drive his professor nuts by searching the whole chamber. He had proven that early this morning. Flashback. Snape, who had for some reason forgot the primary rule of never leave a cupboard open when a crawling menace is around, was about to discover that there were quite some ways for a baby to get dirty while searching, even if a chamber is clean. The potions master had been grading a 3-foot essay about frogworts and their multiple uses, when a soft thump was heard. A few seconds later a squeal of delight, accompanied with giggles, echoed inside the room, forcing him to raise his head from the paper. His beetle-black eyes enlarged from shock on what his sight met in a faint, Merlin's star-patterned robes. Escaped his lips. Baby Harry, the boy who was destined to irritate, was seated opposite the small, wooden ingredients cupboard. A bug full of blue powder had rolled and opened over the boy, who was now covered with its contents. The infant took handfuls of the powder and tossed them around, creating a messy effect. "Potter, whatever you do, do not put your fingers in your mouth. And stop tossing that thing around. It does not grow on trees," Snape exclaimed as he rushed towards the powder-covered baby. He, then, knelt down at his hands and knees and started gathering the powder into a new bag. Having saved what could be saved, he turned to see Potter. He stood up and took the baby into his arms. Looking at it, he smirked. "You know, Potter, you look like a baby clown," he said softly, still smirking at the boy. Big mistake, for if Snape had paid attention, instead of smirking, he would have noticed that baby Harry's eye color changed to deep green. And deep green meant only one thing: mischief. Before Snape could realize it, the infant tossed a handful of blued powder onto his face. "Hey, that was not funny," he protested, coughing, as the blue powder sprinkled on his cheeks. Having no other option, he placed the giggling boy on the mattress-like carpet and undressed it. "Stay there," he ordered and retreated into the bathroom. "Ha ha 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 ha, you look like a sprinkled fairy," the mirror echoed inside the bathroom. "Call me that again, and I will not hesitate to replace you with a muggle mirror." Snape threatened the bathroom mirror, while he was filling a baby bath tank with warm water. "Replace me with a muggle one? Why, what does a muggle mirror has better than me?" the mirror asked with narcissistic tone. Low levels of self-centrism, Snape thought, gritting his teeth. "They don't talk," he answered the mirror. "And the wise mirror is the quiet mirror," he finished off, leaving the bathroom. End of flashback. "Now Potter, where can you be?" Snape hummed slightly and stopped, instantly, in shock. "This is preposterous," he commented to himself. "You are, actually, playing with the boy Severus." He leaned down the big mahogany desk of his, muttering under his breath about not liking the boy. And that all babies around the world should be banned. Well, not all exactly. Only the ones that had green eyes, black hair and were destined to wear glasses and save the world. The others could stay. Seeing that the boy was not under the desk, he turned and opened the wooden wardrobe. He remembered hiding from his mother, when he was a little boy, inside his chamber's wardrobe in Snape Manor. It was their pre-bath playing time. Of course his mother would always find him at the end. However, Potter was not inside the wardrobe. "Well, it was pretty obvious, you dinghead," he said to himself. "You were 3. You could stand on your toes and touch the handle. He is a baby for Merlin's sake. How do you think he was supposed to touch the handle? I don't think he can float to midair." Snape cursed softly and checked the water inside the bathtub. Still warm. Taking his wand out, he chanted a warming spell and went back to his search. Now where could that boy be? Suddenly his eyes stopped still at the 4-poster bed. But of course, Potter was under the bed. How come he never thought of that? Typical of you, Snape. You tend to disregard the most obvious answer, he thought as he knelt and looked under the bed. Giarpert. Baby Harry giggled happily when his guardian appeared, looking at him from the side of the bed. "Hello to you too, boy. Now come outside and have your bath," the young black-haired man said seriously. Baby Harry giggled happily, but did not move. Snape's eyes closed into slits and he inserted his hand under the bed. However, baby Harry was quicker and rolled further inside, going outside the man's grasping area. "That's unfair," Snape exclaimed, seeing baby Harry enjoying his unsuccessful attempts to touch him. "Whose idea was it, for me to have a large bed?" "Stop giggling, Potter. That's infuriating." The infant stared at his guardian with gleaming eyes, and taking a dust bunny that was lying near him, he placed it inside his mouth. "Ew, Potter, that thing is certainly not good for you. And I can also bet that it is not nourishing," the potion mater commented as he closed his eyes and thought to himself. "Maybe I can get him out by using Wingardium Leviosa. No, this may hurt him, and after all I can't do it under the bed. What about Accio? Does it work on living human beings? I must ask Flitwick some time. How about entering under the bed? That's plain stupid, Severus. You can't fit there." Potter," Snape ordered calmly, but in an extremely dangerous tone, "come out this instant, or I will order Creevy to take a photograph of you, naked on a bear hide. And then I will distribute copies of that picture to every human being inside this school, including the faculty." The baby's eyes darkened for a couple of moments and, Snape could swear on it, came to resemble the 16-year-old Potter's ones. That color reminded Snape of the boy's older self thinking during potions. The boy crawled forward, towards him. Snape sat in a kneeling position, and when the boy emerged from under the bed, he caught him and raised him to his eye level. "Gah!" Baby Harry pouted and stared the man directly into the eyes. "Well, Potter, if that's your attitude," the raven-haired man stated flatly, "then let it be." He continued and stared at the angry baby's eyes. This movement turned out to be the longest staring contest Severus Snape had in his whole life. No one had ever met his glare without lowering his eyes immediately. Well, except McGonagall, and Dumbledore, and Poppy, and, okay, the faculty was much older and no one was afraid of him. But students were another issue. He looked at Harry's angry eyes and felt his eyes watering a little. That boy proved once again that he could rival his own thick-headedness. He could not afford to lose. Snape did it, the only thing no one would ever expect him to do. The only thing that could stun, and keep, a student of him dumbfounded for days. It was so amazing. It was so unbelievable. Snape stuck his tongue out to baby Harry. The baby blinked from surprise. This was a side of his guardian he did not see every day. Finally the chamber was filled with the boy's giggles. The hook-nosed professor let out a weird chuckle, due to his attempt to suppress it and remain serious. "Okay, Potter, it's time for bath." He coughed seriously. Baby Harry giggled happily when his body touched the warm scented water's surface. Being seated in the baby's bath tub, he started splashing water around. Snape rubbed the baby boy's creamy body with the water and then focused on his head. For some peculiar reason the man could not understand, Potter tended to move around the moment he would touch his head. After quite some time, and loads of baths, he discovered the way to keep baby Harry quiet. It was simple, yet effective. It was a plastic ducky. "Cack, cack," the infant exclaimed as the tall wizard gave him his bath toy. "Bloom, cack, bloom," he continued as he splashed the plastic toy into the water. Snape smiled to this sight, only to scowl seconds later. Then taking some baby shampoo, he rubbed it inside his wet palms and then placed it on the boy's soft hair. At first baby Harry was annoyed, but seconds later, he returned back to his splashing and babbling. The tall wizard rubbed the boy's tiny head carefully and then took a bowl full of pure clean water that was near him. Placing his left palm so that he could cover the baby's eyes, he spilled the water onto the boy's head, little by little, to remove the soapsuds from the shampoo. "Go, prrrr," Harry exclaimed as the water ran down his head. "Yes, it is a bit cold, isn't it?" Snape commented as he rubbed the boy's head clean from the last trails of soapsuds. He, then, moved sideways and found himself staring at the infant's green eyes. Taking some, suitable for baby's skin, liquid soap, he started rubbing Harry's little porcelain white body. Baby Harry, who had probably decided at the moment that he had stayed quiet for a lot of time, grinned mischievously. When Snape's head lowered closer to him, he moved his hands forward. The black-robed professor retreated backwards and searched frantically, due to lack of vision and pain, for a towel to wipe his face. It stinks, it stinks. Potter, when I find the towel, you are going to die. He thought while he blindly searched around. Well, at least I have completed the hole. He looks like a big mean bat persona of mine, he commented to himself sarcastically. His long fingers touched something soft and he immediately brought it to his face and wiped the water off. Snape turned his attention to baby Harry, who was eyeing him gleefully, tossing water around. Well, Potter, he said, smirking, you must know now. This means war. He moved to the bathtub and splashed, gently, some water to the boy. The boy was, at first, in shock. Yet he regained his senses very quickly and attacked back. Snape felt the water splashing against his chest and was left with a mixture of different kinds of surprises. At a point, he was shocked. Potter, a weak boy that wore diapers, had the audacity to strike back. No one strikes back. For heaven's sake, that meant challenge. However, what he really felt was surprise. His chest was airy and soft. To his pure amazement, the raven-haired man found himself enjoying that splattering with Potter. And he never enjoyed anything. Well, except chocolate. He stopped for a moment in order to consider his actions. The action he was about to engage himself with was going to become a cause for a lot of thinking. Baby Harry stared at the tall man and threw more water on him. Snape snapped back to reality and looked at the boy with a raised eyebrow of question. Did the boy really thought that he, Severus Snape, was about to let this challenge pass? He smirked and splashed more water to the boy's face. This triggered a series of count events that was to lead to the biggest water fight Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry ever known. Okay, Potter, that's enough. This water is cold, and you started to get wrinkles from being in it. Snape exclaimed after quite some time. He scooped the infant into his arms and started rubbing his body with a towel. When baby Harry was dressed, Snape took some time to examine his room. The mattress-like carpet of doom was doused from the water and soapsuds. The assignments he was marking were lying forgotten on his mahogany desk, and a plastic duck was placed near his ingredient collection. One thing was sure, this havoc reminded nothing of his always dignified, clean chamber. Severus, are you all right? You missed. The older female echoed inside the room but stopped abruptly, probably from shock of what her eyes had met. Lunch. Severus Snape turned around and for a split of a second he enjoyed the surprise drawn in Minerva McGonagall's features. If someone could be proud for one thing, that would be the greatest achievement of taking Hogwarts, Deputy Headmistress, by surprise. However, a couple of seconds later his face turned ashen white. Shit, how to explain this mess? He thought, a bit panicked. I don't think that the troll entered my chambers and attacked Potter's bathtub excuse will be believable. Now Severus, think something fast. Yet, Snape needed to explain nothing, for McGonagall's face lit up and a wide grin was spread across her features. Snape was sure that the fact that his robes were soaked with water was the hint that gave the truth away. What? He asked in bewildered tone as the Transfiguration's professor gazed at him with, a heaven forbid, soft expression. Oh Severus, you two are so sweet, McGonagall said cheerfully and turned around. No, I am not sweet, Snape exclaimed urgently and in desperation, while McGonagall kept smiling. I am Severus Snape, the potion master of this school. I am the fear of every student around. I am certainly not sweet. McGonagall hummed slightly and kept smiling. She opened the door and smirking she commented. Okay Severus, whatever you say. She then closed the door behind her. Potter, Snape said furiously, yet very calmly, while watching the infant playing with BB, this is entirely your fault. Severus Snape sighed in frustration and reminded himself on how much he hated the Potter boy. It was simply irritating that the infant had decided that this was the time for, I do not want to be away from my professor. Separation anxiety. Everything started early that Monday morning, just a few hours ago. The potion master opened his eyes and let out a groggy sigh. He absolutely hated Monday mornings. He turned his head to the left and was amazed to see baby Harry fully awake. Snape felt the urge to growl. He, who wanted to go back to sleep, had no luxury into doing so. While the boy, who had all the time in the world to sleep, was wide awake and played with a stuffed unicorn toy. With eyes half closed, the tall man walked into the bathroom. Waahhhhhhh. Snape shot up, being startled. He looked at the old blade he was holding in his right hand and thanked whichever great witch or wizard had been protecting him that moment. He shuddered and shook his head, as he thought himself moving his hand spasmodically because of the cry. He imagined the unbearable pain and the blood running down his cheek to his neck. He sighed in relief and looked at his covered with shaving cream face. Waahhhhhh. Snape entered the room, still covered in shaving cream. He took the boy into his arms, which silenced immediately while he felt the warmness of his guardian's chest. Baby Harry giggled when he saw the man's face. "You think it is funny, Potter? Well, I don't. I have to shave, and you are distracting me," Snape commented and placed the boy on the mattress-like carpet. He placed some toys near the boy, including BB, and moved towards the bathroom. "Now be a good sport and play, while Professor Snape finishes his shave," he said, and took the razor once again. He was about to place the blade against his cheek, when the baby boy's wails echoed in the bathroom once again. Snape took a deep breath, while his mirror image started banging his head against the wall's image. He entered the bedroom and the boy silenced. "Potter, do you mind? I need to shave in peace," Snape exclaimed and narrowed his eyes. The boy stared as the man turned his back, and the moment his head got out of his vision, he began crying once again. The raven-haired man closed his eyes in despair and felt the urge of laugh hysterically. "I just want to shave and lit the damn cauldron's fire," And then he had an idea that was so crazy that it might work. He entered the bedroom, took baby Harry and BB into his arms, and entered the bathroom once again. Placing the infant on the toilet seat's cover, he turned his attention to the mirror. No crying at all. At last, he could start shaving. 15 minutes later, Snape entered Madame Pomfrey's office, as always, without knocking. The healer shot up, feeling startled, and gifted Snape with a murderous glare. He just smirked in satisfaction. After the incident on Friday afternoon, Snape promised one thing to himself. If he could not hex her, he would just irritate her nuts. Simple, yet effective. "Severus, how many times have I asked you to knock the door before entering?" Madame Pomfrey asked with her matter-of-fact voice. "If we include my childhood years, I would say 47. Snape answered back crisply. "My goodness, Severus, if I didn't know you, I would have felt flattered that you keep a record of your irritating habit towards my face." Madame Pomfrey remarked sarcastically and reached out to take baby Harry into her arms. Yet the moment baby Harry felt the woman's hands touching him, he let out a loud squeal and grasped Professor Snape's robes as hard as his baby hands could hold. Madame Pomfrey looked at Snape, who looked at her blankly. "Has he done that before?" the healer asked, as she let the infant rest into his guardian's arms. "No, as far as I know. But Potter has developed an irritating habit of wanting me around him at all times." The raven-haired man saw a glint in the witch's eyes and he felt a shiver running down his spine. It was definite now. He was going to listen to something really bad. He felt baby Harry's grasp intensifying. His squeals, however, subsided and he started chewing BB's horn. "So, little Harry is suffering from a severe case of separation anxiety," Madame Pomfrey addressed, in a soothing tone, while she tried to catch the baby boy's attention. Baby Harry looked at Madame Pomfrey and then hid his face in his guardian's chest. Snape felt quite uncomfortable and coughed slightly. He, then, scowled at the healer, who was smirking at his sight. "I hate it when the woman takes that expression," he thought, and placed the baby on one of the beds with all of his toys. Baby Harry sat quietly, holding his stuffed unicorn toy into his hands. His attention, however, was focused at each one of his guardian's moves. Snape turned to look at Madame Pomfrey in uncertainty. While he hated to admit it to himself, he felt reluctant leaving the boy alone and distressed. "Oh, do go to class, Severus, and do not worry. He will cry, but he will get quiet soon enough," the healer commented quietly. Snape turned around to leave. He opened the door and he was about to step outside, when he stopped dead at his trucks. He had just realized something very important. He turned around and eyed Madame Pomfrey with a venomous glare. "Poppy, I certainly do not care about the boy's welfare. Oh, stop smiling. Severus Snape that day, like every day, apart from weekends that is, entered the potions classroom in the castle's dungeons. And started lighting the cauldron fires. Far from the common belief that a person could easily just point a wand and lit a fire, Snape knew that the truth was quite different. A worthy potion master, like he was fully aware that fires lit in a slapdash way could result unpleasantly. In a mild catastrophe, the outcome would have been a potion with an awful taste and, in some cases, a hideous transformation. Yet in the worst, and most likely to happen, situation, the result was going to be a huge explosion followed by pickled ingredients being landed on students' faces. And if Snape ever wanted something in his entire life, this was his valuable ingredients collection staying inside its jars. Snape hummed to himself as he lit the last cauldron fire. When the fire was nicely adjusted to the correct temperature, he opened one of his mahogany desk's drawers and took out a magical thermometer. Like Mrs. Weasley's magical grandfather clock, the thermometer had words, instead of temperature, written on it. Professor Snape moved towards the middle of the classroom and raised it to his eye level. At the bottom of the magical thermometer, there was the inscription, "You are supposed to brew potions, not ice cream," while at the very top there was the written statement, "Hell must have broke loose and I foresee a cauldron exploding." However, the man's eyes lingered, in satisfaction, at the middle of the magical instrument, where the phrase, "Conditions perfect, one-of-a-kind alchemist," was written. It was at that moment that Snape heard a small, psst, coming from behind, and he turned around to see a very anxious Madame Pomfrey's head. He leaned down towards her and motioned his head. "Severus," the healer said in defeat, "I never thought I would say this, but I need your help in the hospital wing." "What do you mean? There is nothing more you can do?" Snape asked, hoping that what he was about to hear was not what he suspected it would be. "You saw the state poor Harry was when you finally arrived. He was literally out of breath. He stopped crying the moment I gave him to you, and from that moment on, he has clinged on your chest and refused to let you go. Apparently, the only solution is to take him in the classroom." "What? Listen to me, Severus, before you go ballistic," Madame Pomfrey said, interrupting his outburst. "Baby Harry needs to feel relaxed when you leave a room. And to achieve that, you have to gain his trust. Then what do you propose? Now listen to me carefully. I must have gone mad. What on earth am I going to do with that thing in my class?" Snape pondered as he stood in front of the old wooden door. Sighing deeply, he entered the class. Everyone in the classroom stared at the professor, unable to utter a single word. Severus Snape, the most cold-blooded professor Hogwarts students have ever met, and were destined to fear, has entered the classroom, cuddling an infant. Now that was something to be recorded inside the new edition of Hogwarts, a history. Baby Harry, who was resting inside his guardian's arms, looked up from the man's chest towards the rest of the classroom. Everyone was staring at him from behind their cauldron, uncertainty drawn on their faces. Then, smiling slightly, Baby Harry brought his left hand to his mouth and blew a kiss towards the student's direction. "Ah, how sweet," every girl in the classroom squealed in unison, and then they all started giggling together. "Females around the world unite your mother instincts together," Snape thought, along with the rest of the males, kept staring at the girls with a face-fault expression. Coughing to himself slightly, he took out his wand and charmed the whole front of the classroom into a playpen area. The students tried to control their giggles. Snape in a playpen area. What more was left to be seen? "If I hear even the slightest suspicion of a giggle, you will all end up writing your will. Did I make myself clear?" the raven-haired man exclaimed in a dangerous tone. Seeing that everyone had the "I got the message, Professor" expression, he continued. "Now take the potion list I gave you at the beginning of the year, and start brewing potion number 4. Everyone turned to his books and ingredients, while Snape sat down and started marking some essays. Ah, if only his life could get any easier. Luckily, Baby Harry had decided to behave in an appropriate manner during the first lessons periods. Yet at the beginning of the 5th period, Snape understood that his luck was getting short. Not only had he a double period with the mischievous 5th graders of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, but Potter decided that it was the time to embarrass Professor Snape. Ah, the fifth graders, the most mischievous group of students in Hogwarts history. Many may thought that the appearance of the Weasley twins up to now must had ensured that the seventh graders would be known as the most ill-behaved in Hogwarts Chronicles. And yet this was not true. The truth was that the fifth graders were unbearable for a reason. The word silence was not understood by them. For example, Miss Weasley proved soon enough that she was both the twins in one. The girl was a major practical joker, rebellious, and if anyone was caught in her bad mood swings he would suffer. Mr. Creevey had the annoying habit to take his photographic machine anywhere. The professor knew that the boy only waited for him to turn around in order to photograph anyone secretly. As for Miss Stevenson of the Hufflepuff house, well, the girl could not stop speaking. He had threatened with detention, but the girl would continue talking. Snape had found himself in the verge of shouting, "Shut up!" more than 1,000 times. Luckily, however, he always managed to remind himself that he was a gentleman. Then he would give her detention. It was during a speech that baby Harry decided to interrupt. The rare emerald lily can be gathered once every 4 years. It takes this outstanding plant 4 whole years to blossom, and it must be cut during the first half hour of its life to maintain his amazing abilities. After 30 minutes of blossom, it turns back to a seed. When it comes to potions, this plant. Gah! A very irritated baby Harry's voice was heard. Everyone, including Snape, turned his head towards the boy. Baby Harry was sitting near Professor Snape's legs. When the potions master stared at him, Harry scowled and hit his little hand against his guardian's left leg. A few giggles were heard, as Snape kept staring the baby blankly. Baby Harry waited silently for a couple of moments. "Moo! Goof!" he shouted at Snape, causing a hysterical laughter to fill the room. "Goof! Do I look like a goof to you, Potter? Severus, you are hallucinating once again." He cannot speak yet, he is just bubbling, Snape thought as he kept staring at Potter, wondering of what the boy wanted. Seconds later, and seeing that his guardian did not intended to move, baby Harry crawled behind the professor and pressed his head between the man's legs. Snape felt the urge to curse in embarrassment, since he finally understood the obvious. Potter wanted to crawl under the table. Moving aside, to let the boy pass, Snape turned to face all the teenagers that were laughing, being out of breath. "I am pleased that this little incident brought you back from Dreamland, but we have to continue our lesson." Snape spoke acidly, as the students' laughter turned to snickering. "Now, as I was saying, when it comes to potion, this extraordinary flower has many multiple uses. A spoonful of its petals, in a dehydrated form, is the ultimate ingredient of the Wolfsbane potion, while a..." Snape stopped once again as he felt someone tagging his robes. Lowering his gaze once again, he looked at baby Harry. The infant raised BB towards Snape and cried out happily. "Hi, BB Pie do. Oh Merlin, what am I going to do with this boy?" The professor pondered as the whole classroom started snickering once again. "Stupid brats. What are they laughing about? Now I will show them," he thought, gritting his teeth, and he lowered down to take baby Harry into his arms. Then he turned to face the classroom that kept snickering. "Since you find my lesson so amusing," he started by closing his eyes into slits, "I feel that there is no reason to continue. Your homework for Wednesday is to write a 6-foot essay about the different uses of the emerald lily. I want to know how each part of the flower can be used in both hydrated and dehydrated form, the taste it creates when it is added to the potion, and its side effects if it is ill-used. Now, there is no use to beep like that." Class dismissed. The students stood up and emptied the classroom. Snape heard a faint, heartless git, and assigned Mr. Williams an evening-worth detention. He, then, turned to the baby boy, who looked him straight into the eyes and giggled happily. Though he felt reluctant to admit it, he knew that it was time to ask for her help. Snape looked at the old wooden door that he had seen a lot of times before in the past. He stood still and weighed his options. He did not want to ask for the woman's help. It was not only the mere fact that she still regarded him as the younger ex-student she had once met years before. It was also the fact that his proud Slytherin spirit did not wanted to ask her help from all the other professors in this school. However, he was clearly out of choices, and he did not want to relive the day's experience ever again. Looking around, to make sure that no student was around, he knocked the door. "Enter." A quick, yet warm voice escaped from behind the door that led into the office. The door opened and revealed a scowling Snape that held a happy little baby Harry into his arms. Minerva McGonagall's gaze softened as she pointed towards a chair near her wooden desk. Snape growled and sat. "How can I help you, Severus?" McGonagall asked, smiling slightly. "Minerva," Snape spoke softly, "I would appreciate it if you stop snickering like that. You haven't stopped doing this since yesterday and it has started getting to my nerves." "I can't help myself, Severus. You two were so sweet." "Oh, for Unicorn's glazing eyes. How many times do I have to repeat that? Severus Snape is wicked. Not sweet, not soft, and if you don't believe me, you can ask any other student you want." "No need to do so, Severus. I saw that little first grader eyeing me apprehensively after you snickered at her during breakfast," McGonagall chuckled. "The poor one was looking at me with those pleading eyes that seemed to shout, 'Please don't let him eat me, Professor.' Has the rumor about you being a vampire revived again? This is what I believe. Tell me, Minerva, do you have any idea how those rumors managed to linger over the years? Since I got the job as a potions master, this rumor comes and goes. I don't know, but it seems to me quite obvious that the fact that I am teaching in daylight, sleep at night and I can see my face in the mirror are a major substantiation that I am not a vampire. What more do this blasted children need from me? A smile and some colorful robes." McGonagall thought, but replied, "Don't worry, Severus, as it came it will pass. Now what is the purpose of your visit? Let me guess, you want help with little Harry over here." "How did you know that?" Snape questioned her, trying to hide his amazement. "I had a talk with Poppy this morning and I was hoping that you would request for some help." Memo to myself: kill the damn healer. Snape thought and gritted his teeth. However, seconds later, he smirked. "Don't get any ideas of importance, Minerva," he snickered. "The only reason I ask for your help is because no other professor is available. It is an unfortunate event that you and I have free time at the same hour." "Don't worry, Severus, I won't. So, how is it going to be done?" "Poppy advised me to leave the boy here each day and increase the period of my absence steadily. Let's begin with a period of 10 minutes, shall we?" 10 minutes, isn't that a short time?" McGonagall asked in surprise. "Not for Potter. I have my doubts that you can even survive 5 minutes with him." "I better go," he stated, put Harry on the floor, and stood forward. "Severus," she said, stopping him, "I know I am no expert in babies, but I am aware that you must say goodbye to him and assure him that you will be back before you leave." Damn, Snape thought. I hate it when women take that look of superiority. Yet having no option, he kneeled and stared into Harry's big green eyes. "Okay, Potter, be a good sport and wait for Professor Snape to return from his walk. Try not to torture Professor McGonagall much." He was about to stand up when he saw McGonagall motioning with her hand. Sighing deeply, he passed his hand over the boy's head, in a weird attempt to pet and not pet the boy's hair. "See, Minerva, I granted your wish. Have a nice 10-minute moment with him." And with those words, he closed the door behind him. "Waahhhhhhhh. Now, dear, Professor Snape will be here soon," McGonagall said soothingly and gave him a stuffed ball from nearby. "Why don't you try to play with this little ball until he comes?" "Graahhhhh." Baby Harry shouted and tossed the toy away, hitting a basket that contained a pillow and a ball of yarn. "Mr. Potter, that was not very nice," McGonagall exclaimed seriously and picked the ball up. "Waahhhhhhhh." The Transfiguration professor sighed and shook her head. Though she felt reluctant to admit it, baby Harry was very difficult to handle. He was so much different from the quiet 16-year-old Harry Potter. Maybe if she took him into her arms, she could make him relax. "Harry, give me back my glasses and stop crying. You are giving Aunt Minerva a dreadful headache. Now. Waahhhhhhh. Oh, by Merlin's square lenses spectacles," McGonagall uttered and placed baby Harry on her desk, who once again took her glasses and refused to give them back. For how much time had this boy been crying? No wonder Severus Snape was the only one to handle him. The door opened and McGonagall saw a very black blurry image. Baby Harry's wails ceased, and her glasses were given back to her. For the first time in her life, McGonagall felt the urge to scream in delight after seeing Snape. "So how did it go?" the tall man asked blankly, as he wiped the boy's tears and nose with a handkerchief. "If we disregard the fact that I am temporarily deaf at my right ear from too much screaming, I would say it went well." McGonagall answered seriously while her insides were screaming with delight. "At last it is over. It is finally over. Shall I bring him tomorrow then?" "Certainly, Severus. I think he has started to like me." Snape just nodded and closed the door behind him. However, he could not help himself but to whisper into the boy when he turned down the corridor. "Potter, I hope you will not kill the woman by the end of the week." When the door closed behind her, Minerva McGonagall leaned back at her chair and closed her eyes. A small ringing echoed inside her ears and she had a terrible headache. "By Merlin, this boy hates me," she whispered faintly and gave herself a mental order to ask Poppy for a nerve-calming potion. The days followed in the same pattern. Harry would scream as frenzy as a banshee and would not stop until Snape would enter the room. By Friday, however, baby Harry turned more relaxed to the idea of the potion's master absence. McGonagall managed to engage him to some playing activities, and she could swear that when Snape arrived from his walk, Harry had called her Miva, while he waved goodbye to her. When the door closed behind her, she sighed. Next time she was going to see Harry, he was going to be 9 months old. Snape raised his head from the assignment he had been grading and sighed unhappily. Potter had discovered a new way to test his limited patience. This way was called dropping things to the ground until Snape throws himself out of the window. It was for almost an hour that baby Harry would choose a toy, examine it carefully by squeezing it or banging it on his lap, and then would throw it on the floor. Seconds later he would start squealing until the hook-nosed professor would lean down, pick up the toy and give it back to him. Baby Harry, then, would choose another toy, examine it and throw it on the ground. "Why can't my Sunday mornings get easier?" he questioned himself as he saw baby Harry examining a soft red ball. However, when Harry threw the ball down and started squealing about it, Snape knew that he was not going to grant the boy's wish. A man had his limitations, and he had to use them in order to stay sane. Therefore, he just turned to glare at the boy, who just giggled slightly and started chewing Beebe's horn. It was at that moment that Snape stopped to examine the unicorn toy. The white unicorn had started graying due to the dirt it came in contact with every single day. The silvery color of Beebe's horn had faded and the tip of it had been chewed off. One of the unicorn's black button eyes has started hanging from a piece of white thread, threatening to fall off. And to conclude on Beebe's ugly state, a hideous odor was escaping from it, probably a product of the spilled food that Harry had smeared the toy with. Severus Snape's nose wrinkled in disgust. That toy needed to be cleaned immediately. Only Merlin could know how many germs were multiplying on the toy the moment he was just thinking of it. His hand extended and touched the toy. Snape's face contorted with disgust as his fingers got soaked from the boy's saliva. Good grief, he thought. Beebe has more germs than a puss-filled zit. Trying to ignore his inner need to let the toy, Snape tried to take Beebe from baby Harry's hands. Baby Harry, however, felt that he had a saying to what the potion master intended to do. Therefore he clutched the toy protectively and shouted menacingly. "Ah!" Snape blinked in surprise by the boy's outburst, but he did not let the toy down. On the contrary, he continued pulling the toy towards himself. "Gra, Potter, I have to clean Beebe." "Ah, Potter, let Beebe go." "Ah. Oh, Gra, give me, ah." That, toy, he shouted as he, finally, managed to release the toy from the infant's strong grasp. Baby Harry stared at his professor and started whimpering. However, Snape felt no sympathy for the boy. "You can whimper, Mr. Potter," Snape stated mockingly, "but this potion master will not surrender on your, whimpering. Beebe is going to be cleaned." Concluding, Snape turned and hurried to the bathroom. Baby Harry's eyes narrowed and darkened so much that the irises could not be distinguished from them. If Snape had not had his back turned, he could have been shocked from the infant's expression. Baby Harry's lower lip curled in anger as he saw his guardian retreating into the bathroom with his favorite toy. Suddenly a faint plop was heard and Baby Harry started snickering. Snape, however, noticed nothing. On the opposite, he was rushing to get into the bathroom and put the toy into the laundry basket. He even ignored the small yelp of shock that escaped from the magic mirror. Tossing the toy into the basket, he ordered, "I want that in a perfect condition. Sew the eye and wash it with hot water until it turns purely white. I will be waiting for an elf to bring it back to me." He, then, turned around and moved towards the door. A small yelp was heard again and Snape turned to face the mirror angrily. Not only Potter was squealing in the nearby room, but his mirror had started squealing too. Yet when he turned around he stopped dead. His eyes bulged, as if someone had punched him hardly into the stomach. His mouth hanged open forming a soundless scream. He felt the need to sit, as a hint of nausea rose towards his mouth. He gulped twice for that feeling to subdue and then it happened. The vein at his right temple throbbed terribly as his left eye twitched in anger. This was absolutely preposterous. Turning to his heels he rushed to face Potter. "Potter," he shouted in a high-pitched scream, "what on Merlin's pet dragon have you done to me? My hair, it is pink. I will just throw myself out of the window. I will probably faint before hitting the ground, so it will be a painless death." Snape said to himself, sarcastically, looking outside the window, downwards to the ground. He looked at Potter, who was staring at him smirking in satisfaction. He then turned towards the mirror and gazed, in horror, at his bright pink hair. Looking outside he continued, "But I can't do that. I don't want to be buried with pink hair. Merlin, this is unbearable. Maybe I should try again. Cara Medista," he mumbled, pointing his wand at his hair. His hair started glowing slightly and for a moment, Snape thought that his hair would turn back to normal. When the glowing stopped, however, a small snap was heard and his hair turned rainbow color curly, before turning back to bright pink. Baby Harry just giggled. "From all the magical babies in the world, I had to take care of you, Potter," he stated in an irritated manner. That you had strong magical abilities transferred in your blood, by accident, from an egotistical megalomaniac. So in conclusion, I can't get my hair black again, until you decide to do so. Oh Merlin, I am doomed," he thought as he realized what he had just said. It was at that point that Baby Harry started searching around, as frantically as he could. Then he looked at Snape as if he had just remembered something important. His eyes darkened and started to moisten, his lips quivered slightly before he would start crying loudly. "Bibby, Bibi Aga Bibby." Snape took a deep breath and released the air slowly. He hated seeing tears, even if those tears belonged to Potter. He moved from the window and sat on the bed's side. He took the boy into his arms and petted his small back. Baby Harry hiccuped but continued sobbing, calling Bibi every now and then. "It's okay, Potter," Snape started in uncertainty. "Bibi will be away for a while. I had to send him away. No reason to cry your head off. What if I play with you? Will you get quiet then?" Baby Harry sniffled slightly as he looked at the pink-haired man. His sobs subdued and the man felt that he had sorted things out. However, and as if Baby Harry had a weird revelation, the infant started screaming and kicking inside the man's arms. "Bibi, am I Ma Bibi? I always wanted a quiet Sunday morning. Is it too much to ask?" Snape asked himself in despair as he watched the infant kicking inside his arms. After a considerate amount of shrieking, Baby Harry's wails subsided. Snape sighed in relief as he thought that the boy had, finally, forgot of what he was shrieking for. Letting the boy on the covered with mattress floor, he gathered some of his toys and sat near him. Yet the black-robed man was soon to discover that Baby Harry could get ruthless. Forgetting quiet did not mean that the boy had forgotten about Bibi. It just meant that Snape was now in charge of an extremely angry, yet quiet infant. At first Baby Harry examined his toys carefully. Then, and as if a signal was given, he started throwing the toys around. Some of the toys hit the wall, while a rubber blue ball was thrown out of the window. The ball hit the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain, who was flying near the window. The teenager turned around, wondering from where that ball came, while the rest of the team laughed. "Oh Merlin, I am asking for this favor and please grant it. Make this boy stay quiet now, so that those Ravenclaw dunderheads will forget all about the ball and leave," Snape whispered to the skies. Baby Harry, however, screamed and started wailing loudly. "Why don't you ever work with me?" the hook-nosed professor asked the skies in defeat. "I am not a bad man, am I? After all, I have not killed the boy yet." Meanwhile, the Ravenclaw Quidditch team that was flying nearby heard the squeals, and understood who was crying. Johansson, the Ravenclaw captain, hovered above the ground and caught the blue ball. Then, sighing deeply, he turned to the team. "Ah, I will just give the ball back to Potter and come back," he said, and flew close to the castle windows trying to see baby Harry. "Shit," Snape thought, and stared at his pink hair in the mirror's reflection, before retreating to the bathroom. Johansson flew near the windows until he saw baby Harry, who silenced immediately and smiled back at him. "Hello to you too, Harry," Johansson said plainly. "Are you all alone here? Where's Snape?" "Professor Snape for you, Mr. Johansson." "Are you all alone?" the teenager asked playfully, but then got serious. "Here, I found your ball. I will put it here, on the floor, and go," he said, placing the ball on the floor and leaving. Snape let out a sigh of relief and peeked out of the bathroom to make sure that Johansson was gone. He took his wand out and charmed the chamber so that no one outside the room could see him. Baby Harry started once again throwing toys around. Suddenly a plastic circle hit a bottle of potion that shook for a couple of moments and, then, rolled, hit the floor and broke. "Potter!" Snape exclaimed angrily. "I had been brewing that potion for 7 weeks. That does it. No more Mr. Nice Professor Snape." With those words, Snape removed all the toys, away from the baby's grasping area, and then scooped him into his arms. Baby Harry, of course, started kicking in order to get free. His guardian's grasp was stronger, nevertheless, and minutes later the baby boy was sitting still on Snape's laps. The professor had grabbed the first story book he would see from the library and opened it. "Giggly the Pix's Bad Day," Snape mumbled and let out a snort. "And I thought stupidity was finished with Sylvie the unicorn." Baby Harry stared at the black, winged creature with interest and stopped squealing. Feeling satisfied, Snape opened the book. Giggly the Pixie woke up that morning feeling cranky, Snape read, rolling his eyes, and then she destroyed the world. "End of the story," he commented. However, baby Harry scowled and started babbling. "Ree-boo. Okay, I will proceed with the story, Potter," Snape said, turning the page. Giggly looked for her toy Flowey, but he was nowhere to be found. Potter, can I read you something else?" Snape asked in unease. However, baby Harry stared him with an unquestionable, "Shut up and get on with the story, look." Giggly felt really sad, yet Giggly felt hungry, and that boy was a serious turnover to the whole story. Okay, I will proceed." Giggly the Pixie went into the kitchen to have breakfast. Does Pixies have a kitchen? And something bad happened. I bet that it is a volcano. What about you, Potter? Baby Harry looked at the book and started shouting, "Gi Pi boom, boom." While Snape turned the page, Giggly found out that there were no rose petal cereals left for her. Oh, the horror. The pixie had nothing to eat, so she starved to death. The only thing to eat was mashed daisy leaves. Who does ever thinks of these things? And Giggly hated mashed daisy leaves. Later on, Giggly the Pixie played near the lake. Suddenly a big owl attacked her. Giggly hid behind a rock. Giggly felt angry that her playing was ruined. That's weird. I always thought that you ought to be afraid if an owl attacks you, and you are the size of an ant. Near midday, Giggly went back home. She was very unhappy. You see, Potter, her mother saw her crying and asked her what happened. Well, isn't that sweet? Giggly told her about losing Flowey and being attacked by an owl. Her mother smiled and gave her Flowey. The toy was clean, and that is how BB will be later on. And Giggly the Pixie was happy. The end. Snape had conveniently skipped lunch by asking for some tea and chocolate chip cookies to be sent to his room. Baby Harry was still annoyed by the absence of his favorite toy, but he was more tolerable than he used to be in the morning. Snape woke up from his afternoon nap and watched the boy looking at his toys unhappily. BB, he asked, and at that moment a magical tone was heard from the bathroom. Snape entered the bathroom and found Bibi clean and magically new. Smirking, he took the toy into his arms and returned to his bedroom. He gave the toy to baby Harry, who, staring the toy in disbelief, started crying. Bibi, duret Bibi. It was after a lot of crying and thinking that Snape took the boy into his arms and unlocked the door of his secret room. Inside the room there was the painting of a woman he knew well. She stared at him with the crying boy in his arms, and it took her a while to speak. "Severus Snape, what on Merlin fiery spirit have you done to your hair? Potter is in a bad mood because I gave his toy for cleaning. So he transformed my hair to pink," he answered in defeat. "It seems so. The poor little one seems distressed. Unfortunately he hasn't stopped crying until I gave him his toys back. Do you think you can sing him a lullaby?" "Severus," the woman in the painting commented seriously, "I hope you did not give the toy to a house elf in order to be cleaned." "I actually did that, mother." "Severus Snape, what have I been telling you all these years?" she asked with a scorn that made the potion master lower his eyes. Always to gather my toys after playing?" he asked, looking at Potter, who was sobbing inside his arms. "Apart from that, always eat my vegetables." The raven-haired woman sighed in frustration, lowered her head and muttered something about men's incapability to look after children under her breath. Baby Harry coped the woman's movements and babbled. "Bah 80, always clean your children's toys along with them. I must say that I do remember you having a fit when I cleaned Zuzu, your stuffed snitch, for the first time. It took you hours to relax. From then on, we just pretended that you were giving Zuzu a bath in order to clean him. Oh, and that time you lost him in the park." Quote, "Mum, can you leave embarrassing details of my childhood memories out of the discussion? I don't want Potter to hear them." Snape interrupted her, blushing. "Nonsense," the woman said, smirking. "After all, children have a memory after the age of 3. Not this particular one." Snape, though, inside, not wanting to argue with his mother. "Don't worry, Severus, dear. He will stop soon. See, he has already started chewing the toy's horn." The boy looked at the boy man happily, and Severus felt something hot on his head. Seconds later, his hair was back to their raven black color. Snape smiled to himself and turned to his heels. "Ahem," the woman coughed, stopping him. Snape blushed and approached the painting. Leaning forward, he kissed the painted woman's right cheek and blushed when she heard her muttering, "That's my baby boy." Snape placed the boy into his small cradle and tucked him warm. Baby Harry opened his small eyes for a couple of seconds and babbled lazily. "Knee 80. Snape sat on his armchair and took a book into his hands. Suddenly his eyes opened wide from realization and he kept staring at the wall. He turned his head round and looked at the cradle in horror. "Was it my idea, or did Potter just call me Daddy twice?" Madame Pomfrey had charted down on paper that baby Harry was supposed to attempt to stand and walk by the end of the week of November, at the age of a 9-month-old. However, it seemed that baby Harry had no intention into doing that. Professor Severus Snape had to master all of his saved eloquence and persuasion skills in order to convince Madame Pomfrey to allow the infant grow up that weekend. Of course, Madame Pomfrey resisted as much as she could into allowing Snape's stupid idea to pass. She even called for the big gun. It was Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, owner of Merlin First Class, and once again chief of Warlock of Wizengamot, that was called into saving the healer's skin. Yet, the unexpected happened. Snape fought back. Snape fought back and resisted more than any other time before. Dumbledore was amazed by the young man's act of resistance. "Listen to me, headmaster," Snape snapped after a whole of 2 hours of negotiations. "If you agree with Poppy, and you allow her not to give Potter the aging potion, I vow to dismiss myself from both of my duties as a potion master and as the boy's guardian." Albus Dumbledore heard the man and realized that for the first time, and after a long period, he had lost a battle. Thus, he turned to Madame Pomfrey and asked her to bring Snape Harry's bottle. He then turned to look at Snape with the considerate amount of twinkle in his eyes. When Madame Pomfrey gave Snape the bottle, Dumbledore winked at her playfully, and she smirked. Snape looked at them and shivered unconsciously. He understood that soon enough he would be introduced to the embarrassing world of a 10-month-old. Snape gritted his teeth as he gazed at the huge wooden door of the Great Hall. Though he was the winner, and he had managed to make Hogwarts healer to let Harry grow, he was still at great loss. For from now on he had to act in a certain way that was going to prove entertaining to the idiotic teenage dunderheads and highly embarrassing to him. Unfortunately, Dumbledore had, in his sly way, ordered him that he could not skip any meal, unless in a case of an emergency. And that evening, Snape found himself wishing for a Death Eater meeting. Yet, that Death Eater meeting never took place, and Snape found himself outside the Great Hall, alone and completely angry. He looked at the door and then at the infant in his arms. Boy, door, boy, door, boy, door. He then let out a grumble and entered the room. They say that there are people that can make people notice them at the moment they enter a room. Severus Snape, of course, belonged to that unnamed category of people. It was universally acknowledged that the moment Severus Snape entered the Great Hall, which was most of the time full of people, all teenagers would stop talking for a couple of moments. In most of these cases, Snape felt extremely proud for his ability to make any ding-head teenager to stop whatever conversation he or she was into, and turn to look at his entrance. However, that day he felt something close to embarrassment. Maybe it was the fact that he kept muttering stupid things to baby Harry, in a silly voice he never knew he had. Okay boy, he started entering the room, here we are. See all the kiddies eating? That is what we are about to do. Now let me place you on your high chair. Isn't that nice? The word, light-stricken, was not enough to describe the amount of puzzlement that was drawn in every student's face. Yet, seconds later some faint chuckles were heard. Snape felt anger rising inside his chest, and he had to restrain himself in order of not hexing the chuckling students to the next dimension. Look at the nice porcelain bowl. Isn't that nice? If you eat all your food, you will see a pretty picture. Picar, Picar, baby Harry said in excitement. Yes, picture. Now let's take our spoon, shall we? Open your mouth wide. These words caused much laughter to the students. Snape turned to face them with a scowl, but it seemed that nobody cared about it. The potion master sighed deeply and continued feeding baby Harry, giving him the golden spoon, to try by himself, every once in a while. A couple of spoonfuls, and a smeared baby's face later, Snape turned his attention to his own plate. Immediately the golden plate filled with some hot soup. He ritualistically picked the golden spoon up and rubbed its tip with his index. Then, he lowered the spoon down and dipped it inside the hot soup. As he lifted the spoon to his mouth, he was stopped by murmurs. Murmurs that were highly annoying. Was that an entrance or what? A female whisper was heard from the Hufflepuff house table. Snape's eyes closed into slits and his irises turned to the Hufflepuff house table. Some girls were snickering slightly, covering their mouths with their hands. Note to myself. Deduct 10 points as soon as you have the chance. He thought and continued sipping his soup. Well, he gave the term, evil bat, a new meaning. Another girl from the table replied and more snickers erupted. The potion master bit his lips in anger, only to realize that this caused them to bleed. He tried to ignore the comments that were buzzing around him and focused in the golden goblet that contained his pumpkin juice. A few giggles erupted from the Hufflepuff house and Snape felt his left eye twitching slightly. A vein started throbbing at his right temple as he heard the word, pathetic, referring to him. And that moment it happened. Bang! An ecophantic noise that reminded many of a pistol shot echoed inside the room. Baby Harry, who was startled by the loud noise, started crying, but no one moved. For they were all shocked, even Dumbledore. Snape, who had lost control of his anger, to the ultimate level, had sent an unseen, yet powerful, magical block of power towards his golden goblet of pumpkin juice. The goblet was hit so hardly that it burst into pieces and caused the juice to erupt in every direction. Snape stared, in disbelief, at the havoc he had created. Yet, as he recovered first, he stood up and scooped baby Harry into his arms. The boy calmed down and whimpered slightly in Snape's arms. Did the loud noise scare you, boy? He asked the infant, who hid his face against his chest. No need to worry now. It has passed. Baby Harry sniffled and looked at the man into the eyes. Snape stared back and petted the boy's head, causing the boy to smile. Then, he leaned sideways. "BB," he squealed out happily as the man gave him a white and, a bit, battered stuffed unicorn toy. The potion master put the boy down and looked at the crowd of students, and some members of the faculty that were still looking at him in a speechless state. Smirking to himself, he took his spoon and dipped it inside the golden bowl of soup. They would get over it, he thought as he devoured his soup. Sooner or later, they will get over it. Snape tapped his feet nervously as he waited for a knock on the door. It was Wednesday afternoon and he had a lot of work to do. Actually, the work was a very complicated potion that required no interruption by anyone. For the first time in his whole life, Snape found his soul split into two. One part of him felt really ecstatic for making this potion, for it challenged his abilities to the extreme. Yet the other half of his self felt extremely disgusted by that ecstasy, since this potion was brewed for Dark Lord's use. Also, there was a little problem. That problem was small, Merlin forbid, cute, and was named Harry Potter. Where could he leave that boy? The boy's friends were studying, McGonagall was preparing some tests, Hagrid was at an unknown mission, and Filch or Trelawney were out of the question. Therefore Snape had no option but to ask for some help from Dumbledore. Snape had marched into his office and demanded for some help since, as he said, was not in the mood to be violently tortured. Dumbledore beamed happily and promised that someone would arrive to Hogwarts to help him with baby Harry. The raven-haired man, of course, never cared to ask who was going to come. The fact that Dumbledore promised to handle the situation was enough for him. Yet he was still troubled on why the headmaster's eyes twinkled so much. A faint knock on the wooden door was heard and Snape assumed that help had finally arrived. He opened the door, but when he looked at the person opposite him, his fingers sunk inside the wood. His eyes closed dangerously into two venomous slits while he examined the human being that stared at him uncomfortably. "What are you doing here?" Snape hissed menacingly at the man. Remus Lupin looked at the man opposite him in disbelief. He was sure that Snape would literally explode from anger. He stared at him intensively and wondered on why on Cersei's fiery spirit he had agreed to help Snape, of all people. "Dumbledore sent me," Lupin said dryly and stared at the man. "So will you let me pass, or are you going to stand there all day long?" "What are you doing here, wolf boy?" Snape asked in mockingly sarcastic tone as he let a glaring Lupin enter the room. "Dumbledore asked me to come here and help with baby Harry, Big Nose." "I will not tell it a third time," Lupin replied, feeling unable to resist himself. Snape, however, ignored the other man completely and took baby Harry into his arms. He, then, turned around and, looking at the other man, he addressed the baby boy. "Boy, this, you are calling him boy?" "Yes, wolf boy, I am calling him boy. Do you have a problem with that? If you do, talk to the headmaster." Snape replied calmly. "Well, shoot me for asking." Lupin thought. "Calm down, Remus. Don't bite him. Stay calm, for the boy's sake at least." Anyways, Snape continued, turning his attention to baby Harry. "Boy, this is Remus Lupin that will take care of you, okay?" he mumbled as he gave him to Lupin. Baby Harry stared at the man with the light brown hair and the chestnut eyes for some moments. His eyes turned ink green and he seemed as if he was in deep thinking. His brow furrowed for a couple of seconds and he turned to Snape in disbelief. Then his features were lit in a childish joy and he cried out happily, as he hugged the man's face. "Mooey, mooey, mooey?" Snape asked with a raised eyebrow. "Mooney," Lupin replied happily and kissed the infant's forehead happily. "As much as I do hate to interrupt this, scene that threats to make me throw out the limited food I ate today," Snape interrupted, while he picked some potion ingredients from the store room. "I must lock myself into that room. Now Lupin, pay attention. You are not to enter the room. I don't even care if the whole school catches fire, you will not. Whatever happens, just knock the door thrice and if I can, I will come." "Yes, Master and Commander. Am I allowed to lick your boots now, sir?" Lupin thought but nodded in agreement. "In that shelf over there you will find diapers, baby powder and clean clothes." "Is it my idea or does Big Nose acts like a parent?" Lupin thought as he paid attention to the talking man. Quote. Potter likes playing with that strange toy where the baby inserts plastic shapes through holes, and if he asks for BB, just give him the unicorn toy. I have also prepared magically warmed bottles of milk, since I am sure you don't have any beeps hidden inside this robes you wear. Okay, maybe he does it, in a weird sort of way. The ex-dark arts professor thought, as Snape passed his hand over the baby boy's head. Bye, 80. Baby Harry squealed, waving at the tall man. 80. Lupin asked in shock, looking first on the boy and then at Snape. Don't ask, Wolf Boy. It is really complicated. Snape sighed and entered the other room. Baby Harry was sitting on the floor and was staring at a line of plastic toys of different shape and size. Near him sat Remus Lupin, who had still not got over his shock. He just stared at the boy blankly and muttered incoherent words under his breath. He needed some time to process what had happened some moments ago. Harry had called Big Nose Daddy, and he did not seem happy about it. But he wasn't acting angry either. It was as if the tall man had accepted the thing that many people called kismet, or fate. Remus Lupin, of course, knew that Severus Snape had never ever referred to himself as Daddy in front of the boy. The possibility of Snape doing that was as the possibility of him not transforming on a full moon. If he was a normal human being, Lupin would have wondered on why the boy had called Snape Daddy. But Remus Lupin was not a mere human. He was a werewolf, a man that kept an animal inside. Over the years he learnt that every animal baby, including human babies, learnt to distinguish his or her parents by the constant smell he or she came close every day. The smell of the one who helped to provide food and took care for it was distinguished as a parent. It was instinct that led baby Harry into believing that Snape was his father. Lupin wondered on how James Potter would have reacted, and he knew that his son was calling Big Nose Daddy, and smiled. "Ook mooey," baby Harry cried out happily to the shabby-robed man. Lupin turned around to look at the baby boy. Baby Harry was holding a star-shaped plastic toy on his hand, and he was trying, unsuccessfully, to make it pass through a triangular-shaped hole. The boy looked at the toy once again and tried to pass it through the rectangular hole. The werewolf chuckled uncontrollably. That boy could not get any cuter. Baby Harry turned to look at Lupin and blew a raspberry, causing the man to laugh even harder. The infant turned to the star-shaped plastic toy and then at the box's lid that had the different size holes. Star-shaped plastic toy, box's lid, star-shaped plastic toy, box's lid. Baby Harry's brow furrowed in concern, but his face lit soon enough. Moving his little hand forward, he removed the box's lid and tossed the toy inside. By Merlin! Lupin cried out, "Harry, you are definitely James's son," and started laughing once again. So, why is Snape so secretive about that room? What is in there? Amy! Baby Harry shouted happily. Amy! Lupin asked in confusion. There is a girl named Amy. You mean Snape has a girlfriend? Baby Harry raised his eyes in desperation and shouted loud, "No, Amy, mooey. Amy. I am sorry, Harry, but this time I understand nothing." The infant, however, did not insist. On the contrary, he turned his attention, oddly, onto the bed's covers. "So Severus dear, who is looking after that sweet little boy you take care of? Any of your little friends?" the lady from the painting asked. "With all due respect, Mother, I am too old to have little friends, and even if I had, the man outside is not one of them." Snape answered as he added 3 drops of moonflower extract into the cauldron. "Nonsense, honey, you will never be too old for me. So who's the man outside?" "I don't want to talk about it," the man answered back, stirring the cauldron viciously. "Okay," the woman said. After a few seconds of silence, however, she said softly, "But remember, my son, you will catch more flies with honey. So try to be civil with the man." Snape did not answer back. Yet a few moments later he looked back and realized that his mother had left the portrait. She had, probably, gone to visit some of the other painting's residents. The man, of course, stared at the babbling cauldron while he spoke under his breath. "Try to be civil, as if, maybe I should thank him for trying to kill me when we were students. Maybe I should feel honored that Messed Hair Potter and Twitching Eye Black were playing pranks at me. Hell, at the next Death Eater meeting I will be friendly with Smelly Rat Pettigrew." The day I will be good and civilized with Wolf Boy is the day Dobby will start talking grammatically correct for a couple of seconds. Aha! Finally, I finished the damned potion. Snape took an iron spoon and put the potion into a potion vial. He was about to magically seal the vial when he heard a set of anxious rapping against the wooden door. What do you want, Wolf Boy? Can't you take a boy on your own even for a while? I thought. Big Nose, can you please shut up and get the hell out of that room? Snape opened the door and looked at the other man with a venomous glare. And may I know whatever thing possessed you to swear in the presence of a learning to talk infant? He blurted out coldly, not realizing that he had asked about Potter's welfare. The learning to talk infant has just turned the trying to stand infant. Lupin commented, answering back and pointing at the baby boy. Baby Harry had grasped a bit of the bed's covers with his tiny little fists and was, desperately, trying to stand up. Lupin stood near him, while Snape, who tried not to look very concerned, had stood a bit further. Come on, Harry, you can do it. What are you muttering there, Wolf Boy? It is called psychology, Big Nose. You encourage the infant by talking to him. Man, how can the boy live with you? The boy is perfectly healthy with me, thank you very much, Snape answered back, while he motioned to baby Harry with his hand, behind Remus Lupin's back. Baby Harry pressed his left foot down hardly and with great effort, for a baby, managed to wobbly stand near the bed, holding on the covers for dear life. Yet a couple of seconds later he lost his balance and fell on the mattress-like carpet. He turned around and looked at both Lupin and his guardian before starting to giggle. He made it. Both men cried out loud in unison and they pat each other's back instinctively. Meanwhile in the castle's kitchens. Pass me the salt, please. Dobby the house elf said to Winky, while they prepared the evening's feast. Snape realized that he was patting Lupin's back and let out a growl while he turned away from him and looked at the boy. Lupin shrugged and, yet, kept looking at the potion master, who scooped baby Harry into his arms. Well, I have finished brewing that potion so you can get to wherever you came from and leave me alone. Snape said icily. A week and an aging potion dose later, the black-robed professor caught himself enjoying baby Harry's walking attempts. For though the little toddler was still wobbly in terms of standing up, he was getting more and more anxious of trying to walk his first steps. Why do I enjoy watching this boy? Snape asked himself, questioning his motives. After all, I hate the boy, right? Right. Well, what do you mean well? You were destined to detest the Potters for all eternity. But the boy is, how to state it, nice. Snape, however, had not more time to converse with himself since he had noticed that baby Harry had stubbornly raised from the ground once again. The baby boy stood up and looked at his guardian with a hint of fear. The man did as usual. He looked the boy into the eyes and motioned with his hand. Baby Harry moved his miniature left foot forward, but before he could do more he lost his balance and fell, or better sat, on the soft mattress-like carpet. The toddler gazed at Snape still in fear and his eyes moistened. Don't worry, Potter, Snape blurted out, and in hurry, you have not fall, you have jumped. And patted the sniffling boy's head. Where did this excuse come from? Snape asked himself, while he kept staring at the boy. The blazes from the few dim-lit candles flickered slightly, causing the shadows to dance on the old tapestry. The darkness mastered over the light in that room, something that the resident enjoyed. In the middle of the room there was an old wooden armchair. Years ago, when the house belonged to the old snobbish family of the village, that armchair looked glorious with its carved back made of old oak wood that formed a beautiful and royal R. Nowadays the armchair would still look majestic if its whole back was not viciously scratched and destroyed. For now, the R was almost invincible, as if it was a disgusting spot that a housewife had scrubbed but had not managed to eliminate entirely. In that armchair sat a human being that caused horror to anyone that laid his or her eyes on it. That person looked human, and yet he was no human at all. His tall, and extremely thin, a skeleton that was covered with scale-like skin that seemed horrendous. Inside his sockets there were no ordinary human eyes. On the contrary, the eyes inside the sockets were red, snake-like and venomous. With a small, almost unrecognizable nose, he reminded nothing of the wizard or boy he was many years ago. No one would associate now that man with the old Lord Voldemort or the young Tom Marvolo Riddle. His new appearance satisfied him, because now he looked really like the powerful Dark Lord everyone was afraid of. Previously no one dared to utter his name out loud. Now, no one was going to dare even cast his eyes upon him. There were only a few minor details, and then, none could stop him from becoming the sole ruler of the world. Those details were called Muggles. Lord Voldemort rubbed his hand against Nagini's small triangular head, making the snake hiss in satisfaction. Then the long serpent slithered away from his master's seat and outside the room. The man smirked evilly. Nagini's haunting activities had caused much fear to the villagers. They would wake up in the morning to find their dogs, cats and chickens slaughtered and eaten, their skeletons glowing because of the sun's beams. Many of those Muggle buffoons had started moving away, causing the village to transform, slowly, into a ghost town. That was what he, the heir of Slytherin, intended to do. He was going to haunt the Muggles, suppress them and finally eliminate them. And as for those few traitorous, low-life wizards that dared to go against him, he was going to haunt them and, after winning them, humiliate them by degrading them lower than a house elf. No one was ever going to be safe from his wrath. He looked around the room and frowned, before he started chuckling evilly. The irony of fate was great when it came in terms with Lord Voldemort's life. His father had dared to abolish him, even before he was born, because of his nature. And now, he was going to haunt and destroy his father's lot. The best part was, that he, Lord Voldemort, was forming his catastrophic plans inside the house he was deprived of as a child. A faint knock was heard and Wormtail entered the room quickly. The powerful wizard looked the approaching creature with mixed feelings. He would have loved to kick Wormtail, something it would erase that expression of a vermin from the smaller man's face. Yet he couldn't, for, unfortunately, he owed a small part of his existence to that vermin, who had in fear returned back and took care for him when he was close to death. He had once wondered why Wormtail hadn't abandoned him the moment he had saw him. After all, he was hopeless, he didn't even have a wand to use. Someone could say it was loyalty. But he knew it wasn't. Deep down, they both knew that Wormtail had nowhere to go, and even if he had, he still feared of his master's return, something that was inevitable. Because Voldemort knew that it was written in fate's book that he was going to rule the wizarding world. "Master," Wormtail said, interrupting his thoughts. "Master, Severus Snape asks to see you." Lord Voldemort motioned for Snape to enter and Wormtail rushed out. Severus Snape entered the room and bowed. It wasn't really a bow. It was more like a slight, forward move of his torso. It was the way the Snape family used to bow. He had seen Snape Sr. bow like this many years ago, and he saw Snape, the son, doing it now. Severus Snape, however, was different. He immediately presented to him the potion he had been ordered to make and then stood up and waited for orders. Unlike Snape Sr., who used to be one of his closest mates in both school and life, Severus Snape seemed to lack something. "Snape," Voldemort said, looking at Snape seriously, "I believe that you have proved your worth and loyalty so far by making the potions that I need. Yet, you rarely take parts in battles against those Muggle protectors, and you speak of them even more rarely. I was wondering whether you were on my side." Snape looked at the Dark Lord straight into the eyes, before talking slowly but without hesitation. "If my master believes that I am not worthy of his trust, then he can punish me as he pleases. Yet I am ready, at any moment, to follow his wishes and throw myself in battle. If his wish is for me to make potions, I will brew them. If his wish is to attack, I will follow." Lord Voldemort examined the younger man carefully. The thing that troubled him was the fact that Snape's head was always clear of thoughts. And yet, he was always ready for an answer. "Yet, sometimes I do believe that you choose the protection of a cauldron than the heat of battle. So different from your father, who was always ready to fight for the cause." Voldemort felt a pang of annoyance coming from Snape's head, but almost immediately the younger man recollected himself and he could sense no more. Severus Snape fell silent and seemed to wait for any comments or orders from the Dark Lord. "I need you no more for the time being," Lord Voldemort's deep ice-cold voice said, "but, soon enough you will have more to do than stay behind a cauldron." With those words he motioned to the other man to leave the room. As the door closed, Lord Voldemort's red irises kept staring at the flickering blazes of the candles. Though not positively sure, he could still sense that feeling of uncertainty creeping inside his veins. Severus Snape seemed less willing, now, to sink deep in the dark arts. So unlike Snape Sr., who breathed and lived for the dark arts. For that man, the dark arts, and his devotion to Lord Voldemort, were much more important than his family. After all, it was in Snape Sr.'s plans to drag his son in the same path he had followed. And he seemed to have managed it so. Or didn't he? So everything went all right? Dumbledore asked Snape, who was sitting opposite him. The black-robed man motioned his head in a positive manner and was about to stand up to leave. Yet Dumbledore talked before he could move. Yet I think you are hiding something from me, young man. Severus Snape raised his head and he was about to protest, when he met the headmaster's eyes. The old wizard was looking at him with concern and he could do nothing more than fall silent. Snape was not used to talk about his problems to anyone. He was the kind of a man that would keep everything inside until he would die out of a heart attack. He closed his eyes trying to calm himself, while he remembered his meeting with the Dark Lord. Yes, he was hiding many things. He was worrying. The Dark Lord had probably understood that his lack of enthusiasm meant that he was not as loyal as he said he was. He had tested him and had called him a coward, trying to weaken his spiritual defenses. And seeing he had failed, he tried to tackle him by referring to him. The worst part was that he, Severus Snape, had almost lost his concentration at that point. For a moment he felt the Dark Lord's attempts to penetrate into his head, but luckily he could bash him away quickly. Dumbledore knew, but how could he speak? He didn't want Dumbledore, or anyone else, to get all jumpy about his safety. He wasn't a teenager. He was a bloody grown-up. After all, no one ever got jumpy when he was truly a teenager. Nor did he want to talk about him now. He was a subject that hurt and ached and he was not willing to get into that part of the discussion. "No, headmaster, everything is all right," Snape said at last and left the room, leaving Dumbledore looking at him from behind his glasses. As he closed the door and paced down the corridor and up to the stairs to Madame Pomfrey's hospital wing, a new worry came to add with the others in his head. In shock, Snape stopped. He had thought how bad it would be for Potter if something had happened to him in one of the Death Eater's meetings. "Since when I care so much about Potter?" The potion master of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry entered his chambers holding a very annoyed 13-month-old. One thing was definite for Snape that Saturday evening. It was, definitely, not his day and Potter hated him. He knew that, he experienced that, and he was sure that everyone enjoyed watching him suffer. But this Saturday, the first Saturday of December, was the most embarrassing day he had ever experienced in his entire grown-up life. And this was entirely Potter's fault. Due to Madame Pomfrey's advice, it was time for baby Harry to start eating something more solid than the mashed food he was currently devouring. It was just Snape's luck. The boy finally decided that he loved mashed food and they had to change his diet once again. To sum up with the bad luck, it seemed that baby Harry had decided that it was mischief day. Since it was baby Harry's first solid meal, Snape chose to mash some potatoes. After all, how much havoc can a toddler create with mashed potatoes? Snape soon found out that Potter was creative enough to cause much catastrophe to be remembered for years. And it all started by baby Harry's demand. "Me want spoo." It is a fact that with a silly demand, comes a silly result. Snape gave baby Harry the spoon. Of course he had to admit that at first baby Harry behaved himself. Yet after a while the little toddler came to the decision that playing with food is much better than eating it. Baby Harry had evil deeds to perform with it. 80. The boy shouted happily. After a whole week of hearing this, it caused no real effect to the students anymore. Yet most of them turned around awaiting to see their professor getting into an uncomfortable position. And they did. Snape at that point was having a rather interesting conversation with Professor Sprout about the uses of a newly discovered plant in potions. He was still speaking to her when the little boy called for him. He turned his head round, still speaking, and found himself being muffled by a spoonful of mashed potatoes that baby Harry had fed him. At that moment Snape discovered that the combination of eating, talking and swallowing at the same time is not a successful one. He felt a small piece of a potato going down his throat as he was verbalizing an, "Oh." The consequence of that was the piece of potato going up his throat and then immediately down, causing him to choke. Snape placed his hand in front of his mouth as a combination of splutters and little high-pitched noises escaped from it. He continued coughing, paying no attention to the laughing students. When he stopped, he rubbed his teary eyes and he could not believe his eyes. While most of the professors seemed to try not to laugh, the headmaster had covered his mouth and seemed to have fallen into a hysterical chuckling fit. Fortunately, he had pretended to have dropped his fork, and luckily the only ones to have seen him were the faculty. Yet the real catastrophe happened a few minutes later. Baby Harry, who took the advantage to the fact that his guardian had once again stopped paying attention to him, took his spoon and threw some of the food to the back of a Slytherin's head. The boy, who sensed the potatoes on his head, turned around. Thinking it was one of the Gryffindors for the nearest tables, he took the closest piece of food he could find and threw it to the Gryffindors. A sixth grader, who was currently talking to her boyfriend, was hit by it and attacked back. Someone called, "Food fight," and the rest was history. Snape touched the back of his head and removed a thick layer of custard someone had hit him with. Baby Harry, who was also smeared with pudding traces, was now in his guardian's arms shouting, "Me town, me town." "Oh no, boy," Severus Snape said calmly, raising the boy to his eye level. "What you did today was very, very bad." "Bad?" the toddler asked. Through the week he learnt that when his guardian did not want something, it was bad. "Little good boys do not throw food to other people. After we both take our bath, I will give you your punishment," Snape said seriously as he moved through the bathroom. Yet there was a small detail that Snape had not considered off. What kind of a punishment does someone give to a 13-month-old? While Snape was combing his long black hair, he kept thinking of that. As a professor, the only thing he knew about punishment, except removing points, was assigning detentions. For a moment he pictured the little, green-eyed havoc, holding a duster and trying to help Filch clean the windows. Yet there were two small details. Potter was too small, and Filch was a very bad detail to a baby's karma. Then again there was always the good, old, trusted, essay writing. "Severus, I doubt that Potter can write a summary of one of Sylvia the Unicorn's adventures. Even if he wants to," Snape commented sarcastically to himself. The hook-nosed man let out a sigh and whispered to the skies, "What did I do to deserve this fate? I am no parent. I am a professor for Merlin's sake." He looked forward and frowned. His magical mirror, probably the worst one in the whole magical world, had been teasing him again. Snape's mirror image was holding a comb in his hand and pretended to sing, while he shook his head and body to an unheard imaginary tune. Snape harumphed and stared at the mirror venomously. His image stopped abruptly. It was probably the fact that Snape was wearing the "I will break you to 1,000 pieces if you don't stop doing that" look. Severus turned to his heels and was about to leave the room when he heard the mirror whisper, "Party pooper." It was the moment he saw baby Harry that Snape smirked evilly. He had just found the perfect punishment for the boy. It was going to be strict, painful, and would inflict no damage to Potter. He leaned down and scooped the baby boy, who was currently searching around for something interesting, and placed him inside the playpen. Baby Harry examined his environment and frowned. His eyes turned deep ink green, something that showed his anger. "Out!" he shouted at his guardian and blew a raspberry. "Out! Out! Out! Oh no, young man, you are certainly not going to get out of this playpen for the next 15 minutes. I want you to sit there and think of your actions." Snape watched as baby Harry pouted and turned his back to him. He suppressed a smile, while he heard the toddler whispering something under his breath. He guessed that this was, "Mean Daddy. Mean, mean Daddy," and chuckled faintly. Yes, he was truly mean. "Because there is no bigger punishment for a hyperactive, I want to search every centimeter of these castle, baby, than having to crawl into a limited space." 10 minutes later, however, Severus Snape understood that punishment has to be given after a certain age. For baby Harry seemed to be unaffected by the whole punishment experience. It was true that at first he felt extremely annoyed, but later on he fell silent and started babbling to Bibi, as if he and the toy had invented a language of their own. Snape, of course, was amazed. It seemed, though he was reluctant to ever admit it out loud, that the boy had outsmarted him in that situation. "Don't be ridiculous, Severus," his ego popped in, "he is a baby. He has no real knowledge of what he is punished for. No Potter will ever outsmart you." The potion master heard little Harry's giggles and shook his head. He leaned down the playpen area and took the boy into his arms. Yet, Snape was about to realize that putting the toddler into a playpen area was the biggest mistake in his entire life. As soon as his little legs touched the floor, Harry literally sprinted across the room. At first Snape was shocked. Maybe it was the fact that he could never imagine that the minuscule infant, who had so recently started to walk, to run so quickly. But then something similar to horror overtook Snape. He had just remembered something. Infants know how to walk, but they don't know how to stop. And baby Harry was sprinting towards his chamber's open door. He rushed in front of the boy, expecting him to collide on him and stop. Yet Snape had forgotten a minor detail. He stood with his legs wide apart, causing the toddler to sprint between them. "This is getting ridiculous," he sarcastically said to himself as he snorted and turned to his heel. At that moment he stopped dead in fear. Baby Harry was sprinting towards the stairs. His mouth started moving as if he was trying to say something, but his brain would not allow him to. "Stairs, Potter, stairs," he finally squeaked, only to receive baby Harry's excited giggles. "Great, just great." Taking a deep breath, and adding to the fact that he still could not move his legs from the shock, he took out his wand and shouted the first spell he could think of. Wingardium Leviosa. A white beam escaped from the tip of Snape's wand and encircled the moving baby, causing no effect. "Oh Merlin, I am dead," Snape thought instantly as he pictured himself trying to tell Dumbledore that the boy who lived had turned to the boy who tripped at the stairs and broke every bone he had. That, definitely, was not a nice mental image. Yet at that moment baby Harry started flowing slightly. Snape, at that moment, felt his legs weaken from relief and found himself sitting on the floor, sighing in relief. He moved his wand and lowered baby Harry on his laps. He looked at the boy, not knowing whether to thank Merlin, or put the little menace into the playpen area once again as a punishment. Baby Harry looked at the man while his olive green eyes shone in excitement. The black-robed professor sighed. He was sure now, a walking Potter was threatening his sanity. Sometimes life is not easy. Sometimes having babies was the worst mistake someone could ever do. Severus Snape, potion master of Hogwarts of witchcraft and spy for the Order of Phoenix, was in a dilemma. He wanted to turn the boy who lived to the boy who finally died. Yet he suspected that the headmaster was not going to be very pleased about such a thing. Killing the only hope for world's peace was unforgivable. On the other hand, a life sentence in Azkaban did not sound as bad as Snape may have thought. After all, he was going to finally have some peace and quiet. It was official. Potter was driving him insane. "Boy, come here this instant," Snape shouted, feeling extremely annoyed by the toddler's behavior. "No," little Harry shouted while he ran away from his guardian. "No, no, no." That was everything he had been hearing the whole weekend. He knew that the healer could not be trusted. Snape was sure that Poppy was aware that baby Harry would turn from the obedient 13-month-old of last week to a 17-month-old from hell. But had she warned him about it? Of course she didn't. So there he is, Severus Snape, stuck with the most irritating toddler of the whole wide world. In the beginning, Potter's first "no" was a huge shock for the raven-haired man. No one had ever dared to defy him. Apart from the headmaster, and McGonagall, and Flitwick, and, okay, many people would defy him. But those were the members of Hogwarts faculty. They were much older than he was, and they were allowed to do that. Students, on the other hand, were always obedient. Potter was not. After baby Harry let out his first "no," it was as if a curse had fallen on poor Snape's head. For it seemed that baby Harry would let out this monosyllable word just for the fun of it. Snape would give Harry some pumpkin juice. The boy would state "no," so that he could ask for some juice himself a couple of minutes later. At first it was shocking, it then turned funny, but 2 days later it was devastatingly irritating. "You are going to see Madame Pomfrey, if you get dressed," Snape said, hoping that baby Harry would come closer. No. Snape frowned for a couple of moments. Yet he suddenly smirked. He had a devious idea that would, at least, make his day. Smirking slightly, he asked dangerously. Do you think you are cleverer than me, boy? Baby Harry stared at his guardian for a couple of seconds. His eyes glinted mischievously, and letting out a giggle he cried out loud. Yes, this is not what I expected, Snape thought for a moment, closing his eyes as a wave of defeat hit him. He sat on his bed feeling exhausted. And the worst part was that the day had not even started yet. He lied on his back, closed his eyes for some moments, and vowed to skin Potter alive when he would return to his normal age. When he opened his eyes, he saw a blur vision of an upside-down someone looking at him. As his vision got clearer, he caught himself looking at two serious emerald green eyes. Snape felt his face's lines stretching to an unwanted 2-second smile that he dismissed with a scowl. He, then, turned to the toddler and let out a sigh of defeat. Yet, at that moment epiphany hit him, and Snape could not help but smirk. He had an idea, and the best part was, that he could not lose this time. What if I let you choose my clothes and you let me choose yours, boy? Would you, then, let me dress you up? Snape asked Baby Harry as he took him into his arms. Baby Harry looked down as his eyes darkened to resemble the teenage Potter's ones. Once again the raven-haired man was reminded of the 16-year-old Potter's way of thinking in potions. It was as if the boy was weighing his options before answering to him. Finally the little boy nodded, and Snape let him down as he waved his wand for his wardrobe to open. While Baby Harry was spending his time searching his guardian's wardrobe, Snape was feeling satisfied with himself. At last, the boy had lost a battle. There was nothing in Snape's wardrobe that could make him feel highly mortified. The only clothing items he owned that was not black was a set of gray robes that was used in very important occasions. And gray was the best option for him after black. He watched Baby Harry crawling inside his wardrobe and smirked. Yet his smirk was erased when he heard a squeal of satisfaction coming from Baby Harry. He had suddenly remembered about them. Oh, Merlin's pointed hat, I am doomed. Snape thought in horror as he watched Harry crawling out of his wardrobe, dragging 3 packages with him. Potter, there is no power in the wizarding world that will make me wear any of these robes. Snape protested, cursing himself for not remembering Dumbledore's annual birthday gift. Colorful robes. Baby Harry, however, stared at Snape with a, "But you promised," look that made him let out a sigh in defeat. Meanwhile in hell, devil, is it my idea, or is it getting cold in here? Madame Pomfrey was arranging some freshly cleaned towels in one of the hospital wing's cupboards when she heard a faint knock on the door. As she was busy, she flicked her wand for the door to open, and then turned to greet her visitors. For a couple of moments she remained false-faced. Baby Harry was sitting on the floor and seemed to drag someone's foot. After a few seconds of a fight, Severus Snape entered the hospital wing, coughing a weak poppy in the process. The potion master pushed the toddler inside the room and stared at the healer. His eyes lowered, and feeling extremely embarrassed he rushed out of the room as quickly as he could. He moved down the stairs, while in the mirror of his head he saw Poppy's expression over and over again. She was shocked at first, but soon enough, or it may was Snape's idea, she was examining him in an appreciating manner. Ron Weasley was sitting, or better, half lying, on his work table in Snape's classroom. By Circe he was bored to death. And the lesson had not started yet. He absolutely detested Monday mornings, since he started going to school. Potions was also not his favorite subject. Adding the factor of potions in early Monday mornings made Ron's first early hours unbearable. Not only was he forced to leave the warmness of his bed, but he also had to endure the most boring lesson when the only thing he wanted was to return back the comfort of the mattress. And the worst part of all was that he had no one to talk to. After all, Hermione was not as lesson carefree as Harry was. "Oh mate, you really had to turn into an infant," he thought, supporting his head with his hand. He looked at Draco Malfoy, who was also in the same sitting position and was cutting small pieces of parchment, crumbled them and threw them to the floor. He, then, turned his attention to the door, expecting the greasy git to enter in his usual abrupt way. He put his sugar quill into his mouth, giving a mental order to himself to dispose it the moment Snape would enter the classroom. That moment the door opened slowly and the potion master entered inside the classroom cautiously, as if he was afraid that he would cause someone a heart attack. The effect would have been priceless to Dumbledore's eyes. For everyone's eyes, including Draco Malfoy's, who was rarely taken by surprise, bulged and they all stared at their professor in a speechless shock. The raven-haired man seriously believed that Albus Dumbledore was a sadistic old wizard. Every year he would give him a set of colorful robes just to irritate him. 5 years ago, when Gilderoy Lockhart, Professor Vanity himself, was teaching at Hogwarts, the headmaster thought that it would be a nice idea to gift him with a similar in style set of Lockhart's robes, only in different color. Therefore, Severus Snape was now wearing a big-sleeved, silk shirt over a pair of ink-black trousers, and over it, a dark purple vest. Around his neck there was a disgusting frilly scarf-like thing that was kept tied with a round gold pin that had an onyx stone in the middle. And to conclude with that mockery of robes, he was wearing a dark purple vest cloak over the whole thing. Snape stared at his students with venomous, glaring eyes. Each and every one's eyes were transfixed on him as if he was a strange exotic animal. But, secretly admitting it to himself, the sight of him with colorful robes was even weirder than a mental image of the Dark Lord licking a scoop from an ice cream cone. Shuddering slightly by the thought, he stared at his students. Miss Granger had gone pink, something that caused him to snicker, and Mr. Weasley had covered his mouth, but his eyes portrayed someone who was fighting a laugh in his bemusement. Mr. Malfoy, however, was the epitome of the entire class. His ice-gray eyes were fully open and his mouth was hanging loose from shock. Suddenly Snape felt unable to control himself. Turning to the blackboard he coughed, trying to mix up his faint chuckling. He, then, pointed his wand to the blackboard and the lesson begun. By noon every student of Hogwarts had learnt an important lesson. When your potion master wears colored robes, then you must be afraid. Be very afraid. Those who believed that the greasy git could not get any merciless, in terms of homework, sarcasm and reduction of points, soon discovered that they were mistaken. Maybe the fact that he had been forced to teach with purple robes had burned a circuit in the hook-nosed professor's head. This could only explain why he had took 5 house points from Hufflepuff with the excuse that one girl's glasses were too round, as he had said. That day many students, even ones coming from the Slytherin house, wished the greasy git violent torture and a painful death. But no one could suspect what would happen that day during their meal. It all started by the 17 months Harry's explorations. The purple-robed professor, who was usually dressed in black, had come to the decision that a good meal was more enjoyable when the Green Eyes Menace was already fed. Therefore, after baby Harry had devoured his mashed peas with carrots, Snape whipped the boy's face from any trace of food and placed him on Great Hall's floor. He, then, returned to his golden plate, which was instantly filled with hot soup, and mentally reminded himself of keeping an eye on the boy every once in a while. Meanwhile baby Harry looked around with his olive green eyes. His eyes searched the room and stopped at the Gryffindor table. His eyes were light with happiness and he instantly squeaked in satisfaction. It seemed that baby Harry had, curiously, developed a love about the red color, and seeing the Gryffindor table, he became overly excited. He stood up and walked as quickly as his little feet would help him do so. Reaching the Gryffindor table, he crawled down and stopped near a red-headed teenage girl, who was having a low, yet rather irritated, conversation with a tall red-headed boy. "Ron, will you leave me alone?" she hissed dangerously. Ron fell silent for a couple of seconds before he would stubbornly ask. "It's that boy, Bobby, from Ravenclaw." "Not of your damn business," Ginny said, stressing each word dangerously, not looking at her brother. "Tell me." "No. Tell me." "No, Ron. No, it's not of your." Ginny Weasley was about to say something that would have made a sailor's mother proud, but she stopped as she felt something soft and round between hers and her brother's ribs. She turned her head sideways, as her brother did exactly the same thing. Looking down he saw 2 round green eyes looking both at her and Ron, while smiling. The red-headed teenage girl could not help but smile both to the little boy and to her brother's bemused expression. Ron Weasley looked at the small boy as if he had just heard Hermione Granger saying that she felt too bored to study. After all, looking at a smaller version of his best friend's self was too awkward. Even for him that had the two most eccentric people of the wizarding world as his twin brothers. "Oh, hello, Harry," Ginny said, smiling, making the Gryffindors close to her turn to look at the boy. "What are you doing here?" "Wed," Harry said happily and touched the Gryffindor table's red tablecloth, leaving a squeal of satisfaction when his hands touched the soft velvet material. "Is that so?" Ginny asked, sounding interested. "Have you learnt the rest of the colors?" Harry's little head nodded in agreement, and pointing at Ginny's head he shouted loud. "Blue." Ginny blinked in surprise. "Blue? My hair is not blue." "No, Harry dear," she said sweetly, "it is orange, not blue." "Blue," baby Harry insisted stubbornly, still pointing at Ginny's head. "No owing. Blue." Ginny, who was still feeling confused, was about to insist on her hair color, but she was stopped. Ron, who was barely controlling his chuckles, put his hand over her head. Immediately Ginny felt something being pulled out of her hair. "You were right, Harry," Ron said, smiling, "it is blue." Finishing his sentence, he put something inside baby Harry's hand. Ginny giggled when she saw her small blue star-shaped hairpin. When Snape saw Mr. and Miss Weasley engaging themselves with the boy and came to the decision that he could enjoy his meal. Having finished his meal, he marched across the half-filled room and stopped near baby Harry. The boy looked at him and frowned. Then, when the raven-haired man tried to catch his miniature hand, Harry jerked his hand away violently and shouted, "No!" Everyone turned around as the boy uttered this word. Some students gasped. No one had ever dared to say no to Severus Snape. Snape, on the other hand, felt his patience packing her suitcases and waving goodbye to him. "Here I am, dressed in the most hideous setter robes, with everybody looking at me since morning and hearing no for the zillionth time this week. I am certainly not going to. I hate my life," he thought in despair. He made another attempt to grasp the boy's hand, in which he was successful. Yet no one had prepared him of what was going to happen next. Baby Harry jerked himself free, and running away from him, he fell to the floor and started screaming as if he was in mortal danger. Snape stood still, watching the boy hitting his tiny fists and legs in the loudest tantrum Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had ever heard. "Great. Just great," Snape thought in embarrassment and covered his eyes with right palm, before he would sit down in the nearest chair. "Professor," Hermione asked in shaky voice, afraid that her professor would explode from anger, "what's wrong with Harry?" Severus Snape did not spoke. Ron, Ginny and Hermione looked at him as baby Harry's shrieks echoed in the silent great hall. Finally, Snape spoke softly. "It is nothing, Miss Granger. He will shout, he will kick, and then he will fall silent." "Is that so?" the woman from the painting said, as she placed her hand in front her mouth, trying to cover her chuckles. "Mother, this is serious," Snape said sternly. "I had to endure all this screaming and kicking. Not to mention that I promised him to let him visit those Gryffindors on Friday, before they leave the castle. By Merlin, this boy is such a disaster. Well, he is not worse than you, at his age. There is no way I was like that, Mother," Snape said defiantly. "Oh, but you were. You could be heard from miles away when you had a tantrum. If they have to endure this situation, why do people choose to have children?" "Oh, I don't know, Severus dear. I guess that it's the only way for humanity to continue," Mrs. Snape joked. "So what did you do with me? Don't tell you had to wait for me to grow up enough to explain that what I did was not good. Actually, Severus, there is a way to stop him. If you are willing to do it, at least. A last thing to anyone who does not remember, evil warlock Grindelwald was defeated in 1946 by Albus Dumbledore. Information HP and PS. Chapter. Platform 93/4. For the first time in the entire Hogwarts history, and after the defeat of the evil warlock Grindelwald, that is, the whole castle was left empty. It seemed that in period of great danger the students rushed to visit their houses, as if it was their last chance they had to visit and say goodbye to their parents. Therefore, it was no surprise that all students had taken the chance to visit home. Since last year's confirm, from the Ministry of Magic, about the Dark Lord's return, every wizard studied the Daily Prophet, awaiting to know about his moves. This is preposterous. Why on Merlin's portion vial would the Dark Lord wander around that woman's garden? Snape thought in anger, tossing Daily Prophet away from him. Stupid rumors. No wonder people are getting all jumpy. Severus Snape stood up and looked outside the window. The grounds were covered by a carpet of shimmering snow and the lake was frozen solid. The raven-haired man lowered his eyes towards the castle's main entrance. The last carriages were waiting for the few students to embark, while the Thestrals moved their heads upwards trying to grasp the coolness of each snowflake. Snape could not help but to think of the irony of the whole situation. Every time there was great danger, the students would abandon Hogwarts so easily, forgetting that it was the safest place any wizard in danger could be in. He turned to look at the luminous clock. Granger and the Weasley boy and girl, who were about to depart, were with the still 17-month-old Potter. He turned around, opened the door and headed to the Gryffindor Tower. Some say children are a source of an endless happiness. Severus Snape seriously believed that anyone with such a perception had never seen a child in his entire life. The truth was different and he knew that. Children are the source of an endless chaos. Children are little monsters that they are going to eat you alive if you are not too careful. That was exactly what children are. Snape knew it well. After all, he was the guardian of the most ferocious one that ever existed. It seemed that the empty castle made baby Harry very cranky. It was probably the fact that this place was very huge and extremely quiet that made the boy feel extremely irritated. Snape, who was always affected by the castle's deadly silence, as he would say, was also feeling much irritated, and unfortunately baby Harry's behavior would not help at all. Out. Me wants get out. Baby Harry whined and stomped his foot on the floor. I hate my life, Snape thought in desperation. Why couldn't the boy understand? Boy, Harry, he said, shrugging as he remembered Madame Pomfrey's speech of having to address the boy by his name. It's snowing outside. We can't go. Me wants to get out. Baby Harry whined louder. Stupid blizzard, Snape thought, looking outside the window as the air was blowing dangerously, mixing with the heavy snow. For nearly 2 whole days that the blizzard was taking place, Potter got more and more anxious to get out of the castle. The day before, he had managed to convince him into staying inside. But he suspected that the current day was not his lucky one. To confirm his suspicions, baby Harry fell into a tantrum. Hogwarts. Professor stared at the toddler, who had started kicking and screaming at the top of his lungs. He suspected that a hint of headache was about to develop. Unless there is a way to stop tantrums, my son. If you are willing to do it, the voice of his mother echoed inside his head. Snape sighed in defeat, took his wand out, charmed the room so that no one could hear him from outside, and hoped that this incident would never escape his chamber's walls. He moved forward and lied next to the toddler. Then, and as if a signal was given, Severus Snape, potion master of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, started hitting his fists and legs on the covered with mattress floor and let out small yelps and screams as if he was having a tantrum himself. It was not for long when baby Harry started calming down, and for a moment Snape was tempted into shouting aloud, "Mean Harry! Mean, mean Harry!" Yet he instantly told himself to get serious, doubting however that pretending to have a tantrum was a serious action. After pretending for some time, Snape turned his head and let out a pretended sniffle. Baby Harry was looking at him seriously, and the man could not help himself but to thank Merlin about Potter's ability to empathize. Sad, baby Harry stated and rubbed his miniature hand on his guardian's face, who nodded. So he said quietly, while the man made an effort to smile but not to smile. It is fine, boy. Harry, Snape said quietly and sat up. As he stared at the boy moving towards his toys, the man could not help but notice that pretending to have a tantrum was a rather stress-releasing experience. There are rooms in Hogwarts Castle that no student knew about. They were undetectable on the Marauder's map, and only the ones who would know the password could enter inside. That day Dobby the house elf entered one of those rooms and engaged into cleaning it. He opened the windows for fresh air and light to enter. Feeling the cold breeze entering the room, the freed elf lit the fireplace and started rubbing a dustpan against the chairs, wood to clean them. He first paid attention to the one that had Hogwarts emblem embroidered on it. Suddenly his eye fell on a small wrapped parcel that was under it. Leaning down, he took the wrapped package and in surprise he saw that it belonged to him. He unwrapped the package to find a pair of mismatched, hideous to any other eye of socks. The one was vivid pink and had little turquoise dots and stripes going vertically across it. The other one was strawberry red with little bananas stamped on it. And around them there was a piece of parchment. Dear Dobby, I would like to wish you Merry Christmas for tomorrow and a well rest. I hope that you will like my gift of socks, as I truly believe that no one can have enough of them. Regards, Albus Dumbledore. Dobby smiled happily and then placed his gift for Dumbledore under the chair and magically chanted it for only the headmaster to see. Minutes later, having cleaned the whole room, Dobby retreated back to the kitchens. It was not long after Dobby's retreat that many footsteps were heard approaching the room. The wooden door opened slightly and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry's faculty entered the room and sat down. Ha, ha, ha. Very funny, Severus Snape commented sarcastically, looking at the rest of the faculty who were all chuckling, except Dumbledore, who was laughing his head off. It seemed that his ex-professors, now fellow faculty members, had decided to joke with him on the present exchange. Minerva McGonagall had gifted him with a magical book named Working Wizard and a Father, Looking After Your Bundle of Joy, while Flitwick had given him a potion kit for little children. Yet Dumbledore's present was once again the one to make Snape shudder. Dumbledore gave him a black T-shirt that had the sentence, Best Daddy Award, shining, and magically stamped to change color, on it. The hook-nosed man closed his eyes into slits as he looked at the rest of the faculty who were laughing at his expense. Christmas. What a stupid holiday. If it wasn't for the presents no one would care about it at all, he thought in disgust. Oh come on Severus, it was just a joke. Madam Hooch said, chuckling as the real, and much better, presents were given to Snape. Now, as you all know, the headmaster started while he shoved a tear away, there are no students staying here for the holidays. Thus tomorrow, you can enjoy your Christmas day with your family or wherever you want. Before you leave, Severus, I have a message from Sybil Trelawney. Be aware of the two-headed troll. Snape let out a snort, while Professor McGonagall raised her eyes in desperation. As the others were standing up to leave, Dumbledore gave Snape, secretly, a piece of paper. When Snape was finally alone, he unfolded the piece of parchment and read. Meeting at the Order's headquarters tomorrow morning. Oh, no, Quirinus, please don't. The woman inside the portrait pleaded over and over again as the tall hook-nosed man rushed towards the enchanted canvases and destroyed them. A young, pale boy with black hair, big beetle black eyes and a hooked nose peeked into the room and saw his father destroying all the enchanted canvases that his mother's magical portrait used to inhabit. His mother's death had hit his father hard. For some days he had fallen silent, as if his mind was in hibernation, but then, that day, his father woke up to be more fierce than ever. The boy listened to his mother's screams and to his father's cries. If I can't have you in body, I don't want you in soul either. The 7-year-old boy wondered why his father would want his mother's spirit dead along with her body. He started in horror as the canvases were getting fewer and fewer. 3, 2, 1. Quirinus Snape stopped to look at the last canvas. The woman's beetle black eyes enlarged with fear. Her usually pale cheeks were flush red and her long raven black hair was messed up. The 7-year-old boy looked at his mother's state and thought that she was beautiful. His father grinned for a moment and with a swift movement he threw the last canvas into the fire. Oh. Severus Snape shot up with a gasp. Sweat beads rolled down his forehead as he strangled to make his heart beats and breathe fall into the normal levels. He gulped and felt his sore throat moisten. That dream, that memory. He shot out from his bed, walked in the dark across the room, and opened the door that was near his mahogany desk. His mother's snoozes were barely heard. He approached the painting and looked at the woman sleeping peacefully. Sighing in relief, he turned around. Yet before he could reach the door, the woman's groggy voice was heard. Severus, honey, is that you? Snape turned to look at her. His voice escaped soft from his lips. Yes, mother. I just needed to get something. I am sorry to disturb you. In the middle of the night. Yes, I am. Making a potion, he lied. The woman looked at her son in skepticism. She doubted on her son telling the truth. Though it was not the first time to have listened to that explanation, that particular night she could not believe to his words. Yet she held her tongue. After all, it was useless to try making her son speak when he did not want to. Severus Snape sat up into his bed thinking. He wondered whether he had seen a dream or whether a particular someone had tried to enter his mind. He huffed to himself, feeling worried, and kept thinking until he dozed off to sleep once again. Oh. After Sirius Black's death, the Order's headquarters had changed, and though Snape was never going to admit it out loud, the man felt relieved. The new headquarters were placed a little outside London, and they were also undetectable due to the strong wards Mad-Eye Moody had placed on them. Snape stood in front of a 2-story, large, stone building that looked as if no one had taken care of it in years. There was an enormous garden, fully covered with a thick blanket of snow, and only a small clean trail that led to a wooden door seemed to stop the snow's unity. Snape walked carefully in that slippery trail and knocked the wooden door. It was not for long until someone would open the door. Harry, the red-headed woman cried out happily, taking the toddler into her arms. "Oh, Arthur, isn't he adorable?" she asked her husband as she hugged the boy tightly. Arthur Weasley stared at the green-eyed boy, who tried to move inside his wife's grasp. He was about to say something to her when there was a rumble at the stairs. For a moment Snape thought that the old wooden house was about to collapse. Swift beating footsteps descended towards him, and loud mixed-up voices were roaring. A loud hooting was heard, and the black-robed man barely caught, with the corner of his left eye, a tiny gray ball of feathers swooping near the side of his head and flying outside the door. "Pig!" A chorus of voices echoed as the sound of footsteps became louder and louder. "This is entirely your fault." "Our fault." Two identical voices protested in unison. "Ron, your stupid owl ate our latest prank invent." Ron Weasley, having forgot that an order meeting was about to begin, had stopped in shock seeing his professor standing in the headquarters doorstep, causing the twins to land on him. Luckily Ron had not lost his balance after his brother's abrupt stop, but he had fallen silent as his brothers were. Yet, this silence did not last for long. Suddenly the last Weasley son cried a "pig" of desperation and ran outside the old house immediately. The twins were about to follow Ron when they saw baby Harry in their mother's arms. Maybe it was a twin thing, but they both looked at each other with gleaming eyes and nodded to show that they were thinking exactly the same thing. "Oh, Mum!" they both exclaimed in a mocking desperation. "Not another." Fred started. "One of those." George continued into finishing his twin's sentence and looked at baby Harry in a mocking terror. "At least you could have warned." Mrs. Weasley opened her mouth to say something, but to her misfortune her two jokesters of A sons had not finished. "But wait," Fred called out triumphantly, "there is something not quite right." George took the expression of a scientist that was examining something very strange. Baby Harry giggled as the twins would move around their mother and examine him from every different angle. "Alas, I found it, my dear brother!" George cried out enthusiastically. "This outlandish specimen of his kind has black hair, not red." With those words they both turned to look at their mother, as if they were waiting an explanation for the infant's peculiar hair color. Molly Weasley looked at them sternly and gave the infant boy to one of them. "Very funny boys," she said seriously. "Now go upstairs and engage with Harry for a while." "Sure, Mum." Fred spoke while George gave the toddler a funny face. Baby Harry giggled as Fred turned to face him. "After all, young Harry over here is perfect for testing our new magical toy invention." "Okay, Harry, let's go upstairs." Baby Harry waved to his guardian and giggled even louder to one of the twins' grimaces. "Don't worry, Snape," Arthur Weasley said, bringing the big-nosed man back to reality, and making him realize that he had been staring at the old wooden staircase for some time. "You know the twins. They wouldn't hurt a fly." "I am not so sure that this rule applies to babies too," Snape thought sarcastically. "And if anything happens to Harry, Molly and I will have something to say on the matter." Snape turned to his heels and was about to follow Mr. Weasley to the kitchen when he remembered something. He glowered at the balding red-headed man and stated, I do not care about the boy's welfare, Weasley. Mr. Wellesley just stated aha, and entered the kitchen, followed by a slightly irritated Snape. A wonderful mix of different aromas struck the professor as he entered. Mrs. Wellesley had engaged herself with preparing the gravy, checking on the pudding and mixing with oil for the turkey. Tonks, who, currently, had spiky short green hair and faint blue irises, was vexing Mad-Eye Moody to help her decorate the kitchen with freshly cut pine tree branches and magical sparkling balls that changed colors. Oh come on Mad-Eye. It will not hurt you to gimme that ball no. Moody growled and tossed a small ball at her, which she caught and put on the brooches above the kitchen window. Oh and that big one now. Nymphadora, I was your mentor for the last couple of years, but some respect never hurt anyone, he said to her grumpily, making her shudder in disgust as he uttered her name, and then tossed her the ball. In my times. In your times there was no draft potion, she snickered. Oh and that one, please. Alistair Moody growled and turned to face the newcomer. His magical eye moved upwards and then downwards, scanning the potion master. A black wand was hidden in a secret inner pocket, inside the man's shirt. It was the real Snape all right. Admitting to himself, though never out loud, it was good to see someone having a hold of his head, despite the so-called Christmas environment. Snape on the other hand felt uncomfortable to see Moody. The old Auror waked inside him a feeling of apprehension. Therefore he sat as far away from him, on the table, as he could, which it wasn't much. Just 3 seats away, a quarter of an hour later, Albus Dumbledore arrived, accompanied by a very worn-out Lupin. And the meeting began. The goblins at Gringotts have started moving the treasures away from the tombs. More and more gold is safe. Bill stressed the word safe as if to tell something was bothering him greatly. The others looked at him in anticipation but he remained silent. Oh come on Bill, Tonks said and looked at him with her new yellow irises. No one is going to tell you off for saying something you believe it's important. It's just, something is bothering me. Once, when I was searching for Lycos' tomb, one of the wizards in King Maida's court, in Greece, an old witch told me something. Translating her saying, well it was something like, beware of not losing both the eggs and the basket in the end. You know, as if saying that we must be aware not to keep everything in one place because we might end losing everything. I know that Gringotts is regarded to be the most secure place in the wizarding world, after Hogwarts. But what if you know who finds a way to enter inside our main vault? Everything is stored there. Gold, silver, copper, gemstones, everything. The whole economy is going to collapse in a few hours. Snape stated in a monotonous matter-of-fact tone. The attention turned to him, waiting to hear more. Snape however shrugged his shoulders. As long as I know, he who must not be named has not called for a meeting for a long time. Something. He is preparing something, Moody grumped. Snape was about to continue when it happened. A hot piercing pain spread across his left forearm making him let out a yelp of discomfort. Clutching his forearm he stood up immediately, opened the door and rushed out into the garden, crossing it as quickly as he could. The moment his feet touched the wardless soil, he apparated to thin air. Snape apparated outside the same old filthy-looking manner he always did when the Dark Lord called them for a meeting. He wore his cloak and mask and cleaning his head of thought he entered the building. Though it was still morning there was no light at all inside the rooms, which were only dim lit by some candles. Some of the Death Eaters entered behind him and they all moved to meet the others in the room where the Dark Lord was waiting for them. Welcome my followers. I hope that I had not interrupted anything important, Voldemort sneered. No, I think not. Now shall we begin? It was a fact that Snape never liked too much attention towards his face. Yet he, somewhat, felt really good inside when he returned back to the Order's headquarters. The moment he reached the doorstep of the old manor, he was greeted by Arthur Weasley, who led him immediately into the kitchen. Everyone turned to look at him as he sat down. Come on Snape, spill the beans out. Moody grumbled impatiently. We are rather impatient aren't we? Snape said, while Moody looked as if he was about to kill him. I am afraid I have no great things to tell. He who must not be named had called for a meeting. Well, not really a meeting. A lecture I would say. He wanted to lecture his followers, terrorize them and then send them back home. It's a good method to keep everyone in perfect order. Perfect order? Tonks asked in puzzlement. The Death Eaters were formed many years ago, almost during Tom Riddle's last years at Hogwarts. Dumbledore said softly. Bill and Tonks kept staring at Dumbledore and Snape, waiting for more. Let me explain, Snape started. Hogwarts, as you know, was formed many centuries ago, a little after the witch hunting in Europe. Salazar Slytherin, unlike the other founders, believed that children with magical abilities coming from Muggle families were not to be trusted, thus not to be taught. And it is true that he chose to teach the children coming from magical families rather than from a Muggle one. This is source of all our problems. The children that worked under Slytherin's guidance formed the perception that wizards coming from wizard families are regarded to be better than the others who came from Muggle families. So one day Salazar Slytherin leaves Hogwarts and centuries pass by. The so-called mudblood pureblood perception gets stronger and more exaggerated, like true stories turning into myths as they pass from mouth to mouth over time. Another problem appears. Some wizards marry Muggles, even though it is still risky. Others marry, if I am allowed to say so, mudbloods. They form something called a half-blood race. So what happens now? Of course, for the matters of a good policy, everyone is regarded to be equal by the ministry. Even though wizards and witches that are Muggle-born cannot be easily hired in the ministry, well, they are equal. And then it happens. Tom Riddle came to Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore whispered. A boy comes to Hogwarts that eventually proves to be the last descendant of Salazar Slytherin. He gathers some fanatics and forms the first Death Eaters. He anagrams his name and gives himself a new one. At that point Snape stopped and took a deep breath. He speaks to his fans and convinces them that as the true followers of Salazar Slytherin they must destroy all the Muggles, so no Muggleborns can now be born, and try to control the half-bloods and Muggleborns, so that true power will return to all purebloods. And so it happens. The first, original, Death Eaters called their action the cuz, and did all those horrible things. Of course their children were obliged to follow, wanting it or not. One day Voldemort disappears. The new generation of the Death Eaters is not as obliged to their master as the old one was. They do not look for him. Most of the dangerous fanatics are locked in Azkaban and they eventually die. Those who are still wandering among us try to forget you-know-whose existence and their involvement to his plans. Yet 2 years ago he who must not be named rises again. Don't forget, wizards are not, we are humans. You-know-who is still regarded to be the most fearsome wizard ever lived. As the death mark burns back to their forearm, a nightmare comes to life. If they do not return to him they risk their family's death and their own. Now you must understand that he who must not be named is aware of that. He feels that he is surrounded by people that are afraid of him. He knows that his followers are not as loyal as they say they are. Therefore every once in a while he calls for a meeting and throws hints at everyone about how unfortunate it will be if they fail him. He is also very careful. He tells us nothing of his plans, while he forms them, so that no one will spoil them. Snape took a deep breath and paced for a moment around the crammed room. I must admit that spying is much more difficult now. Before his first disappearance Voldemort felt secure and talked too much. Now he had very few loyal followers and trusts nobody. No, he trusts Bellatrix and Pettigrew, who never abandon him, not even for a second. Half an hour later the meeting came to an end and a new topic appeared. The how to convince Severus Snape to stay for Christmas dinner topic. At first Snape was against the idea of staying for lunch. Yet after quite some vexing from Dumbledore and Mrs. Weasley's crystal clear saying that she would not take no for an answer, Snape and Harry were forced to stay for lunch. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley prepared the turkey, while Moody, Dumbledore and Snape, who was uncomfortably pinned between them, entered the big dining hall. Of course what they met made Moody smile faintly, Dumbledore beam and Snape stop in shock. Fred Weasley was walking on four around the room having baby Harry on his back, who was giggling and shouting, "Horsey," as Fred was imitating horse sounds. George, Ron, Ginny and Hermione, of course, were sitting on a sofa and the couch and were watching them laughing their head off. "Oh, very funny," Fred said sarcastically. "When it will be your turn, I will be the one to laugh." "My back is killing me," Why, no. Moody and Snape coughed to get their attention, something that made Fred stop in shock and blush, something that was very peculiar for the potion's master. And may I ask what you are doing? Snape asked slowly. It's a game, sir, Ginny said immediately. Horse ride. Harry was getting bored and we thought to entertain him. Children love it, sir. Time for dinner, Mrs. Weasley called cheerfully. Bummer, Ron whispered when he saw Snape sitting at the table with them, only to be nudged in the ribs by Hermione immediately that moment. Don't worry, Mr. Weasley, Snape said with a really small tone of enjoyment. I promise not to bite you. Snape pulled the end of a large magical silver-green cracker that Dumbledore had offered him, making it erupt like a booming cannon and shot into the air, spreading a silvery gold glitter around the room. Baby Harry, who was currently sitting on his lap, let an "ah" of satisfaction that was followed by the word "Tweety." From inside the cracker fell a hair garland with bunny ears that Snape wore to baby Harry, feeling shocked with the fact that for the first time in his life he was enjoying himself so much during a Christmas feast. He mentally told himself to avoid drinking wine ever again, though deep down he knew that the wine was not to be blamed. Harry himself, with his guardian's aid of course, had tugged the end of a red cracker on a bright gold ribbon that was currently trying to tie around the raven-haired man's wrist. For a moment he stopped and turned at George and said happily, "Babble." George complied the boy's wish immediately and took out a small bottle from his pocket. Hermione had once described to his brother and he, about a muggle toy that worked with soapsuds. Apparently someone used to put a stick with a kind of a ring in its end into the soapsuds and then blow at it, causing many bubbles to erupt. Fred and George took the muggle idea, experimented on different potions and, after many explosions, they discovered a liquid that created bubbles that changed colors and lasted even when someone touched them. Yet when someone imposed pressure on them, the bubbles would just disappear with a plop, refreshing the air with a fruit scent. Harry was immediately won by that game, something that made the twins secretly promise to buy Hermione a book every Christmas and her birthday until the day they, or she, would die. As the place was filled with beautiful bubbles that plopped to leave behind the beautiful smell of strawberry, orange, apple and banana, Snape felt his defenses rising. He feared that if he stayed to that place for too long, he would start singing Christmas carols. Coughing slightly, he took baby Harry into his arms and announced his departure. "Oh come on, Severus, just stay for the pudding," Molly Weasley asked in euphoria, while her husband was holding her hand under the table. "I am afraid, Harry and I will have to pass," he said seriously as he stood up. Mrs. Weasley nodded in agreement only when Snape had agreed to take a piece of pudding with him, and they both entered the kitchen while the teenagers were saying baby Harry goodbye. "I must admit you are doing a great work with Harry, Severus," Molly Weasley said as she put some pudding in a small plate. "I must admit I had my doubts, but you proved me wrong. But be warned, great things are yet to come. You are aware that when he turns 18 months old he will start remembering his life with those muggles, don't you?" "I suppose so. Just be patient, okay, Severus?" she asked him kindly, but received only a deep sigh. Snape leaned down, took Mrs. Weasley's hand and kissed it softly. Praising her cooking, he took the covered plate that contained pudding and entered the living room. Harry ran to him, as fast as his little legs could do so, and showed him the bubble toy the twins gave him as a present. Lifting the toddler to his arms, he stepped outside the house, and taking an empty can from down the street he was portkeyed back to Hogwarts. It was near dark and Severus Snape was enjoying the remaining of Christmas Day reading a book near the fireplace. Suddenly he felt someone tugging his left trouser and looked down to see baby Harry smiling wide at him, having his hands behind his back. Snape looked at the toddler in curiosity as Harry showed his a piece of paper covered in colors. "Puissant," the little boy said smiling as he gave him the picture he had made. Snape looked at the picture and let a somewhat happy and moved sigh and then, in the spur of the moment, he leaned down and gave baby Harry a hug. Baby Harry's eyes enlarged for a moment, almost in shock, but then he let a giggle, that was followed by a small yawn. Later that evening when baby Harry was tucked in bed, Snape moved to change into something more comfortable. Only then he realized that the small boy had managed to tie the golden ribbon with a knot on his left wrist. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.